He is, oh, what a nice guy. Now, I'm sure your fans know this, but for other people who might not be familiar, what does SK in SK Rossi stand for?
So you all know, Superman, all this stuff.
Yeah.
So when I was a kid, and in our friend group, we always had nicknames, So I had like Super Kid, like Superman, and like Super Kid, and then I was a really huge fan of Valentino Rossi.
Yeah.
So I had the Rossi nickname in my gaming, all the stuff, but I don't want it to remember where I come from and my childhood, how it was. So I just added SK right next to it. So it's SK Rossi.
I love it. Remember where you came from.
Yeah.
I use my bronze buddy for the same reason. Like, I'm much higher than bronze out. I'm like, remember.
That's her first ever
your
rank.
roots.
She's not kidding.
I don't have any above that, so I don't know. That's all I got.
It's okay, one day. Anyway, we're glad to have you here. Now, what we're going to do, weekly recap. We recap everything that's happened so far. And today, we're going to re-look at the power tier rankings today with Rossi. Now, let's pull up the standings where all the teams are at this very moment.
Oh boy.
All right, what do you think, Rossi? What's your take of all this? Is this kind of what you expected, or do you see any that like kind of surprise you?
I mean, no, this is kind of expected, but I was hoping, Lord, we should have been there in top 5 or top 6, but unlucky. We'll get there sooner or later. Yeah.
That's confidence. That sounds like confidence to me. We'll get there sooner or later. But what about Talon, though? Like, was that expected?
No, like, their lock-in performance was really good, to be honest, and I didn't expect, and most of them didn't expect, I guess, to Talon go down like this. I don't know what is happening. I'm pretty sure they'll bounce back stronger, but in lock-in, they are pretty scary and they're pretty strong. I think they have to rethink their strategies now.
What about RQ? That was a team that a lot of people were kind of dogging on at the beginning of the year. Do you think that they're about where they should be, or how do you feel about them?
I mean, of course, like if you see all the 10 teams are like, they all left their home and came to Korea to play their best game, So everybody's working hard. Nothing should be surprising to anyone, Like, yeah, they might be a weaker team, but they're also working really hard every day to get at the top, right? So we need to respect that, and they're a really good team.
Yeah, I think that is a really good reminder. I mean, it's tough to be here. Everyone had to uproot to come here to Korea and perform. So everyone's trying really hard. It's great to remember. Let's also talk about our summary of the match MVPs. Now these guys really performed. Paper Thin really loved Bazi. We were like, we should put Rossi, and he's like, no, Bazi.
I mean, Bazi deserves it. Man played like a beast. You remember that split clutch 1v3?
Oh, yeah.
That's insane from the elbow, He saved a couple of runs, and he's a really great support player, And he steps up when it matters the most.
That's great. Yeah, for sure. Bazi was amazing. Any doubters, any naysayers, you were proven wrong today. Now, let's talk about some of these other guys. What were some of the standout players? I remember King just 2 weeks in a row, just also as a sentinel, doing very similarly, just clutching those rounds.
I mean, everybody knows Mako is a superstar,
Oh, yeah.
So we don't have to. Mako is Mako.
That's enough. That's it.
Yeah, for me, the impressing thing is, I know Lemimore is a really good player, and many of them might not know Lemimore is a really good player and is really sharp. So yeah, I like Lemimore being on there, and King as well, being the pillar of the team. That's how I see. So they both are pretty good.
Yeah.
I said that I thought Elmimore might be the best player on RRQ the first week, and then he kind of had a bad week, and I was like, uh-oh, and I'm like, yes, he's back, all right.
He's back. I think in that similar fashion, Crow is kind of like that too, because we have a lot of big names on Zeta's side. You got Depp, you got Laz. Crow this week was like really huge in their game against DFM.
Yeah, definitely. Now, last week, we talked about a lot of the knife kill highlights. There's plenty of that last week. This weekend, though, we saw a lot of 2-0 games and a lot of really cool aces. So let's look at the lineups of all the different aces that were happening over the last 3 days.
You
All right, we
almost
don't have
snuck
to
in
see
there.
it.
You almost snuck in there today.
Nah, my people are happy if I get 4 kills, trust me.
But, I mean, that's good. Sharing is caring, and I think it's definitely part of the GE spirit. Now, let's talk about this, some of these ace moments. Monyet.
Today.
Whoa. I
Was
mean,
it only
How many
no,
faces
twice,
does he have now?
twice.
2?
And I'm sure they're both on split.
Yeah.
Right?
Jeez.
Yeah.
Depp's got 2.
Shotgun-ish kills.
Forsaken had 2 in one day.
Yeah,
2
with
in
the
one
killjoy,
day, yeah. With knife kills to add. But yeah, Monyet today, I mean, that was like with the classic on the round 1.
Oh
Split.
my God, we
Yeah.
were screaming a lot. Me and the coaches were sitting and watching the game, and Monyet is like. That's a really good momentum, if your controller is popping off like that and gets an ace on the first round, that will fire up the entire team,
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, that
Good
was
for morale.
quite a way to start. It seems appropriate that Paper X is up there 3 times and it's Forsaken and Jing.
That's not shocking to anybody.
I mean, yeah, they're the star players of their team. They just, go and
Yeah.
kill everyone.
Yep. Now let's talk about some of our. I didn't know you guys were going to show our prediction results.
Yes. Show the predictions.
No, it's like, oh my god.
Oh,
Okay.
not yet? Oh, okay.
All right, first we're going to talk about the aces.
Oh, man, I wanted the
just realized
predictions.
that-
Not yet.
Depp is, dude, Depp is, I mean, again, I talk about him a lot because I've been fortunate enough, yes, to cast him across multiple different games. He's got so much potential, and when he kind of figures himself out, he has such great instincts. He reacts to things so incredibly well. Look at the way he plays off this turret. Like, he waits until it activates, and then he's good for the transfer. This is so freaking good. And the way he's, just anticipating people coming at him, I am a huge Depp fan. Always have been, always will be.
That's my team.
Oh, sorry.
That's
It's almost over, don't worry.
It's one of those performances. First week against DRX wasn't so hot, but then against GE, like when he started to feel like, oh no, I need to do something now, and he really just stepped up and did that.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry.
He didn't do that against us, but it's okay. Really good.
But Depp on Haven, I have to say, is goals. Every time he's on Haven, it's just like, woof, those kills are sick. Do we have any more ace clips? Is that it?
I don't know.
We gotta have more. There's like a lot.
Yeah, there were so many.
Do we have?
I'll suggest.
Suggest.
This pistol, this ghost.
This was a great round.
I mean, the best part is like he gets one and he's like full flash.
That's so smooth.
He's so smooth.
It's so satisfying to watch.
This was just that one rare moment against Gen G where they actually pushed Gen G to their limit. And then afterwards, what are they doing now?
Well, this is what's so sad about DFM, right? Like against Gen G, who's like the second best team. Oh, is this today's?
This
This
is
is
your
the
team.
pistol
This is
round.
your
Yeah,
team.
this is your team. Now you have something to cheer
we
for.
call him Demon.
Demon.
Like D-M-O-N, Mon. Like Demon. Just
so
change your
good.
name. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, so it's not monkey. It's actually
Demon.
short for Mon. Demon. Demon.
I'm gonna use that now. That's really good.
Mon.
Yeah.
Thanks for the free
Plays
casting.
like a demon.
The
So.
Yeah.
free casting material.
All right, we got
prediction
one
time?
more ace clip.
Oh no. Okay.
I believe we will be showing. I'm not sure who they're going to feature.
Which one is this?
Forsaken.
Forsaken. This was disgusting.
Forsaken
my
doing
boy.
beastie things.
You know what's weird is I rewatched this one when I was doing some VOD review the other day, and they actually ping out Forsaken coming through water there, and they still miss it. I was like, somebody's job like got lost there. Like, yeah,
kind of.
somebody on T1 just like, forgot or
Maybe
something.
it's too fast for them. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. But they pinged him that he could have been in there, and I don't think they expect him to go all the way through.
Sometimes it gets chaotic, and that's where Paper X thrives. I
That's
think.
true.
So it's very lovely to see, and it's bringing about a new trend because Texture did similarly. Like Jet swapped over to Sentinel, Killjoy. I think that's interesting.
Do you think that's like easy to do as a duelist, like go to Sentinels, or?
I mean, it depends on the play style, on how they like to play, or it comes to the team, or from like what player wants to do what. It's all about, are you comfortable or not? Is this your play style? It all comes down to that, I feel.
Now, instead of talking about our predictions, some of us are better. I'm just going to tell you right now, we're not going to show on the screen anymore, but Paper Thin and Achilles are at the top, and at the bottom, it's Quack and myself.
Hey.
Look, we just believed in Southeast. Oh, they're going to show it. Oh, God.
All right. Okay, I'm not that.
That was yesterday's
I
DFM.
was 9-1 after
That's
week one.
yesterday's DFM. You know
guys
what
were the
our
only ones
problem
that got
is?
wrong on
We
week
keep
one, actually.
believing it's Southeast Asia,
yeah.
and then we've been betting on all the Southeast Asian teams, and then
Well,
I don't know what
It's
happened.
not just that. I mean, it's like, we know that the other team's gonna win, so we want to root for the underdog.
Wow. Wow. That's a nice way to cover it up, though.
It's not, but to be honest, though, some of them appear to be the underdogs, but we know
we believe
historically speaking,
Yes.
it's not just a random belief. Historically speaking, looking at how some of these players have been playing, they've been really strong, and Valorant is very unexpected. And Southeast Asia, with their very unpredictable, explosive play
Yes.
versus Korea and Japan, that's what we're kind of betting on. This
Exactly.
is, yeah.
GE versus DRX was exactly that. Because,
Yeah.
like, GE, we know how unpredictable they can be sometimes. We expected DRX to be, like, super structured and, like, double controller. And then Monyet comes out of nowhere, pushes it to overtime. Like,
Yeah.
That's what
That
it's
was
about.
cool. That was really
That's why
cool.
my predictions are at 50%.
Actually, on that note, I think you had a question about Global Esports pistol rounds.
Yeah, because you guys have a very high pistol win rate.
Yeah.
What attributes to that? Like, why does that happen? Is it big roster and
Erin and Frenzy.
Aaron on Frenzy?
If you see most of our pistol round wins, most of the kills is contributed by Erin or the Frenzy by the players. I think those two are the main reason we win our pistol, maybe, yeah.
And Monyet on the classic now.
Yeah,
That's
Monyet
our
on the
new,
classic
like,
now.
piece to that puzzle.
Yeah, that was our pocket strat, but he revealed it today, it's fine.
Now, the other thing we've been talking about, we even started our death segment today with your giant roster.
Oh. Maybe didn't have
Yeah.
enough seats.
I mean,
We'll just have him stand back here
for 10
behind
people.
us. Like, yeah.
it's insane. I mean, okay, how does it work? How do you determine who's playing?
I mean, all the headache falls under Erin and all the three coaches, you know. They have to really watch the games, constantly talk to the players, like which agents are you comfortable with or how you would like to play in the game. You know, it's all about knowing the players and then making the game plan around them with IGL Erin. So it's a lot of headache for the coaches and the IGL because we are team of 7 players, you know, and all of us are duelists to make us play different agents and also to make us feel comfortable, and we also need to learn a lot of stuff so the game plan works. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of time and a lot of practice, but we've been getting there. Props to the entire team. We all are believing in what we are creating here. Yeah.
Yeah, Paperthin was wondering about your training routine leading up into here, and Jen was also asking you about this. With that in mind, what was your training routine like exactly? What agents were they having you practice when you were solo
If you
queuing?
can share it.
You're allowed to. Yeah.
So when everybody gave, I mean, we all got a chance to play every agent. Like not every agent, it's like two roles. Like I was given duelist and initiator role to play, and you know, in trials, and all the others were also splitted, you know, like controller, duelist, initiator, controller, like that. And we all saw the results in the scrim, and we all saw how players are comfortable in what agents and what roles, and then we sort of decided. And when I knew my passport is gonna be like, the visa is gonna be delayed, I was like, I didn't attend practice for like 4 days. And then, you know, a lot of people told me like I should attend the practice and watch and learn. And this is the time you need to pick up some brains, you know. So I was like, okay. And coaches also told me to, you know, come to practice, watch games. So you should be ready to step in whenever it's needed and play ranked and be sharp on the game days. So it's like, I just did that, yeah.
On that, coming to Korea, sacrifices needed to be made by each and every one of the team members, some of the talents even,
Yeah.
some of the fans and the production. And you said you don't even have any siblings. Like, what were the sacrifices you needed to make to be here?
I mean, you know, living, it's like, so Global Esports is the first team or the only professional organization I ever played, you know, and Global Esports was my first boot camp. So I basically lived there for like 2.5 years. So it's like my second home, and G is like my second family, you know. So when I'm in India, I can go home whenever I want. It's just like 2 hours away. But right now it's not the case, and to leave that boot camp and come all the way to Korea, you know, leave my parents, and they don't know what country I'm in. I mean, they do know, but they don't know about how's Korea, you know, what kind of food I'll be eating. Am I okay? Is there someone to take care of me? Am I doing well, eating well, sleeping on time, you know? And I'm also missing the housewarming, which is really important in India. When you buy a new house or build a new house, there'll be a puja. So when you live in that house, everything will go good according to you. So yeah, that's an important puja, and I'm the only son of my house.
Oh my
I need to be there, but you know, tournament, and I decided to stay here. So my parents are missing me, but they're constantly calling me, you know, come back for one day. Like,
You can virtually.
It's a long flight.
it is. And I don't want to miss any more games, so.
Hey, but you know what? You could show mom a win
Yeah.
for today.
I hope she's watching.
You hear that, Mom?
What about Korea itself? Like, what do you like about it being here? To kind of contrast with, obviously you miss home. Not everybody does, but you come here, and what are some things you're liking already? You've only been here a short time. Is there any food or like part of the culture you're liking?
For food, I have minimal options because I only eat chicken. So it's fine, but the weather is really nice. The city is really nice, and the place we are living in is absolute. It's like, it's always people. It's much like a happening place. So whenever you get bored, you can just go out and have fun. So, but in general, Korea, I like the weather, and I like how people are very quiet and respectful. and I like how nobody break the rules. So,
People don't
so yeah,
say
a lot
well.
of things like to be in Korea. It was my dream since 2017. You know, I was like, one day I'll go there and might be study in Korea or work in Korea. But in terms of Valorant, that's happening. So I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, you get to be here, work here,
Yeah.
compete here. That's pretty cool. And by the way, fried chicken Korea is like
Yeah.
pretty
yeah.
solid.
I ordered like 4 or 5 times already. So yeah.
That's how you know how
that's
good
good.
it is.
Okay, we have our weekly recap.
Oh, boy.
Tier list.
Here we go.
This was a little bit painful for everyone involved.
This is
It
where we make the
upsets
fans
the
angry.
audience.
Spicy.
It doesn't necessarily mean it'll be reality, guys. But let's talk about this. We got our experts here, and we got our pro player here.
Experts.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure,
we're gonna go
that's-
one at a
yeah.
time. We gotta kind of quick fire this because we don't have that much time left. Let's just start with Clinton.
Yeah.
So we'll start with Clinton.
Do
We'll go back and forth.
Do I just like move something? Is this because I want to make
I'll move it for
I want to
you.
make some fans really mad
Okay.
out the rip.
Oh no.
Gonna do it.
I gotta do it.
Oh.
Sorry, we gotta put this down here.
I
Okay.
think
It's just
That's-
it's unfortunate in a way, but they have regressed as this season has gone on, so they need to be moved down.
we did feature Suggest's cool ace, so that's I think.
Suggest
you
is
know.
playing good, but he's on duelist.
Other than that, I think
Who would you like to
DRX S tier that stays.
Yeah.
Clearly.
So that's
Enough
your
said.
move?
That's
Okay.
it. Rossi.
Me?
Yeah.
Is there anything that you think
Rossi,
that needs to
take
be
one.
moved?
You know what? Why not? Go for
Who
it.
needs to be moved?
Oh no.
Yes.
That's a difficult
You
task.
can move you can move yourself if you
Oh,
want.
okay. So I would like to, based on our performances, I think.
So humble.
What? He
Between
moved?
A and B.
You guys, when you see him move,
Yeah.
Okay.
he
Okay.
moved his
honest-
team
honest.
down.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we're there.
Okay. I think that's-
Wow.
It'll go higher, I think, probably.
Wow.
I think you guys are. That's not too far off from where I would have.
Okay, why? Why?
Based on our performances purely, and yeah, of course we want to be in S tier, but you also need to see the reality before you need to, you need to first realize where you are to go where you need to be, right? So according to me, others might have different opinion, but according to me, I think that is where we are. We are like A tier, but slightly B tier also.
So
Man of
modest,
modesty.
pragmatic. Okay.
I've got another
I wonder
one.
what your team thinks, but
I
very,
hope-
very
I hope
honorable.
they
Yeah,
don't
it's like,
scold
dude,
me
I'm gonna have
also.
you move it. Last
Yeah.
time I walked in front of the camera and you could see nothing but my butt. So
What you got?
I mean, engagement's
I
gonna
mean,
go through the
nobody's
roof with that.
I mean, Twitter likes. woo.
Paper thin backside.
Let's move Team Secret. I think like a little bit higher than global, but not much. Like just a little bit ahead of them in
Like
A.
this.
Yeah. Not quite
Okay.
S. They can't be an S. But
Okay.
they're starting to slide towards B, so maybe like a little bit
okay.
down. Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
My move?
Yep.
Just
Yeah.
because I'm super biased caster.
Oh God.
Paper X S tier. He's like, oh
What?
God. All right.
Oh.
Just because I'm
Okay.
biased.
See,
We'll see
I
what
already,
happens.
now I already know where I'm making my like final move. Like it's not
So
even
just so you
it.
guys
not even a
know,
question.
each one of these guys gets a final swap. So yeah. Okay.
And I can't move what he moves. So.
You get to go again.
I never put him on the spot.
This is difficult than my
We never
first
told
game.
him we were gonna do this.
Oh no.
Go for
Okay.
it.
Just rip off the band-aid.
Just whatever
Let's
you're
do it.
feeling. Whatever
Just-
you're feeling.
What does your heart say?
Talon?
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Accurate.
That's fair.
Okay. That's fair.
Based on the
do you-
results again.
Yes,
Nothing
yes.
against anyone.
Do you think
That's
they're above DFM though?
No, like if you see the games, Talon are like, yeah, they are losing, but they look strong. It's just some
Okay.
of the mistakes.
All
So
I
I
heard
think
was the
between
first
them.
word. He said no.
So are they the same?
No, let them be there. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's move RRQ up into B. Very
RQ
solid B now.
into a solid B. I'm gonna
They
move
looked
it
a lot
here.
better.
Yeah, they did. They improved a lot.
I am actually gonna move Talon a little bit lower, just based on performance. And I love you, Talon, but what the
I
what
didn't
the
do that.
hey?
I didn't do that.
That was me. I get one vote. Okay.
Oh boy. Let's see. I think.
Actually,
Yeah,
I'm
we
just
need
gonna
Gen
full
G
move
and A,
them. I'm
right?
sorry. I'm just gonna
She's
full
just
move
keeps
them.
making it worse.
She's just gonna.
I'm so upset
Thailand,
with
oh
Talon.
boy.
I was talking to Maggie
She's
Carp also
half-time
from
too.
Talon. We were like, what is
true.
going on?
We love talent,
Look.
but.
They've won 0 maps. I don't one map. So
Oh yeah, they won.
yeah.
Eh.
It's okay. There's a couple weeks left.
All right, they're playing Zeta next week. We'll see what happens. Speaking of Zeta, let's bump them up into A tier. I like Depp. He's been doing well. I hope
What
to
is
see
going
more.
on in C tier? Like nobody's
We're gonna
in
have to
there.
move stuff
I
around.
know.
Yeah.
We're at like a whole tier that's empty.
All right, next.
I'll
me again?
No,
Do you have something in
I'll
mind?
dive on this
Okay,
one. Don't
okay,
worry,
yeah,
I got
alright.
this.
Oh,
Let's move T1 down to.
So excited.
He's like relieved.
I
Rossi's face is like, please, I'm never doing
Please
this again.
someone else do
I
this.
never did this, you know.
Okay,
This is our job, all right? B tier for T1 now.
Yeah, I think
They're regressing. I mean, obviously, I didn't expect them to beat Genji, but they lost a lot worse than I thought they would.
We haven't moved Secret and Genji.
No, I
I
moved
actually
Secret.
think-
I
Oh,
moved
Secret.
down.
All right, yeah.
Genji needs to go up into S.
I actually think
I'm just gonna
T1
make that
belongs to
decision
C,
for you.
but that's just me.
Okay.
Sorry, where do you want to go? Whose turn is it? Okay.
Yeah,
Quack.
Genji has to move. That's the last
Genji.
one.
Okay.
And it has to go.
I get to choose?
Yeah, it's your
Yeah,
turn.
you get to choose. Fine. You know what?
Genji. Yeah, let's keep Genji A tier.
What?
We'll see if they beat DRX next week. Then okay,
What is this?
You move them S
They're
tier
fair.
out of
All right.
Sure,
we got
but-
the final swaps. Each of you guys get one final swap.
want you to swap?
If you want. If
right.
you want, you can pass.
Do you want to go first? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, what's it gonna be?
It's a pure confidence
All right.
and the trust in my team.
Oh, he's like
confidence and
this.
All right.
Oh, mental games with you guys. All right. Okay.
Me?
Okay. Yep.
Oh, this
you
is-
can't move any of the final swaps, so you can't move.
Yeah,
G.
no, I won't move
Yeah.
G.
You know what?
I
He's gonna
wanted. I mean,
move.
yeah. I mean, I'm
Nobody
moving.
knows that.
Do it
No, but
already.
he put me in a really rough spot because there's two moves I want to make. I want to
Talk
move
through it.
Genji up to S. That is the more important move.
Okay. What was the
Genji.
other one you were
He's gonna-
thinking
I was
about?
gonna move Paper X down.
Paper X again.
Oh.
Genji up to S. That's the more important move here.
Oh man. Okay.
That's much more important.
Yeah. I
True.
guess so.
All right. So I guess it's up to me.
Yeah, go
Yep.
ahead.
Let's move Paper X down a little bit.
What? You have your own pick?
You guys
I
are
know it's
so
my own
make
pick.
up your mind.
Everybody's confused.
Hey, I'm being honest, right?
Put them outside, yeah. They're outside.
Where do you want to put them?
They're in a different world.
Where do you want to put them?
Wait,
You put them in S.
Yeah, he had him in S.
But where
I
do you
have them in
actually
S.
want them? Where do they really belong?
right
so
now,
far?
okay, off of last week, I think A tier. We upgrade them from B to A tier.
Okay, so A tier. Okay.
You guys are
Someone's
weird.
gotta go C, right though?
This is like
Oh.
this is like sort of like the game
we-
just now. It's like a lot of
T1
fake
C.
outs
Can
and
we like
everything.
put like T1 and like a little bit of C
Slightly.
just to
Yeah,
to
you
see
know what?
feels
I'm gonna
empty?
give-
Feel alone.
I'm gonna give myself a vote here,
Oh, there
and
you
I'm
go.
moving them
Okay,
to.
okay.
Yeah. So this is the weekly recap tier list, week 4. This does change every 2 weeks. Don't freak out, okay? We
Or do.
yeah, we recap on this depending on the performance and VCT specific. Yeah, we had a lot of back and forth, but you can see that we're a little bit unsure with some of these teams and exactly how they're going to be placing. Yeah, so let's talk about the schedule for next week. Shall we? Are you guys satisfied with this tier list?
Huh?
You're okay, right? We're
good
okay?
enough.
Pretty satisfying.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're okay. Kind of. These things are tough to
it's all right.
discuss. In the meantime, you guys can see the VCT Pacific schedule changes. Again, you guys cried out and we heard, or someone up above and high above in Riot heard your cries and said, we will change the time to 1 hour earlier on Saturdays and Sundays so you can enjoy an earlier night. And same thing on Monday, a little bit later, because it's only one game, one match. Sometimes it ends a little faster if it's a 2-0 like you guys did today.
Yeah. I mean, Riot is really good at this, you know. Every time they hear a feedback and they make the change. I like this about Riot.
Yeah,
and they're
like you're
always
Riot.
active on Twitter, listening to the people, listening to the community. This is something I really love about Riot.
Yeah. No, it's awesome.
Yeah.
And exactly, I think it's really about the community, right?
Yeah.
Super Week again, it's also going to start 1 hour earlier. Super Week is in mid-May, so that's not quite yet. We have a few weeks to go. Now let's talk about next week's matches. You guys are going to face off Paper Rex
That's the
first
first
thing
one
on
already.
Saturday. And I know Jen asked you a bit about this. What's your, like, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? I have so many questions, but
Feeling normal. You know, it's not like nervousness or something, or it's not like overconfident, like, yeah, we're gonna beat Paper X. It's nothing. I'm just gonna decide what happens on the game day. I'm gonna take it as round by round, map by map. Nothing. Yeah.
I just want to say I'm just so happy like that you guys played really well today, and like not only that, but like you guys are like shuffling so many players and stuff. Like that's so hard to do. I don't think people can even like understand at home how very few teams can do that and make it look good. Like
Not
you guys.
afraid to adapt.
Yeah.
I think
Absolutely.
That's very, very admirable. But let's talk about Gen G DRX.
Oh,
you
I'm
put them
excited
both
for that
S tier, right?
Yes,
Everyone is.
but DRX is like SS tier. Like if there was another tier
God
above that,
tier.
yes, they are in their own tier.
No, we need to make a DRX tier.
DRX tier. Oh.
Honestly.
Can they just drop a map already?
No,
No.
they won't. Look, guys, they don't drop maps against like again TNL, which is where a lot of these players are coming from Gen G, from the old sister team of DRX. So the coach as well. I don't know what to tell you. They've never beat them. They've tried. It's never happened.
They almost lost Split to Global.
Yeah, actually, it was
so
global. I wish.
My team is
Gen G
good.
doesn't like Split either, though. So I don't know. They like the same maps because they're so similar in their mindset.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of interesting, similar Asian comps and map picks from both of those teams. What's the one match you guys are all looking forward to the most before we close out?
DRX versus Gen G. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for me, actually, T1 RRQ. I think they're very similar in their power like we have on the board, but I think like that one is going to really tell me where both those teams are actually at. Like, because T1 went against Gen G, and I don't think that to me is indicative of how good they really are. And RRQ, if they can keep this upward trend, then they might actually beat T1. So I'm really excited about that match, and that could
That's
have
true.
huge playoff implications.
Absolutely. Like you said, they're kind of fighting for that sixth place spot at the moment for leading into playoffs. And yourself, Quack?
Honestly, well, why not say Talon Zeta? Because Talon haven't been doing well so far. Hopefully, maybe they'll improve. I think Zeta can kind of afford to take a loss. They're doing pretty well right now. So
Zeta can sometimes come out and really not play well.
let's see what happens with
That's
that
true.
one, right? If they can be consistent or not, and Talon at the same time, maybe they can rise up in that tier list. Because right now it's
Zeta is a
sorry.
roller coaster. They are so up and down.
Yeah. They keep your emotions just like.
And of course, Paper X Global. That's just toss that out again.
I mean, I think a lot of people are excited for the Paper X Global game. I would like to move Talon out of this tier. So I hope we'll see how that goes with Zeta next week. You guys have one last look at the tier list.
Screenshot,
take
a screenshot.
tweet it, tell us how we're wrong.
No.
Yes, exactly. If you
No,
want
you
to tell
guys,
us,
they're already doing that. There's plenty of that
if you want to tell us how wrong or how right any of us are,
Yeah.
do
Agree with
post your comments, hashtag VCT Pacific on Twitter. And you could tell us your thoughts on anything, on life, I don't know, but the new timings that Riot has changed for you. Anything you
Or
want to say
socks, maybe?
about
I don't
Pacific.
know.
My socks, I got corgi socks today. I got
Those are
corgis.
adorable.
That's nice.
Thank you.
SK Rossi's
Thanks. I
Jet
should start like just
Bladestorm
selling like
necklace, let
socks
him know
or
how
merch
cool
or
that looks.
something.
Anything, just tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thanks so much for joining today's weekly recap,
Yeah,
Rossi.
thank you for having
Super
me.
Kid
Thanks,
Rossi.
for coming.
Yeah, it's fun.
we got-
It's fun to be here.
Yeah. Welcome
always
to
have a good time.
Korea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, what a freaking debut.
Yeah, we won our first game.
Congrats. All right, guys. Thank you, Paper Thin and Quack, for joining us today. I'm Victoria. See you guys next week for another weekly recap on week 5. See you then for VCT Pacific.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. My name is William Cho. We'll be opening the desk today alongside Achilles and Tasteless, and we're going to start with the pre-show. How you guys been for the whole week?
It's been great. I'm loving that we're getting deeper and deeper into this tournament, seeing how things are developing. And we're getting close to the part where it's getting a little bit scary for some of these teams. Some of them are getting very close to elimination.
Yeah, we were talking about this before we started the show today. I think we're going to start to kind of get an idea of who might be making it into playoffs.
I think we already have a decent idea, but there are that last spot or two that's still up for discussion. That's still up for grabs. And one of the teams that will be kicking things off here is one of those teams that has potential to make it into that top 6 in global esports. Finally got that first win under their belt, but they do find themselves against a tougher opponent in Paper X. So we'll see how they fare today.
Yeah, of course. We'll take a closer look at the standings to actually break down exactly what we're talking about here. Only the top 6 teams at the end of the round robin will be making it into the playoffs. And so far, DRX and Gen G, both of them undefeated. Of course, they'll be facing off today.
That's right. Looking at the standings overall, we've seen very strong performances from our top 2 Korean teams. Zeta Division obviously making the Japanese fans very happy. We mentioned Paper X, and they're kind of in the middle here. And RRQ as well. That's been very cool to see how well they've been playing.
Yeah, it's been a big resurgence from them after a little bit of a rocky start, but we're showing potential. We're showing consistent growth, and now they find themselves at a 2-2 record, so firmly in that 5th place spot for the moment, but still are going to be in that danger zone. Need to make sure that they're performing up to the level we've been seeing from them after these last 2 series. Moving forward with every series yet to come, because they still have some very tough opponents in the mix that they're going to have to try to get through, or at least, push as hard as they possibly can to get some wins.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right, is this is all relative depending on who you have left in your schedule. So there's a lot to consider, but again, as we enter week 5 already, we're getting a decent idea of who should be making it into the top 6. Now, of course, VCT has been going on all around the world, not just in Pacific, but of course, Americas and EMEA. We want to take a look at kind of how the regions differed so far, starting with the map picks and what maps have been played overall. I think one thing is going to stand out for sure is EMEA playing a lot of Split. Meanwhile, Split, of course, not so favored here in the Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot more Split. It's also been a lot more Lotus over there. I mean, very much those 2 maps, I think you can thank the likes of Navi as well as Carmine Corp for regularly picking them. Carmine kind of finally being like, yeah, maybe we don't go for the Split anymore. And their series earlier today honestly looked very well improved, especially on that Ascent map, nearly pushing it into overtime. So it's good to see the differentiation and just kind of the the kind of regional identities we have as far as like what maps are favored. You can see EMEA Americas both have Icebox right there in the middle, whereas we haven't been seeing too much of it over here. But Haven are #1 as per usual.
Yeah, Haven, and some comfort picks I think as well here at the top with Haven, Ascent, and Split in there. Icebox not picked. I know a lot of people were very afraid of DRX on that map in the past, so maybe there's been some kind of avoidance on that there.
Yeah,
but it's kind of cool to see the makeup of these regions and what they're favoring and how they're approaching it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, DRX showed kind of one of their new ideas as well, locking with Icebox, and so some teams shying away from that. I think along with that, with the appearance of Harbor, perhaps a lot of the Pacific teams trying to still figure out what is our preferred kind of comp and strat here over on Icebox, as a lot of teams try to experiment with that. Now we're taking a look at the agents played so far as well, and this, stood out to me a little bit just because, sure, Jet, Killjoy, Omen, I mean, these are kind of, we all knew that they would be at the top, but the preference in terms of order, right, and frequency is quite different region to region.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, Viper especially really slinking her way up the ladder in some of the other regions is a bit surprising compared to what we see here in Pacific, but we do have a lot more teams, it feels like, in EMEA and the Americas that are willing to run her on maps, like Ascent, that does have, a fairly high play rate over in those other regions. So I think that that's probably a big part of why she starts to eke out ahead of some of the other picks that we find to be stock standard. But here, of course, it's the land of cracked Jet players, so it's unsurprising to see that she is going to be in a very dominant position, but Killjoy kind of nipping at the heels is still not really been knocked down the ladder at all, considering the most recent nerfs.
Yeah, not shocking at all to see Korean Jets being so popular, or Jet being so popular here in the Pacific region. We see kind of more conservative picks coming out here from VCT Pacific, but overall, our newer agents have not been making a way up the ranks here so far, but we'll see if that changes down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be a little tough for the likes of, Harbor to kind of get in the top 5 because he does seem very niche so far, but that could change as more teams kind of get used to it and which maps are played as well.
Are you playing Pearl? Are you playing Icebox? If not, Harbor, not necessarily going to be seen nearly as much. You could see him if Lotus was also going to be coming out, but that is, again, one of our bottom maps. So, yeah, I think when we do see Harbor, it's usually pretty well done. DRX, like you were talking about, really setting that meta for people on Icebox that has been very widely adopted. So we'll see if it comes up here today, and if Icebox does come through, whether or not those harbors are going to be there.
Yeah, so I'm glad we were talking about the maps a little bit, in specific. you're already kind of itching to get into this little mini game we're going to play today.
I'm ready to get into it.
Oh, do we have another one today?
We do have another one. Oh, you don't know yet. That's great. Okay, so we were talking about the maps a little bit. Before we get started with today's main part of the show, in the pre-show, we like to play some mini games with our desk panelists. And today, we're going to see how much we pay attention to our maps in Valorant, whether it's when we're playing the game or watching the game, kind of depending on what area it is. Now, I know when you guys are watching the broadcasts as well, people like to kind of find out about all these little Easter eggs or whatnot. So let's see how much we've been paying attention throughout our careers in Valorant to the maps in Valorant. So let's play the first video. I believe we have a short little clip that shows us a small little part, and we'll see if we here at the desk.
We're playing as a team. Is this correct?
Oh,
sure. Okay. Well,
Haven.
this is
okay.
This is Haven.
Really? Are you sure it's not Pearl? Fire underwater?
I look at that and immediately I think of we started casting Valorant right when the game came out in the competitive format, and so we had a lot of tech delays. So we had these moments where the observer was zooming through the map trying to buy time, and I feel like that gives us a special edge. But I look at this and I say immediately some kind of wood place burning.
All right.
Probably high up on the map.
Maybe 3 sites.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 sites. All right. All right.
The question is, which part of Haven is on fire right now?
Ooh. I mean,
well, I think this is outside of the...
This has to be outside, right?
I believe so. Maybe,
All right,
maybe this would be like back defending spawn side.
Let's check. I don't know if this is going to zoom out or not, but our guess on the desk is going to be Haven. We'll
100%.
see. We know it's Haven.
It's not a guess.
But
It's got to be Haven.
Which part is it? Show us the answer here. Oh, it's
Haven.
inside.
Okay, yes.
There
Okay.
it is.
It's kind of outside.
It's adjacent to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, over on
Very
A
close
side,
to that tree, which makes me a little bit worried. That's going to be
You gotta
that's
watch
gonna
out.
If they don't put that out, that is going to spread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out.
And how are you
especially
going to
when
plant the spike there if the whole thing burns down, huh?
Gotta watch out for that as well. You
Maybe
gotta
that
play against
counts
sun.
as passing the mission itself, all right? That site's
then
been
you gotta
destroyed
play-
now. Yeah.
Could be.
All right. We got a couple more questions. All right, we started off easy. It looks
Yeah.
like production's giving us a little bit of a ramp up. Let's
Warm
play
up.
I appreciate that.
Warm up around there.
Play that second video. See if it gets a little tougher.
Okay, hold on. This is in, I almost think this is in Split.
I'm actually torn between two.
I think there's
Do
a
you know
shop.
for a fact?
There's a shop on the
There's a
A
couple
side.
shops, yeah.
But I think I have walked by there.
I think this one's split because of the manga, but there is also...
That's right, Split's in Japan.
But there is a shop in Pearl.
Yep, that's what I was thinking
So
as well.
it's either Split or Pearl. I think this one's Split.
But you're
Split.
right. The style of the comic book, the fact that it's more manga style.
I mean, it
looks
literally
like,
says
yeah.
manga.
Oh, does it? Oh,
one.
it says manga straight up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then it's got to be Split because I was thinking of the comic book store in Pearl. 'cause
Granted,
that
it
shows
is
up in
not
the trailer.
written in Japanese, so maybe that would make it be Pearl. But
It was shipped over.
yeah.
All right, we're gonna go with
This
Split.
is translated, but we'll
That's
go
the place
with
the
Split.
tourists go on Split.
All right. Let's
That's
zoom
the foreign
out.
bookstore.
Let's see which map this is.
Split,
It's got to
split,
be Split.
split, split.
No, this one's Pearl.
No, it's
This is the Pearl one.
Pearl.
No!
Yep, okay.
Oh man.
Okay, see? Because it wasn't
was
written
shipped-
in Japanese.
It was shipped over. You're right.
Clues were there.
All right.
Oh,
I
okay.
at least spared my blushes.
Yeah, yeah.
I gave myself an out on that one.
Yeah, listen, I called it
Hey.
out too. All right, Tasteless, you're out there.
I think it was a noble loss there.
Okay.
I think that was an impressive one on us, even though we didn't take it down.
All right.
So,
All right. Well, we still got 1 for 1. All right, let's play the last one. I think we only have 3. So if we can get this one, we still come out ahead.
Okay.
Let's play the clip. Figure
do
out
it.
which map it is.
oh, what?
Um.
Now, is this a drawing somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, must be.
No, that's an actual image from.
I'm like, they got to turn the
That's a
resolution
real
up on
island.
the map.
Enhance.
That's crazy.
That's 8-bit Island.
Is this Valorant on Nintendo 64?
I'm actually thinking it's Ascent.
I mean, just given that it's
I don't know at all.
kind of fractured away from the rest of the world and floating, it would
Oh.
assume. But it also looks quite tropical.
It looks like it's a
Yeah.
reference to Breeze, is what it looks like. But I
Yeah.
think the painting itself is maybe an Ascent.
I could go with
Could
that.
be. You think it's a bad,
I mean, all right,
bad
Ascent or
child's
Breeze?
drawing on Ascent?
Ascent
I mean,
or Breeze.
I think it's up between those two. I'll go with
We'll take majority vote here.
Ascent.
Ascent.
I think, I don't know. Honestly,
right.
I have no idea. I
All
guess
right, let's
Ascent. I'll go with
Ascent.
you guys.
All right,
yeah.
let's
I'm gonna
go
know
with
it from like
Ascent.
the very second it starts.
Come on.
zooming
It's going to
out.
turn out to be like bind.
Yeah.
Like, what? All right, let's
It's
see.
Haven
Oh
again.
crap! Oh, is this one of the billboards?
It is a
yeah.
set. Oh, it is one
Ah.
of the billboards. I
Yeah.
thought it was actually a painting by one of the
Oh,
dolls.
no, I
there,
thought it was
but-
going to be like an obscure drawing inside one of the shops.
Oh,
Like,
well, we got it right.
We did it.
Nailed
We
it.
don't have to talk anymore. We got it
we
right.
won the
60
best of 3.
66% win rate.
Hey, that's not bad. We would be at the top. We would make it to playoffs.
That's right.
66%. There you go. All right. Well, hope you guys had some fun with that. Obviously, we get to kind of take a look at some of these maps when we're observing the game. But, of course, you can have fun with it in your own custom lobbies as well. That's it for the pre-show, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're getting ready for another double back-to-back best of 3s here at VCT Pacific. Don't go anywhere.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. You didn't have to wait too long as we get ready for our matches today. We're going to be kicking off Week 5 of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. And it's going to start with none other than PaperX and Global Esports. Two teams that really have us guessing who's playing, right? I mean, that's the big thing here. Obviously, Global Esports, they just brought in SK Rossi as well as Lightning Fast last week, and they performed very well. But there's a question of who's going to be playing on PaperX.
What?
And okay, well, this was not on my bingo board.
Okay.
What is
What?
Why?
And that's going to be their
Why?
actual lineup for today.
At least for the first map, so it's Forsaken, Mind Freak, CGRS, Something, and Jing. Okay, so Something, obviously there's been a lot of hype around this guy. I mean, he performed very well in his debut, but CGRS, the question has always been, is he ever going to get a chance to play? Well, here he is.
Well, I mean, I imagine he was going to get to play at some point in time, right? But this is an interesting moment to be bringing him out because I feel like
Not
there's
in this series.
there's just so much at stake right now. You know, obviously you see Something over there. I mean, this guy has had this huge blowout performance.
Yes.
He's looked amazing. There were moments we were worried for PaperX, and I think a lot of people that were fearful for them. He gave them that boost. But, yeah, CGRS,
Yeah, I
what
mean,
an
But that was
interesting pick.
also somewhat short-lived because
Yes.
didn't do nearly as well in the in that next hyped-up series versus DRX. There was a bit of smack talk between he and Foxy9, and Foxy9 definitely was the one walking away victorious at the end of that all. But this is incredibly puzzling because not only is Global a tough opponent, because again, we have to ignore the scoreline for Global.
Yes.
The 1 and 3, it doesn't represent their actual performances. This team has looked so much better than the number of wins that they've been able to pick up. They've also been playing against some of the tougher opponents and whatnot. But so not only to do this in this series is it confusing, but you're also taking out both players that have been calling for you.
Yeah,
Benkai is not here. The main IGL, gone. Devi, the side caller, the one who has been calling when Benkai is not playing, gone.
Yes.
Who the hell is dictating the pace of the games here? Is it going to be Forsaken? Is it going to be Jig? I don't know anymore.
I mean, yeah, because you can, and we have different, different teams have different styles, and we've heard from a multitude of teams on how they like to call. But at the end of the day, someone has to have some form of authority for you to make the decisions in the middle of a round. And the big question now is, okay, well, who has it? I mean, do you even have that set here for Paper X when the lineup looks like this? And potentially, again, we might be seeing multiple duelists coming out in your composition as well.
It's going to be so strange to see what exactly is going to come out from this. We've got Forsaken. Is he going to go duelist? Is he going to switch back to a Sentinel? This has been a really interesting journey for PaperX because coming into this, we thought, okay, this is maybe the number 2, maybe even the number 1 if they actually manage to take out DRX. And they also seem to be a team that is still continuously shuffling the lineup, not sure what's actually best, and I think we could see that here in this match against Global Esports because they're doing this because they think it's going to work. We got to see exactly why when we get into the game.
I mean, look, them bringing in something that gave them that initial good result, he did look quite impactful in their first series versus T1, who just widely weren't prepared for that, hyper-aggressive playstyle. DRX, on the other hand, perfectly suited to be able to shut it down. And I think that Global, just given what we have been seeing from Aaron and the way that he gets these solid reads on his opponents, will also be able to counteract that kind of aggression coming out. I really don't know what CTRS is going to be playing, but here we have the starting 5 for the side of Global. It's going to be SK Rossi starting things off. We saw, as you mentioned, both he and Lightning Fast have their debuts on this stage just last week, and both put up some pretty solid performances. Lightning Fast looking quite well suited to playing Raze for them as that solo duelist on Split. We got to see Texture bringing out Sage. So it was a different look from multiple different players there, but widely it looked good. We got Rossi for their second map of Icebox, and a fairly middling performance, but he ended up going positive, and he did pretty much exactly what you would want from your entry player, which is to go in, get information, maybe make a trade happen. And that duo of he and Bazzi were very much holding down and breaking into that A site repeatedly.
And the fact that they were able to work so well together, despite obviously Rossi not being here on the ground with the rest of the team for the first part of VCT Pacific, I mean, shows a lot of promise here. Now, of course, some ask key points. The way it's written, it seems like it was translated a little bit directly here from a saying we have in Korea. But basically, right, I mean, this is kind of a do-or-die match here between these two teams.
It's cool to see Rossi finally down here. I like what you were saying earlier, that the score from Global Esports, you can't just look at that and try to sum them up. They finally have everybody here. They finally have Rossi down, getting acclimated, getting comfortable. I think this could be a good match for them. We'll see. I'm a little bit still caught off guard by the PRX lineup, so it's going to be interesting.
I mean, before we get into kind of the overview of both teams and whatnot, let's talk about the roster just a bit more, because the other interesting thing is these are two teams, again, that are also trying to, kind of change one of their main duelist players into these other roles on the Sentinel, etc. And, I mean, we look at the results of that, right, as both teams trying to shuffle out the roles and their rosters, obviously Global kind of being forced to do so because Rossi and Lightning Fast weren't here, and they both really, really need this win to feel comfortable.
No, they definitely do. I mean, especially for the side of Global, you're on that precipice. You've broken away from some of the other teams that currently find themselves without wins, with Talon as well as DFM. So you're able to get that 2-0 victory over Talon just last week in fairly convincing fashion, we should say. I mean, a 13-6 on Split was good. The Icebox a little bit closer. Granted, it was Talon's map pick. But they're still definitely very much in this scary position. For Paper X, you can afford to drop another map here, another series. But if you are going to drop it, it's less about what it means for you as far as how many map wins, I feel, and more about the sentiment from the fans and the expectations of you and the amount of confidence that they will have in this team. Because, again, as Hazel was saying, we anticipated coming into this, Paper X, we know they have what it takes to be within the top 3. They looked a little bit off when it came down to their performances, both the champions as well as at lock-in, but it's like, okay, you know what? They just need a little bit more time. They're going to sort themselves out. They're playing now in Asia. They're going to be a lot more comfortable, less jet lag, don't have to worry about travel, yada, yada, yada. But we haven't quite seen them get back to that point where they were, in that grand final over at Masters at Copenhagen. They just haven't been able to return. So if they do drop this series to a team that has struggled to pick up the one win that they have, and have played some close series, granted against, again, top teams, Zeta, 3rd place, DRX, 1st place, T1 kind of being the outlier, I guess, in that equation, it is going to be a cause for concern for Paper X fans.
You got to point out, Global Esports, we expect them to be playing the very best that they can play now that they have the entire lineup here. Now that SK Rossi's been able to get comfortable coming in here. But whoever loses this, it's going to be really bad.
Yes.
We don't have that many more weeks left. We're getting to the point where we are going to start eliminating teams. And I mean, especially for Global Esports, but honestly, even for Paper X. I mean, it's kind of hard in my mind to imagine Paper X getting knocked out early on. But if you start to drop a couple more weeks, you're going to be in hot water.
Yeah, I mean, they're not cleared for playoffs just yet, right?
Yeah.
They do still need to secure their wins. And we were looking at the stats. Global Esports continue to have excellent performance in the pistol wins, for one.
Yeah, I think that was actually off. I think they have 60%. And if you look at look at lock-in, it's obviously even higher.
Yeah.
And it's like 18-8 or something like that.
Yeah.
Since this roster has been formed, which is an incredible stat. And they're going up against a team that has an abysmal pistol round win rate, 39%. 8th place,
true.
That is not good, and Paper X cannot afford to have these slow starts to these maps. They need to be able to win the pistol and carry that momentum forward to have strong halves.
Well, this is a team that I think all of us have mentioned as well whenever we got a chance to cast them is Paper X, even when they win, they don't win very cleanly, right? It's off of these skirmishes, they're dropping a lot of weapons, etc. Sure, they can chain their wins to eventually bank up that credit, but if the match gets a little close, those pistol rounds, you're going to wish you won them earlier.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen it so many times where teams just struggle to get these, and they might be still winning the maps, but it's like, okay, but you've made things so much more difficult for yourself by not being consistent at all when it comes down to pistol round wins. I mean, it's one of the things that plagued Vision Strikers, and to a certain extent is kind of plaguing DRX at the moment. Well, they haven't been nearly as dominant in pistol round wins. I'm looking at it 43.8% for them. So it's not like they're that much higher above Paper X at the moment.
Sure.
So you are definitely exacerbating things for yourself by not getting those initial victories under your belt.
Yeah, and now to take a closer look at these teams as well. I mean, we've talked overall about kind of what this roster might mean for both teams, but Tasteless, we've been keeping our eye on certain players throughout Pacific so far, and especially in Global Esports, Monette has been standing out for them.
Monette has been playing out of his mind, fragging like crazy, getting 39 kills, actually making a record here for LAN. And, you compare him to Mindfreak. Mindfreak is a player that we had very high expectations coming into this. His clutch percentage has not been stellar. And to be honest, he's sort of underperformed. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't find his second wind or start to recover as we move forward here, but it's going to be very interesting comparing the two of these players.
Yeah, I mean, Mindfreak is a player that has heavy expectations on him because he has shown that he can be the one who's very much dictating the pace of a round, that he can be that clutch master weaving in and out of his smokes, but we just haven't really seen that from him so far here in Pacific. He's had maybe one good series where he's up near the top of the standings for his squad, but widely he has been hovering down along the bottom. Even in some of their wins, it's been very much, the Jing and Forsaken show. As we'll see, a couple good moments here and there, but it's just not been the same performance that we've come to expect from him, nor, not just to isolate him, nor from anybody really on Paper X. But Monette, on the other hand, was a player that had fairly lower expectations coming in, swapping over to playing controller after being a Jet main, and it just is clearly that he went to the same school as Mako, because the guy's learned how to frag out of control while just dominating the map. An ace to start in that pistol round here on Split versus Talon. It just really set the stage for it, and he just continued to have, just highlight after highlight after highlight at every twist and turn. Clearly, when it comes down to Split in particular, the guy's right at home. So if I'm Paper X, I'm probably looking to take that out of the pool.
Yeah, and that's the other thing I think for Monette is that he didn't really have a chance to shine at an international spotlight so far, and now coming in as an Indonesian player into VCT Pacific alongside the likes of Mindfreak, who had such a high reputation, even going to Masters Copenhagen, and then saying, I used to be a Jet main, I'm now a controller, and I'm here to take your spot, in that international spotlight of controllers that we deem stars, is quite a daunting task, but he's doing very well.
Yeah, he's showed up, and we always get a player like this that maybe isn't battle-tested, and it turns out they perform extremely well under that kind of pressure. Also, looking at Mindfreak, he didn't have any clutches last week. He seemed to have these moments where he had an opportunity to maybe deliver, to come through and crush, and he wasn't able to do that. So hopefully, coming into this is going to be an opportunity to prove that, and not a pattern that's going to continue to repeat itself on week after week after week.
Yeah, we need to be seeing that impact from him. I think that it was versus DRX. If you went back and looked at one of the maps, his average damage per round, it was less than 60 across the map. And it's just, you can't really afford to have that be happening. You're not necessarily pulling your weight. I mean, obviously, he's still setting up smokes and whatnot, but when you do get into that position, when you're Mindfreak, we do expect you to be able to perform, to be able to put up those frags, to be able to find those kills, shut down those site takes, and, have yourself be involved in the firefights when they actually do break out on your site. So I'm hoping that we see a reinvigorated Mindfreak here today, because again, I don't mean to talk the guy down so much. It's just disappointing to not see the same level that we have seen from him in the past, because we know that if he's doing that, if the rest of Paper X are living up to those levels, they can be that team that pushes other international competition to the very limits, that can make grand finals, that can potentially become crowned champions and be the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the biggest thing I want to drive home, is the fact that we're all saying this because there is a case where he has done it, right? So we know it can be done, that he can really kind of support the team even when they look like they might be down. He's the one who reinvigorates them and is able to bring Paper X to the forefront right now. The team overall, seems to be still figuring stuff out, and Mindfreak's right there in the middle of it, where he's also not able to perform to the level that we've seen him do before. So with all this said and done, of course, the most important thing that perhaps maybe not everyone is interested in, but we're interested in, is our own predictions here for the match. Now, theory would say that just given history, Paper X should be favored, but Achilles and I are going for Global Esports. We'll hear the minority first here. What do you think?
I am a little bit surprised by the picks. The lineup, I should say here, for Paper X. I do think they wouldn't do this unless they thought this was their best option to win. I think we're too deep in the tournament to be trying to lab things out and experiment. Yeah, I mean, I still think Paper X can take it. We're going to see as well if they're going to obviously lean into that very aggressive style. I guess if we have too many ego peaks from them and they overextend a little bit, that's going to be a problem. But I think if they can do what they've already done, they can take it.
Still doable. Yeah. Still doable. All right. W Gaming. What about you, Achilles?
I mean, again, I think for me, given what we've seen from Global, given the level of competition they've shown against really stiff opposition, I think that they should be well suited to handle Paper X. Aaron has really great reads on what his opponents are looking to do. I mean, the fact that he was able to get a read on DRX and be able to push them into that 17-15 overtime on split, it shows me that he's really got his head in a great space. He's really able to download his opponents, and I think that he's going to be able to do that a bit here with Paper X, especially if they're going to go full chaos gaming. I think he should be able to pilot the team through that chaos, bring them out the opposite side, and be able to find the win, especially when it comes down to the defending side where he's most comfortable. I've just seen a bit more from Global, and I think that with this curveball being thrown, obviously this either goes one of two ways. It's either going to be, okay, CGRS comes in, he brings something new that none of us were anticipating, that Global weren't ready for, and it catches them off guard and it helps them get a win, or it's going to fall flat. I think that that's basically the two scenarios that are laid out. For Paper X's sake, I hope that it's the former, but I'm going to be anticipating it to be the latter, because how much time have they really had to prep this? Because they have been undergoing so many changes. Something coming in just before the signing window had closed. They get him now over to Korea. They start scrimming with him. How much scrim time have they had with CGRS? I don't know.
Right. I mean, that's the big question, right? Obviously, he's been with the roster a bit longer than something, but how much was he really part of that core idea? Now, before we jump in, we have just a little bit more time. I want to ask you as well, Tasteless, in terms of curveballs, right? I mean, how much do you think that really affects players going on stage? I mean, do you think if you're Global Esports, are you kind of thrown off by this, or do you just say, hey, it's still Valorant, we just play our own game?
I would be a little bit caught off guard. I don't think it's going to throw them off so much they can't play their own game. And I think if Paper X fails here, it's going to show they really don't know what lineup is working for them. It's going to be a tumultuous rest of the tournament. Now, if they come out and they perform very well, then obviously they're just showing that they can kind of open up the dashboard, tune the dials a little bit, and fix whatever issues they're having. But again, if it doesn't work, it's going to be disastrous for them.
All right. Well, kind of a do-or-die mission here for both teams. Global Esports, they absolutely need the win if they want to keep their hopes alive for playoffs. Meanwhile, Paper X, it's more about kind of living up to the recognition that the fans have given them so far and their reputation. Of course, for all things more VCT Pacific, you can follow us on all the channels you see down below. And right now, we're going to get ready to kick off Week 5 of VCT Pacific. It's going to be Paper X going up against against Global Esports. Kicking off Week 5 of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023, it is going to be PaperX going up against Global Esports. We kick things off on stage with Forsaken and Monyet.
Monyet, I mean, again, one of the players that we just highlighted is always worth talking about. This guy's made such a name for himself and continues to kind of carry on the M-named, controller players, just kind of dominating, whereas we're looking for Mindfreak again to step up and have that impact. Bazzi on the opposite side, somebody who had an immense amount of impact in Global's first victory just last week, looking incredible, but we get our first look here at the YouTuber extraordinaire, DRX.
I mean, he's got he's trying to find a spot. He doesn't know.
Where do I go? It's my first time up here.
I mean, it's his first time.
He's having fun up there. That's good to see. Again, we were wondering how exactly is this guy going to perform. And sometimes you can look at somebody walk on stage and maybe get a feel for where they're at. But it does seem like overall, all the players on both these teams have gotten pretty well acclimated. We see something coming out as well, along with SK Rossi. This is going to be an interesting match. Again, when this thing starts, I've got my eyeballs on CGRS. I want to see how he performs. Does he look shaky? Is he aiming all right? Is he overextending? Is he communicating well? Because if he is, then we go, okay, there it is. That's why he's brought in.
Yeah, my biggest concern is obviously this could be something that has been working in scrims, and they've decided that this is the best case scenario. But when you get it out onto the stage, that's when things can go awry. That's when it doesn't always live up to the potential that you have seen in scrims. So I'm hoping that CGRS comes out here, prepared, at home, very much feels comfortable. It's going to be on the rest of the players as well as Coach Alex here to make sure that he is feeling that way, because this is going to be a hell of a lot of pressure. This is somebody comes in not necessarily being known for being a competitive player, more so for his content creation, streaming, that kind of thing. So really looking forward to seeing how acclimated he is.
And look, it's important to remember that while content creation and streaming, yeah, you are performing in a certain way. You're on camera, you're putting yourself out there. It is different than being on a stage like this with a live audience, with the pressures really on. Yes. Not just to have something, how do I say, you have to play perfectly. If you fail, you really do fall flat on your face. So
yeah, there's no going back, right?
Exactly. There's no rewind. There's no edit button. There's nothing like that. So this is going to be a fun moment. And hey, if he can do that, that's going to be amazing there for PaperX.
Sure, and I think that the thing that would be even more impressive is doing it with whoever the hell is going to be shot calling during this, at least this first map, because again, we don't really know. We'll have to talk to the team and kind of get, some feedback on who is actually going to be IGLing during this map, because right now it's very much up in the air. My assumption would be Mindfreak, just given, playing from a controller role, trying to dictate the pace of the game. Perhaps it's going to be him or
Could
you know,
be
maybe
Forsaken
even
if he's playing, the Sentinels still, yeah.
It could be, but either way, you're anticipating it's going to be one of the veterans of the roster rather than CGRS in something. But if it turns out to be the case that it is them, or if it's a shared effort and, you know, something in CGRS are very much contributing to the shot calling, then I'm that much more impressed.
Ooh,
Icebox, though.
Nice.
Yeah, okay, we talked about Icebox not being played that much here in Pacific, but it's going to be Paper Rex that says, all right, let's take it to Icebox, right? We haven't played it yet here in Pacific. Let's see what you've got against us.
I mean, you talk about not even playing it in Pacific. They haven't played this in a very long time. We haven't seen them play Icebox in a VCT event since Champions. Didn't play it at all at Lock-In, given the one series that they played versus C9. So they haven't played this since they lost to EDG 5-13. They did play it at the India Invitational.
Yes.
But that was also during Chamber meta. So we haven't seen them play this map post-Chamber. I'm expecting that it's going to be a bit more meta, you know, to current day with Harbor and maybe even, you know, Harbor Sage for that extra protection coming through on plants and spike defenses. But, you know, again, with CGRS in this lineup, I'm not really sure what to anticipate. For the side of Global, they got to show it to us for the first time last week versus Talon. It was a fairly close bout between the two. We'll see what they have prepared today.
We did have Pearl pick
They're
for
playing
the final
Gecko.
map.
They're playing Gecko.
Oh, nice! CGRS Gecko as well. I mean, hey, maybe he's been labbing it out, right? Trying to figure out how to make Gecko work here. And on the side of Global Esports, we've still got Aaron on that Harbor. Of course, it's going to be Harbor and Viper. No Sage, but Texture is going to stick with that Killjoy for a little bit of that extra passive info. On the side of Paper Rex, I mean, you do have the core idea still there, right? You've got the Viper and the Sage, which has been an age-old composition here. Something still playing that Jet. But CGRS on that Gecko, I mean, big question marks on how this is going to look.
I mean, it's so funny. We started out, you know, saying, okay, well, this is an unusual pick, and this is obviously an important moment. What are they going to do? And then you see they pick this agent of all agents to come out with a new player like this. This is wild.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait to see how it plays out. Paper X trying to live up to their reputation. Global Esports trying to continue their win streak. Let's find out how this plays out on Icebox with our casters. It's Paper Thin and Quack.
Thank you so much, Desk. You know, I think we need to present to them our ideas. We need to pitch this idea that Paper Rex and Global Esports, no matter what the result will be, it's going to be fun, Sharks. You know, I want 100% equity out of you, Will. So
we do look like we're at a tech startup right now. Yeah. Trying to scam Mark Cuban out of his money. But, like, look, I mean, this is definitely, you know, this is going to have to be a strong sales pitch here for Paper Rex. And frankly, you know, when we do our predictions, we don't know the lineups of the players before we do all that. This might have changed my mind, to be honest. You know, I hope this goes well for Paper X. I want to see exciting things out of CGRS. I want to see this Gecko be impactful. So far, it hasn't been too impactful in a lot of scenarios. I still think people are trying to figure out exactly the proper way to navigate Gecko. Now, there's a lot of, I think on this map, there's a lot of opportunity to really take advantage of the fact that this map has a lot of verticality with the utility. You know, throw it up in the air, get some info, it comes back down, you pick it up like
refresh
with the Dizzy.
cooldowns.
Exactly.
But that said, right, I mean, we haven't seen that much innovation yet. This is the third time that we've seen Gecko in VCT Pacific. Other regions maybe a little bit more, but again, the impact hasn't been that great. Maybe this is the Zoo strat that Paper X were talking about during the conference and everything. So let's see what happens. But already starting things off, it's a full team all the way straight down, and they will get control over two.
It's a good trade there, and only losing to CGRS, but now it's a flank from Texture.
Oh boy.
Here they come. Here comes GE.
You're going to get sandwiched quick. Texture is looking for it. Mindfreak trying to hold the off angle, but not quite connecting the shot. Again, Impact kind of lost. Paper Rex now. It's up to Forsaken back on the initiator role of all things, but not quite landing the shots. Still, it's now down to Jing in a 1-on-4. He's only got a Frenzy. This is a hellish situation.
No doubt, and yeah, I mean, he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't there. It's just a tough situation to be in at the end, but yeah, I mean, GE here, you know, gets great information off the rip. I mean, not only does the Sky Flash from Batsy confirm that somebody's coming down Tomb, that allows Rossi to be ready to get that early pick. Yes, he's traded quickly, but he sees basically everybody. He's like, guys, they're coming through mid, and Aaron has a great play call here. I mean, Aaron's great on the defensive side. He's like, let's just rotate in through spawn, let's get behind him. Yeah, absolutely worked a treat here for the side of GE, and their pistol round success continues. throughout this year. They've been absolutely just phenomenal.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, they are up there in terms of pistol rounds, and also a lot of it is due to Aaron's shooting and calling as the leader. Now back on to the next round. Something's got the Sheriff. I don't know how much he can do off of this. SK Rossi has the angle, has the Marshall. Not quite going to connect it now, but this is big information for GES.
Yeah, they're really controlling the space nicely here, not really giving Paper X the opportunity to get in on this entry, get the plant they're looking for, using that Harbor utility to buy some time. But Paper X standing pat, they're not moving towards the B side just yet. Still all 5 players chilling over here, and this flash is about to confirm that, yep, there's still players there.
I mean, with a play like this,
not ready yet.
You're shutting down the time. The best that you can look for is just a simple frag, maybe a pick. You can continue to push on through, but at some point you walk straight into the blender. That is Aaron. A quick triple now, looking for the last one, but a right click to the face from Forsaken. Only for a second, though. You only have a classic now, and you're hearing so many footsteps, so many sounds. The ult orb being picked up. He goes up top, actually finds a second. Maybe a third, but not quite. SK Rossi will turn it off, the lights. Marshall at point-blank range.
I mean, Forsaken here, you know, he just kind of gets value out of nothing. I mean, he played this really, really smart at the end, you know, just waiting patiently around the corner. Aaron, good job holding the angles here. This is, you know, nothing too outrageous. Rossi there on the flank with the Marshall through the choke point. But the fact that Forsaken gets 2 kills out of this is pretty good. You can hear them there. They're going, the Team players are going, how you go, which is like, oh man, like they're kind of a little bit, you know, they didn't want to throw those guns over.
Yeah. So let's be a little bit more careful about this. But the good thing is that they're recognizing they lost a little bit of that economy. They're going to save up. SK Rossi on a Sheriff is still able to dish out the damage. Paper X has to be careful in this round because a single mistake, you might lose a rifle, and then that could be the bonus round for Global.
Look at how aggressive Rossi and Batsy are getting over towards the B side.
I like that.
I love this. This is a completely different look from what we saw in the last round. Now you've got the Viper over here as well to try and buy a little bit of time, and a great shot from Rossi.
What a pick! And that's your controller gone. You can't pull off fakes on B anymore. You have no choice but to rely on Jing and his walls, and you can only push up A at this point. Maybe if something can find a frag or two, but SK Rossi, he's just going to be able to dash out of that situation. Now the hit comes on towards the A site. There are 3 players lying in wait. A snake bite at the feet of CGRS. He's able to find a little bit of a burst. Aaron's gone. Monyet still in a corner. This mosh pit does not quite land where he wanted it to, though. So they'll be trying to use the elevation to find an angle onto him. It works, and now off the texture. Spectre in hand, he's able to reposition and just to buy enough time for his teammates to rotate over. And that's where SK Rossi strikes. He's got the Vandal from behind. Something turns around 180, still lands a shot, but now in a 1-on-2. Doesn't have that much left. No tailwind available just yet. 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how much pressure they're going to put on him. He's going to try this clear this corner.
Barrel, gets the first headshot, but
he's got to get it down the time.
Batsy, he's got the bird as well. A bit of a blind, but he sticks the deep fish. Oh!
That's it. That's round over.
Just enough time. And that's bonus win for Global.
That's so well played there by Batsy at the end. Look at him spraying for that kill. Something is going to get it.
Consolation prize, that's it.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, dude, like, you know, something played this round really, really well, was aware of the Rossi lurk. You know, even with Rossi upgrading to that Vandal, he's still able to shut this down. The entry here, not bad, you know, giving CGRS his first kill in VCT Pacific history, and then something, but he just doesn't have the time, you know? It's just like, what do? Yeah, you get an extra alt orb, you've got the Blade Storm coming in the next round, but Batsy played that timing to perfection, using that flash and pushing off the back of it.
And again, like, that is a strong defensive play from Global. I love that they push into Garage to get that information. See, right now they're trying to do something similar. A little bit of utility spent towards Garage, and the rest of Paper X headed up towards A.
And now you have to leave Mind Freak on the other side of the map to try to sell this a little bit, and Forsaken gets the opener on Monyet.
That actually works out. Monyet a little bit distracted by the barrel he spotted at the top, but of course off of this, the sight hit is successful. In fact, Something gets to put himself up on a little bit of a nice sniper's nest up on top of screens.
Right there.
The rest of them rotating over. Maybe SK Rossi on a flank again.
Right there.
Paper X, they seem okay.
Yeah, CGRS only one away from his ult here. If he gets a kill, he could throw those thrashes out and do some real work.
Just waiting for it. holding the angles, playing, ducking in and out of cover. The rest of Global trying to push off of Rafters, but it doesn't quite work out. And this is how PaperX will still be able to find rounds, just watching each other backs. Standard, classic Valorant, and it works.
Yeah, it's just kind of GE's playing a little bit further back this time, and a little bit more space being gathered by PaperX, where they're able to read the map a little bit better. Leaving Mindfreak on the other side, even though he does die to SK Rossi, he's still able to get through here, get ahead of a lot of the utility of the side of GE, and get this round win. Looked pretty easy, pretty clean doing it. Now you've still got the Blade Storm in the back pocket for something. I was curious if maybe they try to upgrade him a little bit, but Money's still a little bit down. So there is the Blade Storm for Rossi, as it is an eco round here for GE. A couple frenzies, a Sheriff. See what they can do with it. So I like the way he's using his utility there. He's using the harbor wall against it, so he has the safety to pick it back up.
Still refreshing cooldowns, a little bit of information. We know SK Rossi loves to get up on top of pipes. PaperX, on the other hand, recognizing the scenario, will just rotate all the way over to B. Look at where Mindfreak is, though.
Should be noted by the turret here. Yeah, okay, let's see what the reaction is going to be. Oh, the Thrash gets one, and the follow-up is great.
What a double kill off the Thrasher, and that's a coordinated play. Kind of works out. And here comes Monyet with the Sheriff. Will be shut down, and the last one left, SK Rossi. He's got the blades, but not quite going to find any cuts with that. And that's going to be a second round win for PaperX.
Yeah, flawless here, and a huge change of momentum for PaperX. Now, as Rossi is looking to invest in that operator potentially. I could see it floating in his buy. Didn't have enough for the follow-up. That's a great transfer there from Mindfreak. And the Desmond's talking about it, that we need to see him step up, and that's a big round. A good start for him and PaperX. 4 kills in that one for Mindfreak, and absolutely the Paper boys and girls are very excited.
Paper boys and girls. I love them all. But this thing, whatever happens, it still is such a great match of Valorant right now. Both teams trying to find each other's ebbs and flows. Global getting a little bit curious, a little bit adventurous. SK Rossi.
Risky.
Even if you tailwind at the foot of 2, you're not going to have that much space. So one pick, but Jing makes an instant trade. I love that Aaron's here to receive, though, but not quite able to connect the shot. Jing continues forward with his rampage. Wall up, getting control over B now. Botsy's the only one here, and he's kind of trapped unless he goes back through tube.
He's got to go under. I mean, this is so tough. Texture trying to lock down multiple angles. But yeah, this is just a nightmare for GE.
And that leaves Texture alone. I think he spotted Forsaken's barrel back there, but Aaron's going to be back towards Hut. He finds Jing 1-on-2. He's fully aware that Mindfreak's towards yellow, possibly a player. Yep, that confirms it towards Snowman. And then the shot from the back. Mindfreak finding his form today.
Yeah, this is what PaperX really needed. Right now, he is just clicking, and it's at a quick timeout here from GE. They really need it because now they're giving up space and they're losing battles. Giving up guns, giving up players early here. Again, SK Rossi, yeah, sure, like you hit it on nail on the head, dude. Even though he's got that dash with a little bit of time left on it, he doesn't have the space to really retreat. So he's just caught, and Aaron not good for the follow-up. So that's like basically map control, and then they cut off, the other half of the map there with the wall, with the Sage wall. And so everything just kind of crumbles for GE. So now let's see what the change is going to be. I wouldn't mind seeing them try to contest the space at the, towards, the A choke, towards the orbs, right? On both sides of the map like they were doing early on. That seemed to be working well. Maybe they'll start showing us looks like that. Again, if you're going to send Rossi out that tube, I don't want to see it with an operator. I don't mind the idea when he's, got a Sheriff or something like that.
That's like that little moment of hesitation. If he was a little bit earlier and you just tailwind right away, you might be able to survive. But because it kind of expired, that's what happens. That said, though, I do agree. I think the rounds that we've seen Global succeed in are rounds where they actually contest for space. Like when they push into Garage, when they actually gain more information towards Nest, it works out for them. But right now, maybe they're just respecting PaperX a little bit, trying to figure out their styles and tendencies, because this is a very different composition. It's a refreshing kind of approach to Icebox now when you go in for tube control of all things.
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree. Now, you've got a ton of ults here for Paper X. Everything but the Thrash. Let's see what they want to do off of the back of this. Texture did have his lockdown, but you have the counter.
Oh, Rossi.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, Rossi, again, just check in to see if anybody's going underneath the tube, as it is another eco round for the side of GE. And Texture is just going to start piecing off. There is the alarm bot there.
Paper Thin.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Why?
Paper X aren't W gaming.
There's no W here. What is this round?
Is this Paper X? Have they been possessed? Did they swap
Well,
discs?
I think they might have expected some W keying out of GE this round. So I think they're taking their time, making sure that there's no weird pushes, there's no weird flanks trying to be attempted by GE. You don't want to throw a thrifty here when you're, when you have this momentum going that Paper X does right now.
That's a very good point. And that's why they're just playing safe on the A site. All 4 players stacked up here, but this is now Paper Rex's domain. They have taken full control, full execution on towards Global.
Embarrassing.
It was an eco round after all, but they just weren't able to withstand against that aggression.
So this is exciting. I mean, as Paper X fans, you got to be loving what you're seeing. This is phenomenal. Their coordination here is great. I think we even had a mosh pit kill in there on the back. Those are pretty hard to pull off.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is, right there. You can hear him. He's fired up. CGRS just gives us a shout out when he gets that. He gets the molly kill, and he's thrilled. I mean, I don't blame him. That was a great execute.
For the guy that wasn't sure which desk to go to during his walkout, I mean, he looks comfortable. And this is the Paper X that we all know and love.
Oh
they
my
will
God.
be able to continue on to find yet another frag. Global trying to get a little bit spicy with this.
They read that position so well. Something somehow
How's
gets
he
away with
alive?
that. I don't know.
Oh my God, and he finds another one for it. Even Tailwind's back, gets the heal from his teammates. And that's going to be Paper X still controlling the site, spike down, pushing past screens. CGRS takes Monyet down.
I mean, the opening pick here to read the position of SK Rossi with the op is just beautiful. That just breaks everything open for Paper X, and you can see that this just gives them all the confidence. I mean, he overpeaks a little bit here. I guess that's more of a mistake, in my opinion, on Rossi's side. But still, it's a good capitalization on it. And Rossi maybe just not expecting them to be pushed up that far at that moment. And, CGRS, he is playing really well right now. Having a lot of impact with that utility. We saw earlier, baiting Texture when it was a 1v2.
Oh, yeah.
So this is exciting, and now something's got an op.
I'm still kind of befuddled as to how something did not get slain in that previous engagement. Back into it, though, and Paper Rex showing us a whole new different side to them. Look at how careful they're approaching this. There is a Viper's Pit on A, though. And Global trying to respect that space. Rossi holding the angle onto 2. Just takes a little second. Not much info found down mid, though. Did they spot him through 2?
That might have seen it. I'm not sure. There's some kind of information, coming through here. I'm not sure if the Trailblazer spotted it or not. Now they know it's a B hit. Love the patience here from Mindfreak.
Great peek from Texture, though. Sudden push out of the screens, and he will be able to take down the first player, and that's going to be Jing. Something still trying to dish out death from above, but Mindfreak, a big flank, a big lurk. He's able to cause paranoia in the back of Mind's. Texture suddenly gone. They're not quite sure where to look. So much space being taken. The spike down. Rossi trying to find what he can. He does have Vandal in his hands now, but look at where their spike is planted. They're going to have to dish out so much damage in order to push in, and Rossi just might be the one to do it. A triple kill now, and that leaves CGRS alone. Monyet coming all of a sudden from the back of mid. He finds CGRS.
Man, I thought for a moment there, dude, that was looking bad for GE. I mean, Mindfreak there with the backstab onto Aaron. Just the lurk that he has, the patience and the presence of mind to wave that out. The kitchen control has been fantastic. But this time, GE able to recover nicely, able to kind of not lose their composure throughout this. And there's tons of information on the side of Paper Rex. They get those 2 early kills, and then Rossi just starts taking over. He outduels a lot of people, and that's what you need to see from this superstar Indian player. Absolutely, India, get fired up. They have the viewing party in Mumbai today, so shout out to them. They're having a good time.
100%. I mean, look at SK Rossi's stats right now. 11 frags, 7, the highest on the whole server. This guy's providing the value for his team, and he's finding it again and again. Back on the knives and just waiting up by A. Paper X exploring this side of the map once again. Utility sent out now. But here comes the flash from Botsy. A sudden push, and it's that big contest that we were looking for. They push Paper X back, but the spike has been dropped.
I just love that. It's a flash and dash with the Reckoning to back it up. That is a wonderful set play there from GE. That's an eraser special. I can tell you that right now. That's Korean Valorant if I've ever seen it. You just flash and you send your jet in, you follow up with the utility. It's so beautiful from the side of GE.
Erasing even more now. Something will not be able to make it forward. Mindfreak trying to clutch, but unfortunately it's not going to happen to A. It's not going to happen against 4 players from Global, I'll tell you that much. 5-5.
I love that set play. Again, I say that's Korean because we see this we're the region that invented Flash and Dash. All right, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of this. Okay. But yeah, this is just a great set play, and to set Rossi up to do what he's doing, start clicking people with those knives. Yes, he goes down, but Batsy's right there for the follow-up. But again, the Reckoning to stack on top of it. The utility, the way that they're using now, their ability to control space, right? You have that harbor. You have that extra layer of vision control that GE does not.
You can tell that Paper X did not expect that whatsoever. No. There's no chance that you can react to that, and that is Korean-style Valorant.
And we hadn't seen that from GE yet, right? We hadn't seen that kind of aggressive since the beginning when they just, kind of pushed and went for trades and went for flanks. But this is, that utility set play execution that we love to see, from coaches like Eraser, Termi, Bile, these Korean coaches who have been so well known for that style of play.
Definitely a great read. Question is, for Paper X, if you were in their shoes, how do you then kind of anticipate something like that? It's hard to tell. Especially when Global, when you don't have that much map control, you don't have that much information, whereas Global holds those cards. And you can see that right now during the timeout. I think Alex was trying to explain that to him, trying to figure out how they might actually be able to switch up the pace, because clearly putting all your eggs into the basket of A, it's not really the key.
No, I agree. I mean, it did work, a couple times early on, but now the adaptation has come through for GE, where we saw it in that last round where they were prepared for it and they had a set play for it. So now you might be thinking, if I'm PRX, I might be considering trying to play for a pick and then rotate off of it, try to show a little bit of a different idea. So far, the attacks have been pretty consistent, and they're giving up a ton of space here. This allows the Viper's Pit to be put down. Now, you still have Texture's lockdown in the back pocket. No Hunter's Fury to clear it. So maybe there's a reaction here from GE involving that.
Yeah, there definitely is a little bit of a flank coming out from the back of A. Forsaken is in a great position, though. And he's able to find off the first pick. Maybe the second, it is confirmed. And of course, the Viper's Pit on the A site. They might have to evacuate because of the lockdown, but they still have a lot of these great positions. Mindfreak still has the snake bites. He's still hiding up on top. Forsaken finding the third now. And of course, the entire side engulfed in green. They will not be able to do all that much. Aaron tries to spray, but gets shut down by Forsaken with the Quadra.
Yeah, I love the positioning here from Paper X, leaving a player to watch for that flank, kind of recognizing that GE wants to get more aggressive, off the back of their previous timeout. They're trying to take more space, and they punish it here. They expect the lockdown. Everything is prepared for it. They're in positions where they can keep Mindfreak in a spot where he's still able to maneuver around the Viper's Pit to keep it up, and they're still able to find the value out of it. So really, really well handled here, in particular by Forsaken locking down that backside. But, Mindfreak is a key piece of this with his utility to get the plant down, to get the setup, and to have the reaction to that lockdown that they knew was coming.
But still, I mean, look at this round now. A bit of a flash, and SK Rossi's up on top of Nest. He strikes, and something's instantly gone. Even goes up for a second. SK Rossi, calm down, my boy. On to the next one, and Texture shuts off the B-side approach, looking for a second, maybe a little bit of a res. But this is big information for Global. They are fully aware of this hit coming through. A bit of a dizzy flash, and it blinds off, covers the screen. But I think Texture's still good. He knows how to play around this. The entire team is making their transition over to the B site.
Fast rotate from the side of Rossi and Batsy. Have been working together really well this map so far.
No way you get the spike planted at this point. They tried to pull it off with the wall from Jing, but covered off by so much. Ooh. We tried to airstrafe out of that. Still
K.
able to stick it through. All right, but here comes Botsy, and
Oh!
accompanied by Rossi from behind. CGRS, Jing hunting him down. They work together in tandem. And now they only have to focus about the front. A bit of a poison cloud, and they try to spray through it, but oh my god, 3 players on the other side. Texture with the final op shot. We end this first half 6-6, Paper Thin.
I mean, this has been fantastic. What a absolute treat this first half of Icebox has been. Both teams with some great ideas, some great adaptations. You know, I like that GE kind of stuck to their guns in this round, where they, you know, they played safe. They get these opening kills here with SK Rossi, and then they just fall back. They say Texture's got the op. If they want to rotate into that, good luck, because that guy's usually really, really solid with it. He got the opener, missed the second, but he's good for the final. And this is just really, you know, measured play here from the side of GE. They're waiting. They're expecting these push and pulls from Paper X that I talked about previously. I wanted to see Paper X try to do different things. Didn't fool him at all.
You might even say that actually this is kind of the contrast between the two teams. Maybe not even contrast, the similarities. Because Texture used to be that duelist. In the previous round, we saw Forsaken lurking up by Belt. This round, we see Texture, the ex-duelist, now Sentinel, doing what Forsaken would have done, but on the B site. Both teams switching up their play, switching up their strats, and trying to kind of adapt to each other. But it's proving to be so even right now, and this is beautiful Valorant.
No, I agree. It's a really fun match. I mean, CGRS has looked pretty good at times in this. He's looked pretty fast. He's reacted to things well with his utility. He's had impact. You know, we even saw a mosh pit kill in there. We saw a Thrash that connected.
Thrash set up for Mind Freak as well. Oh my god.
It's looking really good, honestly. I'm very impressed with what they're bringing with this, you know, with this Gecko that hasn't had a ton of impact here in Pacific, at least.
Yes. In Pacific.
Yeah.
So far, only Talon's been the team that played Gecko, and that wasn't so great. But here, I think we're seeing a lot more coordination and teamwork and maybe some careful plays from Paper X, different from their usual blind, crazy, fast W gaming style. It's still a little bit chaotic at times, and that's why I think it's a little bit tough for Global to read them. But on the other hand, what you're seeing on the side of Global is still a lot of setups for this star player, this super kid that is SK Rossi. And I believe right now he's on top of this scoreboard.
Yeah, he's playing really, really good. He got a few kind of whoopsies early on with the op. I'll just say that. It wasn't...
Whoopsies.
Yeah, I mean, it just, you know, he's getting aggressive. He's trying to take space, and that's part of GE's game plan, you know, and Paper X just had good reactions to it. So, you know, the adaptations came through, though. That's the important thing. Like, you try stuff, it doesn't work, you change it right away, and you have success. That was, you know, very effective for both sides, but particularly Rossi. You know, we saw him overextend a little bit early. Jing's going to use his wall to grab the orb off the pistol round, so kind of an early play for some information, and GE's going to just knife the wall to see if there's a reaction.
It's kind of a hefty investment, if you ask me. 400 credits just to pick up that orb. Maybe it's worth it.
You get a little bit of info.
Yeah.
Potentially. You know, you're forcing a little bit of utility here out of the jet, right? You got the knives, so you can at least
wait,
hear.
actually, it's not just that. Look at the positioning.
Yeah. Texture's real deep, but CGRS is here. He's ready, maybe. Well, he's dropping back, so the pressure here is going to open up space for Texture.
Okay, very tactical. We're seeing the Trailblazer clear out yellow. Paper X instantly reacting to this. But what I don't like so much about this is the lack of map control. You have no idea that Texture is so deep into A. You have no idea that Monyet is up in the kitchen. We're starting to cook. CGRS able to dodge the flames. Now they're looking to possibly sandwich them.
Forsaken was quick to get over there, and yeah, like you were talking about, dude, Texture unaccounted for. Mind Freak there, not ready for Mun yet. And it's a 5v3. Okay, quick trades though on the site.
And again, it's these pistol gods of Global. Something trying to descend, but not quite able. He's going to be the one falling instead, CGRS. Last one now, 1-on-3, a turret in his face. Aaron up on top, peeking off of contact. A simple burst and a headshot to boot. Global, once again, 2-0 so far on pistols.
Dude, this is just, I mean, I don't even know what to do with this team. They are so good at pistols. Aaron just calling a great round here. You know, using that information against Paper X. Like you said, they lose map control pretty early. Texture's the one pushing. He hears CGRS, you know, rotating over to the B site. He's totally ready to just be like, guys, site's free, come on over. And oh yeah, when Forsaken comes in to try to check, they have no idea that that space had been taken. And so really good stuff here from GE.
It is really, really smart. Paper X getting faked like that. Now this round, they're out for blood, maybe going a little bit aggressive, trying to find a pick, trying to find a possible weapon donated. But I don't think Global are going to do that. They're pretty stingy this round. Look at how they're playing.
No doubt. It's again, you want to be careful of over-aggression. Now, okay, Forsaken gets 2 big kills again.
How? Off of pure aim, the classics will be able to ring true, but Monyet now walk into the spray. We're spraying, we're praying, we're going to church, but Texture will be the one that speaks the truth. 1 player left. 4 players gone. That's big economical damage.
Yeah, this is a much better follow-up here for Paper X than the previous side, right? I mean, GE ended up still converting the bonus anyway, even after some damage was done by Forsaken, but off the rip here, you know, Forsaken just gets 2 huge kills with the classic again. This has been absolutely nuts. And Global, as patient as they were, you know, Paper X sort of just found a decent time to just pull the trigger and say, all right, everybody go now. Everybody just, you know, hit W and let's try to take them down. And it worked a treat. Certainly, you're very happy with that round if you're a Paper X fan.
Plant the spike.
Yeah. Sometimes the aim just works. Sometimes the firefights just favor you. But off to the next round, though. I think firepower will speak volumes. SK Rossi still sudden headshot and then something. Tries to make it a trade. Don't get too greedy off of this. Jing, bit of a standard wall, just a block of pipes, block of maze, trying to push forward. And Global, and very careful.
Batsy was able to pick up that Marshall, and he is no slouch with it. I can tell you guys that I have seen him when he was on Slayers do some pretty nasty things with that Marshall. Oh, wow. Let's see if he can get something done. Yeah, a tag there on the Monyet. It's going to force him back, maybe get the heal.
Very shuffly. I don't think he's just a bit of a heal. Maybe we're just going to rotate back forward, and that's why Forsaken is
a ton of
scouting out, yes, with the Owl Drone. Now he knows there might be a bit of mid presence. We're splitting up our defensive forces 2 on 2 on each site. We do have the guns. We just need to make the right call, the right read. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
What just happened? Paper thin, Monyet winning out a one-on-one against Forsaken. Indonesian versus Indonesian. He comes out on top with a ghost. Mindfreak, you have to save the day. It's not going to happen. Texture says no. We're down to a 2-on-3. Texture does have a Spectre. Jing comes up from mid. Oh, he's able to do so much because of the positional displacement. Now Texture, a sudden swing. And we're back to a 1-on-1. We have the Spectre still. We're trying to spray. Oh no, something! The Cloud Burst, the Smoke Bomb, it does not protect you. 9-6 and Global, they have found the win underneath their sails.
It's another bonus converted by GE here. Unbelievable. I mean, this all starts with some decent picks with the Marshall. Gonna catch CGRS out in the open there. Of course, he gets taken out in the follow-up, but this fight right here is, you know, it's a good little kind of bait there from Aaron. He moves behind the box instantly to give a little bit of extra time, maybe break the crosshair initially, have to force a transfer from Forsaken. But Texture, absolutely nasty there, and GE is fired up. But I'm not so confident about the reaction for Paper X to that mid push. They get the information, it's a 2-2 split. Instead of trying to corral space, they give it to them.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what hurts. Second bonus round win, and if I'm being honest, even as a Paper X fan, that was sloppy. Now Jing trying to get a little bit adventurous on this top of pipes. Might be able to find a bit of a frag, but that's it because one and done. Global gets to push forward now. Texture, SK Rossi, they are just decimating Paper X with this site hit. 10-6. Again, not slowing down at all.
Yeah, this is a much better 4th round now for GE versus last half where they lost it. This one they get it. But it's just a fast hit. I mean, they just changed the tempo. I mean, this is what I'm concerned about here. I really wanted to get to this point. We haven't had a lot of time. I was asking people backstage who's IGLing for Paper X, and there was no answer. And there might have even been there might have even been it's sort of an IGL by committee, situation here right now.
We're a democracy here. We vote for the best call.
I mean, and look at the first half, it looked pretty good. The coordination was mostly there. There were adaptations. It was very solid. But here on, the other side of the coin, already Aaron has got just a perfect read on what they're doing, what they want to do, how to control the space, how to control the map, how to maneuver around the ideas of Paper X, which, again, seem to be a little bit disjointed here so far in the second half.
And that's the thing, right? You have these two players. You shoved out Divine and Becca. You've got CGRS. You got
my man.
CGRS and Something here. Again, Something literally just joined at the start of this season, this league play. It can be pretty nice at times, like we were talking about, the adaptations. It looks really fluid. You're not anchoring any player down to a specific role. It doesn't have to be concrete. But sometimes when that happens, there are too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You're not on the same page. Things can fall apart really quick. So Paper X, they really need to strap up their boots in this round if they want to make this a contest. Otherwise, Global wins. You're back on a save, and then that might be over.
This is Paper X's pick, too.
Exactly.
It is very surprising. I mean, especially not having Devi in on this map, because Devi has been one of their best players in terms of, KD, KDA. He's like top 10 in our league right now. And, Forsaken is like top 5 ACS, but he's not up there for KD. So in terms of the impact that Devi has, I think so far he has maybe been their best player. And to not have him in here, whether it be as the IGL or just as a very good initiator. Texture, again, he has just been absolutely nuts the second half. He has the lockdown, by the way. There's no Hunter's Fury for Forsaken to shut this down. So this is a really good opportunity here for GE to get a plant down, get set up, get ready for this retake, as CGRS has no response to this. He has to just peace out.
And at that point, your only option is Paper X. There are only so many spots that you can come from, and GE are reading them in full. The book is open, the pages are flipped. SK Rossi now looking for destruction. A second frag, holding off mid as well. We've got Monyet with a Viper's Pit, but CGRS just walks right in. He's able to do a little bit more damage, a bit of a wide swing, but not quite able to land the further shots. SK Rossi will clean up. GE 11-6 now.
Yeah, even when it looked like it might get a little dangerous there for GE, with CGRS finding kind of a surprise kill in the middle of all this chaos. I mean, Texture just gets that one for free a bit. I mean, Rossi, what a play here. This guy has been absolutely electric today. Can't speak highly enough of how well Rossi is playing, by the way. I know we're talking about a lot of other things, but guys, he is playing out of his mind right now. 23-12. Blade Storm's available, but this is just a great round from GE. And then, by the way, Batsy's reaction with that flash there to make sure that the end of that round was clean for GE. Just picture perfect. Batsy's been playing so good the last couple weeks. GE looking dialed in.
Peak performance is what Paper Thin is saying.
That's right.
I mean, look at this now. Paper X has no choice but to go into the Force. They don't get this round. It's basically game over. SK Rossi, so aware of this. And he's trying to be a little bit more careful.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Something up in the air! A triple kill CGRS Forsaken! That came out of nowhere! What?
Unbelievable. Please show me the Mumbai crowd reaction on that. That was absolutely nuts.
That is animal!
I don't even know. I mean, that is as fast as it gets. I mean, it is nothing but heads. This is outrageous. 1, 2, 3. Unbelievable. He doesn't miss a single one.
Oh my god.
I mean, they're lined up a little bit, but jeez Louise.
I've seen God today. His name just might be something. Ilya Petrov, 11-7 now, and Paper X finds their second win. 4 more rounds to make it even. But again, a single mistake, and it's going to be match point. SK Rossi, he wants revenge. He's got the operator.
Paper X does have enough money for one more. Yeah, Rossi not able to connect on this one. Still probably A little bit of adrenaline flowing, but it's okay. Texture's good for the opener again. Just the way that he pushes and pulls.
Set up by Botsy. And now Paper X trying to react off of this. They will be able to hold. Mindfreak not checked. Monyet gone. And then the rest comes in. We have numbers. Please play together off of this. But no! Forsaken gets a little bit curious and he gets punished for it. The cat has been killed. Something still trying to pull off miracles on his own. You can't do this alone. Surely previously you could have, but now you're completely surrounded. FBI, open up. He has no idea. Texture will be able to delete him. Spike now being delivered over to the A site. Jing has to be the one, the miracle, the kingmaker. It's not gonna happen today. Global wants this win. They want match point. SK Rossi with the blade, the right click. Mindfreak is the only one left.
Oh man, I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Even when it looks like Paper X might be able to recover, they might be able to stabilize. You know, they get the kill on Monyet, and then it all starts to fall apart. You know, something overextends. Wow. Texture is good for the fourth.
He got faked.
It's unbelievable, dude. I mean, GE is just toying with them now.
Match point. That feels bad. He saw the guiding light, turned away for it, and the peak comes out. This is match point. Paper X gets to buy up, but once again, 0 mistakes from here on out.
Yeah, no, literally, yeah. There's no room for error. I mean, the good news is I mentioned it very briefly at the beginning of last round, was there's enough money to put together a buy for Paper X if that previous round went sideways. But, you know, this is it. I mean, you've got a Hunter's Fury, you've got a Viper's Pit, you've got some tools to work with, no ults available.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the battle goes poorly for something. He doesn't die, at least.
Oh God. Good bit of damage on both sides, but still. Your star duelist now. Maybe a bit of a heal from both sides. Monyet gets to do so much more because of the Sage nerfs now, and Jing way too far away. Viper's Pit's the only thing that's preventing Global from pushing to A. Trying to get a little bit more information, but we're also peeking so much, and that is so risky. It does not pay. Pays for Global. 2 players gone, and they continue to push forward.
Enemy kill.
Okay.
Good start. That's big. The toxic screen is going to come through mid here. So, or excuse me, not the toxic screen. That's the high tide from Aaron. And he is just trying to cut off the center of the map here, trying to obscure the movement of GE, who is looking for flanks. They're checking to see if anybody's pushing the extremities of the map. Nobody is for Paper X. They're very spread out in a 2-1.
I mean, they can't, right? If they do, they get punished.
30 seconds
so now
left.
Global are just playing off of this safely. They're covering all bases. Anyone who pushes into A, they will be able to overwhelm with the setups from Bossy. That's why Mindfreak is positioned so defensively back up on top of Rafters now. 15 seconds left to get the spike plant. CGRS does get a bit of information, but Mindfreak has to know
10 seconds
that
left.
he's alone here.
Last player
Monyet and Aaron, oh my goodness, suddenly gone! Botsy cleans up with a simple dry peek, and that's 13-7. Global will take Paper X's map pick off.
I mean, that attacker side was near flawless. They only dropped 1 round on the entire attacker side for GE, and everything looks so good there. I mean, first and foremost, SK Rossi. What a performance here on the Jet. You know, a lot of discussion about should it be Texture, should it be him? Well, that one right there is definitely a check mark in the SK Rossi book for sure. As great as Texture was on this Killjoy. So I think you're seeing this with a lot of teams is that when you have all these superstar duelists, they can transfer over to other roles pretty quickly and effectively. And now we're seeing this with Texture on this Killjoy. He doesn't play the Killjoy, I'd say, like a standard Killjoy. He's kind of up close and personal. He plays
holding angles, he's opping.
Yeah, he's getting set up by Batsy for these flash pushes. I mean, it's really intriguing to watch the way he plays, but he's so confident, he's so accurate, he's so disciplined. You know, he is one of the best all-around players that we had in VCT Korea the last 2 years. I mean, you can see why.
Yes. Again, Global, great investments on so many of these players. SK Rossi, now that he's arrived in Korea, we talked to him last week during our weekly recap. Remember, he seemed kind of nervous. He's like, it's against Paper X. We've lost to them in the past, but look at what happened today. look at what happened on PaperX's very own Icebox map pick. I can appreciate that PaperX are trying to get creative. We do see some miracle, heroic moments from something in that previous round.
That's a great play, and it's one that I lost my mind about. But overall, there wasn't nearly as much impact from something as there was with Rossi. And the second half, it was just GE was just so much better about maneuvering around the map, making better reactions, making better decisions. And so the concerning thing for me with that was PaperX felt confident enough to not only pick this map, but to run these players in a very unusual setup, and it did not pan out.
Not for this one, but let's see what happens on the next map pick. We will go to a quick break, and then our desk will break this down. A full team all the way straight down. No doubt, and yeah, I think continue to push on through, but at some point you walk straight into the blender. Big fight at the feet of CGRS. It works, and now off the tech, and that's where SK Rossi strikes.
He's gonna be. The thrash gets
Here comes Monyet with the Sheriff.
locked down multiple angles. Yeah, this is just a night.
Alone. I think he spotted Forsaken's barrel back, but here comes the flash from Botzi. A sudden pull. They're raising. On to the next one from behind CGRS. Jay hunting him down. They were again. How? Off of pure aim, the classics will be able to ring true, but Monyet he comes out on top with a ghost. Mind break, you have this additional displacement. Now texture. One, we have the Spectre Shield, which strikes. The book is open, the pages are flipped. SK Rossi now looking for destruction. He's trying to be a little bit careful. Oh my god!
Still probably a little bit of adrenaline.
Okay, let's go. Ooh. No pressure.
This is considered good or bad?
It's better.
You're supposed to be our best player, you see. Oh, yeah, just.
Redo. You high. Warm up.
You high, you
already have the high score button.
Oh, really? Wait.
Okay, gotta be boy soon.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hey guys! Quiet. I need focus.
Oh, you hyped up.
Momentum. Okay, quiet.
Hey, this one easy. You're getting all the good spots.
I get 30, 29, 28. 28 guys, 28. Trust me. 27. Redo. All right, let's do it. Oh, so close to 100.
Welcome back, VCT Pacific fans. We're live at the desk as we have just wrapped up Map 1 relatively quickly.
I was going to say, wasn't that long since we were sat back here on this desk previously. Pretty damn fast map, especially at the very beginning. Things were pretty rapid fire pace here, but a 13-7 in the end ends up being a pretty clean closeout here from the side of Global, only dropping 1 round once they had swapped sides.
It was crazier from Global Esports. They really turned it on. PaperX, look, they leaned into the chaos, not even necessarily having their standard IGL come into this. Crazy agent composition, and it backfired. It did not work. They were not able to make the chaos work. Global Esports looks so good. Rossi totally on fire here.
Yes.
And I think that we're going to have to see PaperX go back and really revamp their approach.
I mean, I would have to double check it, but I just saw it at the corner of my eye. I'm pretty sure 0 first kills for PaperX.
Oh,
like
was that
he
right?
had every single first kill throughout that one. I'll have to, maybe it was a 12-1. Either way, it was dominant. Global very much ahead at every twist and turn here. Let's see, a nice streak from PaperX at the beginning on that attacking side after dropping the first 3 to be able to run it back a bit. But yeah, Rossi, as you mentioned, hell of a performance from him in this map.
Yeah, I mean, he's popping off, right? I mean, sure, yes, were there a couple instances where maybe he still overextends just a tad bit? Sure, it does happen.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he looks even stronger than he did in his debut at Pacific last week.
I got to say, with Global Esports, they may be able to turn this entire thing around. They had one of the roughest starts here in the first couple weeks. We've got Rossi now in Korea in his second week. He seems to be acclimated. He seems to be playing extremely well. And if they can keep this up, and certainly if they can beat PaperX, I think they have so much promise despite their score right now in the previous weeks being somewhat poor.
One might say Global Esports primed to make waves here at VCT Pacific.
Whoa, William.
I knew you'd appreciate it and you wouldn't. But anyway, Global Esports looking strong, and I know a lot of fans are excited. Now, at the beginning, like you mentioned, Global Esports, they lead 3-0, but PaperX does strike back for quite a bit in the first half.
They do. This is going to be a little bit of a fast forward right towards the end of that first half, this round 11 coming through, where things were a bit dire. They call a timeout. They say, okay, we want to pump the brakes. Global have just picked up 2 rounds in a row. We're going to heavy commit onto A. So they quickly get in. They drop this pit down. And really, something, he gets this nice forward position, but it's all about Forsaken holding down the rear, making sure that this flank from Monyet, from SK Rossi, cannot come to fruition. He finds the initial pick, follows up for the second one. Yes, it's off camera, but Forsaken then goes on to take over the rest of this round and finding a 4K. It was a great shutdown. Unfortunately, though, for the side of PaperX, it was fairly short-lived. But this was a moment that they desperately needed, the kind of impact play that they very much were looking for, something bouncing forward, able to find one with that shorty as he goes into the pit, but the closeout is there. So it was a strong performance from Forsaken, somebody who not going to be as known for his Sova. I believe it's his 5th most played of all time. This is like the 19th game that he's played Sova in, so it has not been nearly as much as, him playing things like Yoru, him playing Jet, etc. So a little lesser known pick from him, but widely looked pretty decent in the beginning. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find too much impact when it came down to the defending side.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough. And the casters called it out when they were on the attacking side, PaperX. They were still able to get some good trades when they were executing S5 and things like that. But again, the depth of it wasn't there, especially when they went onto the defensive side. Now let's talk about that second half, especially because Tasteless Global Esports actually wins both bonuses, both in the first half and then later on in the second half as well in round 15.
Yeah, this was, again, a moment where for now, the scores were fairly even, and this looked like it should have been a pretty easy round for PaperX to try to clear out. Ultimately, Global Esports came through. They slipped right in underneath Tube, got the plant set up over here. Crazy moment. Texture really starts to pop off. There's a moment where it looks like, for a little bit, PaperX is going to be able to come back here, stabilize, especially with the plays from Jing, taking out Bazium and Yet. But Texture with the first kill here, and then just a beautiful closer. Against, of all people, something with the spray right through the smoke, getting the kill and winning that. And from there, they just started to compound the advantage. They got win after win after win. And what started out looking a little bit one-sided, then became kind of even, then closed out. Overall one-sided with win after win after win. It was really cool to see.
The problem was, while they did have this nice 5-round run back at the very beginning of that first half there, a 6-6 scoreline is not enough to get you out of the woods when it comes down to starting on Attack on Icebox. We see how attacking-sided that map has been in the past from multiple teams. So going in perfectly evened up at 6-6, and then also not being able to win a single one of these pistol rounds, it ends up coming back to bite you in a pretty severe way because the defending side very much was crumbling. I mean, GE was getting away with a hell of a lot more than they probably should have. But they were just coming up with some of these miracle wins. I mean, again, that bonus round in the second half, they should have never been able to convert that one going into it with just a Marshall, a Spectre, and a bunch of classics. But they managed to make it happen, and it's just this disjointedness that continues for Paper X that is just the bane of their existence in the lobby right now.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a perfect combination on the side of Global Esports, right? Both in terms of composition, their strats, and then, of course, some of these heroic moments. But then on the side of Paper X, I mean, you didn't even have too many of those to really kind of bring you back into the game. Now, earlier we were talking about SK Rossi obviously performing very well here. Texture put up some numbers as well, but Rossi, we want to take a look at kind of how he's performed so far. Only 2 maps played. Obviously, he just got into Seoul a couple weeks ago, but a massive improvement already.
But both of them were on Icebox, and I think you really can kind of see how big of a trajectory shift this is because he was playing against Talon in the first map.
Yes.
And granted, and Talon was able to push them a little bit harder when it comes down to Icebox, but when you think about the caliber of team and what they've been able to do so far in Pacific, you definitely rate Paper X way above. So for him to be able to come out like this in his second ever map in Pacific, drop 25, be right there alongside Texture neck and neck. I think Texture maybe getting around 21 kills for himself, maybe slightly more by the very end. It was just damn impressive. And you see this massive jump, a plus 50 differential between these maps as far as the damage per round is considered. He was having a whale of a time on this map. I do want to go back and cover my rear because it was not 12-0, it was 12-8, so significantly closer in first kills. My mind saw a circle, and I was like, oh, that's a 0, rather than noticing that it's 2 circles stacked on top of each other. But it was Rossi who was leading the charge in that regard, 5 and 2 as far as first kills, first deaths.
Yeah, I mean, Rossi just performed really well, and it's kind of building up to the hype that everyone's had around this guy.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, look, when we saw his performance against Talon, it was good, but it was also a little bit lukewarm, right? We're thinking, okay, well, I mean, is this what is going to bring? Is this what's going to bring Global Esports the glory that we kind of expected them to have?
Sure.
But he looks to be in incredible form. You know, he seems to be very comfortable, very relaxed in what he's doing, and I think that this is showing a lot of promise overall for them.
All right. Now, before we move on, obviously, we talked a lot about Global Esports and how they've won. We talked about Texture's win there, SK Rossi's stats, but I think everyone's going to remember one certain clip from this match. We have to point this out, right? On the side of Paper X,
this is so cool here from Something, and this is where Paper X is truly an inspiration. The problem is, and so look at this, we got to slow it down. Boom, 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 every head goes down. I'll do it one more time.
I mean, that's how we all felt watching it, right?
It was very cool. But again, you could have a play like that where you shoot up and get shot right back down and look like a fool. If these aggressive plays are going to win you the games, they have to work every time. And it does seem like overall, with Global Esports, they are able to shut that down enough to then control the map itself.
And again, it's the mechanical ability is there. It's never been in doubt for any of the players on Paper X. They don't pick up bad players who don't have good mechanics. That's been clear. I mean, even CGRS in his own right was looking pretty decent here. You know, I think he ends up going pretty much +0, so net neutral.
Yeah.
But the mechanics are there. They just haven't been able to fine-tune it and really hone it into a strategic, and get a strategic outcome out of it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's so frustrating is because there is so much potential here. They've shown it from us in the past when they do have that controlled chaos style, and they can have these explosive rounds, but the consistency round over round is just completely lost.
Well, I mean, it also just really starts to feel like perhaps, I mean, Paper X, they're understanding that their own style, that part's fine, right? The going in, going for the trades, going in as 5, but then just kind of this macro style, what do we need to change? It seems like they're maybe still experimenting. We talked about this in the opening, Tasteless. You mentioned now you don't really have that much more time to experiment anymore here in VCT Pacific.
Well, and it seems like even with this round, this map we just went into, it was experimentation. It did seem to be a little bit labbing. They did not have the solution. They obviously did not come out with that first win. And the results of this tournament are beginning to cement. So they need to figure out what works and probably stick with that. Otherwise, look, they're not out of this yet. They could get flushed out. I think they're still likely to be one of the teams that's going to be advancing. But they are in a bit of a tumultuous period, especially consider the reputation they had and the expectations. that a lot of fans had for them coming into this.
I like that you brought that up because I think that's something important to note is that obviously as we entered these partnered leagues, it's important to note that a lot of teams are kind of looking at this long term, right? Really build up kind of our style, our roster, and that's great to see. However, there's also for a team like Paper X this reputation that you're probably going to go to Masters. We'll probably see you again at Champions, and you might be running out of time here to cement that result. We'll have to see how they do here on map 2 on Split.
Yeah, I mean, and to the opposite side, Global is one of those teams that kind of came in as an experimentation, mixing things up, having all these different nationalities, all these different languages spoken, making these players common English. That was kind of seen as, okay, this could end up being a long-term project. Maybe they don't make it into the playoffs the first year, or maybe they make it to the playoffs, but they can't qualify for an international event. You know, but if they stick with this core, they should be able to develop them over time. They've already been able to do that now in a very rapid amount of time. So to come into this with the expectations, the accolades backing you, and then lose to this team that should be taking more time to develop, that also hurts that much more. We do have another veteran face, though, from the side of Paper X stepping back in as Divide will be subbed in for CGRS.
Oh, and it looks like we've got a changeover on Global Esports as well. Somewhat expected, given how, the
fully
compositions that they played. Most likely going for the Raze as your main duelist here on Split, so Lightning Fast will be coming in. Had a pretty decent debut last week. I mean, his kill scoreline wasn't the highest, but the way he was playing, the way he was creating space and buying time for his teammates was quite spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with the swap out there for PRX, and I welcome this one here, bringing Lightning Fast in replacing Ski Rossi. I mean, let's see what happens, but right now, I think Paper X, they're going to have to really step it up, and I think they cannot play a game like the last one we just saw. They got to be a lot more coordinated.
Yeah, I'm curious if Paper X are going to alter anything as far as what their composition looks like, and looks like for the most part, no, it's just going to be this double duelist going in here. So we'll see. This is more pressure now on Lightning Fast, having to be that solo impact duelist player going for these entries. We saw him have a couple fumbles. He died to his own paint shells the one time because he ended up getting vulnerable from a snake bite. So we'll see if those things get cleaned up. But you obviously do always need to respect Jing and something when they are playing these duelist roles. So I think that there's a little bit of added pressure on Lightning Fast's shoulders compared to the previous series, but this has been a very strong map for Global. We've now seen it from them twice. They're 1-1. That one loss that they did suffer, it was 15-17 the scoreline to DRX. So it's still incredibly hard fought, and that was with their previous roster, with Ronsky having to be a mainstay before they got their Indian players out here. So I'm curious to see how Paper X matches up and whether or not they're going to be able to take away their opponent's map pick.
All right, well, we're getting ready for Split. Let's head into the map with our casters up on stage. It's Quacker Thin.
Oh, boy.
Yes, thank you, Will. It's Quacker Thin. Oh god, this is really hard to cast. Paper Thin.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I picked Paper X to win today too. It's okay. I feel you.
Did?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I actually did.
We have to believe.
I'm not so. I don't believe in. I don't know if I do anymore. I mean, look,
we're playing, of course, but
yes. But dude, I mean, GE is just so good right now, and no matter who is playing duelist or whatever, it seems like they've got players that are always stepping up. Monyet on this Split map, he's been absolutely destructive. Opening with an ace on the pistol round last time, right? So are we going to see something like that again here from them? They're so good at this map. They're so confident. Batsy was all over the place last time. By the way, PRX has beaten GE. Yes.
That's like.
Yes, that was a long time ago. That was 2021. I was there. I was a part of this. It was the 2021 lock-in.
It's been a while
for APAC.
Things have changed. Let's be honest.
I don't think I was casting that game. I think I was on the desk, but I was definitely there.
Yeah, and I have to agree with everything that you just said. I mean, so far the results have shown we have seen Global with that much more impact, and especially on this map, they just beat Talon on this. There might be game tape for Paper X to study, but again, you have to make this double duelist composition work. If not, that just might be it. Global, playing it safe.
I want to give a huge shout out. Now, we have been just absolutely singing the praises of SK Rossi, well deserved. We've been singing the praises of Texture, well deserved. Batsy deserves a lot of credit on that previous map. He had 21 assists. His flashes were so on point. Every time GE wanted to do something, it was off the back of Batsy. Yep.
And you have to remember, the same thing happened last week. He was the one who clutched out a round, but now here comes Paper Rex. They are looking to W gaming up towards a ramp, but nope. They got stopped by the grenade from Lightning Fast.
The protocols there, they're great. The reaction from the utility is beautiful. And now, they're going to lose that fight, though. what a push from something in Jing, but a great reaction from Monyet with the pull. The grenade and the flash from Batsy in combination to buy time. And a headshot doesn't matter. Mind Freaks is better.
Just able to continue W keying forward. They might be able to dish out a little bit more, but keep in mind here, Mind Freak and Something are down to red HP. A single shot will do the trick, but a single headshot from Something will dish out damage as well. Monyet now coming up from behind. They finally get that information. Swaps over to a Ghost. I don't know if that's going to be as good, though, because Mind Freak has the off angle. And to start off the pistol round, just to clean up our mistakes from the previous map, PaperX wins the first pistol.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, this is going to be a different PaperX than we saw in the previous map. I mean, I think with Divide there, with a real kind of caller who can sort of control the chaos, you know, I don't mind chaotic play.
Orchestrate the chaos.
Exactly, exactly. It's like, you know, trying to conduct like a modern, you know, a modern opera or something.
Jazz.
You know? Yeah, jazz, yeah, exactly. It's like improv jazz or something. You know, there's got to be somebody there leading the traffic, or else, you know, it just sounds like random noise.
And you're going to get a traffic jam if it doesn't work out.
Yes.
Well, so far so good, and we do have Mind Freak Devi actually on the Viper, lurking towards middle. He will be able to catch some rotations off, but
he pulled
only
off.
one. Monyet answers back with a classic shot of his own.
Devi
will
thought
be
he had
able
the
to pick up
kill.
the weapon.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Devi, he transferred there. I think he thought he had it.
It's just a Spectre.
It's not as good as a Phantom.
Tough to control. I hate it. But on to the next. We do have a lot of information to work with. PaperX, they are going to be holding down these angles, but look at this great Nebula. It just gives them enough coverage to sneak on over to the backside of Pillar. Still firing blind shots, though. PaperX Forsaken will be able to find 2 before the rest of the squad cleans up.
Yeah, that's a really great play off of that smoke. Just to kind of take that angle where you know that they kind of have to come through, so they keep their vision obscured from the enemy. You know, talk about GE here when they're trying to come in, and you know, you can just line those shots up. That's easy peasy. So really well thought out and drawn up there for PaperX. And I thought for a moment that countdown, it was too quiet. You know what I mean? Like I didn't hear like knives or players jumping around. And so I'm like, wait, don't be a tech timeout. Don't be a tech timeout. Okay.
This early? Nah, I can't.
I will, bro. Like, ooh, texture there just cuts Jing down. I mean, I think you're seeing that, you know, PaperX is trying to turn up the tempo here. I think they're trying to see if they can just bully GE out of this map.
I don't know. GE does not seem like the kind of team that will stand down. They will not be bullied. They will continue to contest and resist any sort of push coming through. Look at how they're actually positioned up on the B site. Look at how Lightning Fast actually has the position to rotate back over onto mid. Batsy might be taking some shots right now, but it's not that big of a deal.
He's got to go over to Texture to get healed up. I mean, he took a ton of damage. So it's not too bad. Lightning Fast is probably, you know, but I don't know if they're fully aware that the push there from Something.
All right, sneaks back up, though. Does look like PaperX is pretty adamant on hitting this B site. Maybe trying to pull off a little bit of a rotational fake, but Global's not biting. They have a lot of information across the map.
That kind of position there from Something just sold this B hit. Because Batsy's flash didn't connect.
And now they have no idea that he's above them. Mind Freak suddenly pushes along with this, and with the Nebula covering off Defender spawn, PaperX will have the B site delivered to them. 3 players with rifles up on top, though, and they are trying to find a couple of picks. Look at how PaperX is positioned, though. Look at how they're holding back site. This is going to be a tough wall for Global to break through.
Yeah, you've got one flash. That's it to get this job done. And there's the flash to buy up time and get a kill. Yeah, great counter flash.
Batsy still not backing down, though. A sudden double, but Devi will say that it's lights out. This time, we have PaperX winning the bonus.
On their attacker side on Split. Now, yes, in recent history, Split has been a much more balanced map with the adjustment that a lot of teams are taking double duelist and that kind of thing. But it's Devi here on the clutch, already coming back in and already having value. You know, finds 3 kills in this round. The guy is so critical in these situations. I mean, yes, there's a flank there that's very difficult, but still, or not a clutch, but he had a important kill there at the end. And that's what you're looking for. I mean, again, Devi, I can't stress this enough. I was very, very shocked to not see him in that first map.
Here he is, though.
Yes.
Of course, Salama Hariri to everyone who is celebrating, but now back into it. 3 rounds on the board for PaperX Global. Off of a save. It does not look like they'll be doing much this round. Maybe a little bit of a push if they can find Davai. That will be huge. But then again, a Phantom Spray. Maybe not set up by Batsy this time, but okay, we're just going to triple peek this and it works.
I jinxed Davai.
It's all your fault, people.
It is, yes. That's an upgrade for Texture. It's going to have that Phantom. They're going to try to cut through these Seekers and try to limit the information, but one of them does get into the back, so that is going to reveal.
Maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, that defender spawn position.
I'm still worried. Because Global still has the potential to just call drive through. Nonetheless, PaperX holds the right angles, and with this combination, Jinx something, they will be able to frag. What a flick! On Steroids Garage, and we just, well, walk into Texture's crosshairs for the time being, but lovely bit of movement from Mind Freak. We have the swing, we have Phantom. We will be collecting on that 4th win.
Yeah, Mind Freak's just in a great position there. He's able to take that angle much tighter around that corner, and with Texture out in the open like that, has a pretty good advantage. So nicely done. 6-0 here from Mind Freak. So another player that we've been wanting to see step up for PaperX, and he had some good starts, or a good start in the previous map. Here today, it's been much better, I would say.
Much better. And of course, like we mentioned as well, it's just Davai coming back in. Perhaps that is the secret ingredient, because Davai, if we notice, is actually playing Viper, something that he is not, we're not so used to seeing him on. He normally would be on the Sky, but perhaps with Benkai subbing out, this is kind of the different PaperX that we're seeing now. Davai calling the shots, maybe bring some organization to that chaos that we normally love to watch. But back into this, it's clear that Global, there are a little bit of gaps. I mean, that previous round that we saw with something actually on the bonus going up mid, something that Global definitely wasn't expecting.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's, you can see that PaperX was very able to kind of shake off that last map. There's little lack of confidence in this team. The Desk touched on it, that the individual ability is never in doubt with any of these players. It is just coordination at times. It's just a matter of, again, like we talked about, managing the chaos. I'm all about it. I love W key gaming. That's when they're at their best, is when they're able to W key on their enemies. But sometimes they get red. Sometimes they start to kind of fall apart. Sometimes they're not there to play off of each other, and you can't consistently win battles against the top players in the world. It is, you can do it sometimes, of course, but not all the time.
Yeah, a little bit of a 50-50 hit or miss. But we still do have Global looking for their first win on the map so far, getting a lot of information. Batsy with the Seekers will be looking to delay the push, even going along with a spray from Monyet, and will be able to do a little bit more damage. Now a third perhaps, but something answers back in full. A quick double, and then the tail and an updraft over onto the other side. Lightning fast, just wrapping around the pillars. He's going back and forth. He's looking for the last one, and that's going to be something's head. Texture pushing along with this now. A heal to top him off, just to buy time. Not going to pull out utility because it's too dangerous, and that is how Texture will read the situation, taking something's head clean off.
Yeah, I mean, Batsy's just barely able to buy enough time here, and Monyet with 2 huge kills from Heaven dropping down. Now, he got flashed, but so is his opponent on the way in, and that gave him just enough time to kind of recover and react to get that second kill before he gets taken out. Something with a great reaction of his own in there. You can see he's going to get full flashed. He drops down, and it wears off just before his opponent's does, so he's able to get the kill. That is clean from something. I mean, obviously that Blade Storm earlier was... you don't see that too often, a play like that, but of course that was...
You never see it.
The one highlight from the PaperX defender side.
Right now he's got an op in his hand. That's kind of worrying, a little bit risky. If it pays off, it's huge as well, and I feel like that's something that we're repeating a lot for PaperX these days.
Well, it's part of their MO right now, right? It is something, whenever he wants the op, he's allowed to get it. And it's part of their plan, is to let the players do what they're comfortable with. Let them, play the way that they succeed. And that has worked at times and it hasn't at others. So it looked good to start, right? Our first match was something. It looked great.
I mean, they're approaching this round differently now. They're expecting that paint shells to be thrown by Lightning Fast, and they're holding and delaying the push, and now it strikes Forsaken with the up instead. He's going to find one pick, but not before more pushes come out of Global. Something will be able to find a bit of damage, but Aaron trades. And then, players spike down. Ooh, but Jing was prepared for that shot. He's got the showstopper as well, Paper Thin.
30 seconds left.
I mean, Monyet there tried to set up Aaron for that kind of unexpected play. But Jing not fooled even a little bit. He takes the knife out at the wrong time, though. Oh, no,
Just
the
a check.
timing.
We're just jump peeking. It's okay. It's okay. We're good. Global. You still have Batsy on the other side, but of course, guiding light on the side of Forsaken as well. Maybe a little bit of team blind, but Showstopper is actually buying so much time. Fires off the shot. Monyet starts to peek. Gets the first one from the back, but Forsaken plays off contact and trades, tries to dodge on over, but Bossy gets him on the cross.
Yeah, this is just a great reaction here from Monyet. He's able to use that Nova Pulse to kind of cross in front there, a little bit of a flash, and then Jing gets completely stuck with that ult in the back. Like you mentioned, he had it. It's a great ult to have, but he kind of pulled it out, and it's so smart here the way that GE is able to react to that, to not suffer any damage from it, and then Batsy's right there for the trade. Just so well thought out here. Good team play once again from GE, but you know, Paper X still up ahead by 2 rounds, and I got a couple ults in the bag that are really useful. Viper's Pit, of course, you have the counter, Viper's Pit, and a lot of ults for GE.
In all these firefights, Global has the information to work off of, and that's how they're winning these rounds. Bazi knew where the last player was, just needed to land that micro flick, and he does.
I was going to say, surely DRX doesn't push this Viper's Pit. Like, you guys watched what happened to Talon last week when they tried to do it, right?
No.
But that's bad. Batsy down. That's a key piece of this puzzle. A good push out by Lightning Fast here. You see this a lot with GE, where they like to use that wall.
A lot of sudden aggressions, and it does pay off dividends.
Oh, Jing.
But then the double satchel, the push forward from Garage. Aaron trying to respond, but the Viper's Pit will be dropped. He's a little bit paranoid that someone might be coming from the back, but not where he expects. It's going to be Lightning Fast, shuts Jing down instead. Spike might be planted now, but this is still an even fight.
You can see that Paper X wants to clear out Heaven here. Based on this plant position, that's right by that door. Here comes the ult.
Great. Oh my god, one showstopper, that could end it all. Lightning Fast clears. He's maybe anticipating that they're behind Garage. Almost shot towards Heaven. That's where the contact plays comes out. Guiding light, careful peeks, biding time. But Forsaken's back exposed. Lightning Fast is stuck under hell. Mind Freak pulling them in with the gravity well, not allowing them to get the defuse. And there it is! A sudden quadra. Mind Freak is back, ladies and gents.
That's so well played here by Mind Freak. So well thought out by Paper X. Such an uncharacteristic plant spot right by that door, and it completely makes GE think that somebody's in the alley. That has to be where he's going to come from. But no, Mind Freak still got the utility to delay. A great entry here by Jing. You know, one of the other things that has been talked about with these two players is, with Jing and Forsaken in this case, is who's going to be able to out-blast pack the other. You know, the Desk talked about it with Lightning Fast. He had some struggles. Jing is the better blast packer. Jing is the best blast packer in Pacific. I'm just going to say it. He is. He is the best blast packer.
He has got a lot of highlights.
No doubt about it.
Okay. We've seen this before. Toxic Screen to triple peak, but Paper X is prepared for it. They will be able to spray forward, taking off 3, 4 players, 5. The Vi. Last one goes to him, 6-2 Global. Nice attempt. Doesn't work out this time.
Yeah, as the EMEA casters say, blink and you miss it. That one.
I kind of blinked on that one.
Did you?
No, I'm kidding.
Well, how dare you blink that? Oh my God,
no,
I don't know.
My eyelids are taped open, Paper Thin.
Yeah,
you have no idea.
We've had these situations before where we've had to, you know, pry our eyelids open on this thing.
Not with this series.
No.
Not with the next series either. But here we go. Operator back in hand now. Again, it's Texture Sentinel operator, and he's looking for an early pick.
Yeah, he doesn't have any support here, so this has to be very good. But I mean, Mind Freak might have a decent read on this. He does.
Man.
He knew. He read that like a book.
Not quite the safe position that Texture was hoping for as well. A little bit of an aggression towards mid, but then suddenly double session back. Well, maybe not double, but back in towards sewers and back into A. Bit of a guiding light, and Aaron is looking to put a stop to this. He's calling for backup, but of course Monyet is kind of trapped up, but look at this positioning! Shut down by something up on top of heaven. PaperX have got them completely surrounded, but Aaron still able to delete players away. He's got support from Basi as well, right underneath, and right underneath something's nose. But guess what's happening on the other side of the map?
Yeah, I mean, this is just Mind Freak just kind of chilling on the other side of the map there, getting some big kills in the last couple of rounds here for the side of PaperX, and now they know, site's open, and the retake here, challenging at best.
Yeah, you might want to save.
Uh-huh. No doubt. I mean, this is 100% the right move here for GE. It is just too risky with the way that their economy is to go for this. You can see literally Texture 0 credits, 50 for Aaron, 150 for Monyet. So, yeah, you got to save these guns because you're going to be able to get a couple more in the next round. And you need to stabilize here as GE. They've been great on this map. Phenomenal on this map.
Playing the long game. And you have to consider that they are starting on defense as well.
Yeah. I mean, phenomenal on this map previously. Today it hasn't been so good. But GE, this has been the map that, as I think, impressed all of us the most. Yeah. With the way that the level of competition that they've been able to bring. But that also opens them up to some reads here. And PaperX, again, there's no fear in this PaperX team. They are perfectly content to just send it at you, and they react so well to things. Like, look what happened with Lightning Fast. He tries to sneak in that corner of the Cosmic Divide, and they just perfectly react to it.
That's why I'm really curious, truly, if that was a call made by Divine. The sudden mid-round adaptation to maybe pull a bit of a fake on A and then actually send the spike over to B. It was perfect. On to this next round, though. Mind Freak starts things off with a bit of a spray. There is still a triple push coming through, though. Something checks the off angle, will be to find one. Mind Freak peeks back again, but gets deleted. Now they're fully aware that there is a weapon lost to Global.
Yeah, they saw 3, so they know that A's the weak side here.
Texture here.
Yeah, they know A's the weak side. Texture just trying to buy a little bit of time. Something gonna up and over the slow orb. And now Texture able to dodge the Trailblazer. Wants to think about putting up a wall. Something continuing to pressure in, but Basi didn't check the corner. Jing able to get the trade, though.
That's gonna be Heaven kind of lost. Jing drops down to Hell. They're looking for the spike plant. The Texture still a thorn in their sides, up by elbow, goes for the peek, gets shut down by Divide. A quick double, and that leaves Monyet alone. Jing has full control now, and he's waiting for the angle. Monyet just pushes into him, though.
Certainly not.
14 HP.
14 HP? Certainly not.
How is this happening? He's dropped. They have to anticipate that he's going back into elbow.
Oh my god.
Oh no! Not watching the angle at the right time, but Forsaken, thankfully, caught unaware. That is going to be 8-2.
Well, that felt like it was going to be in a Monyet clutch for a moment there, but he turned away. Yeah, he had to check that corner, yeah.
It's not Monday.
I know, that's, Victoria was saying that. She's like, it's not Monday, and I was like, you're right, it's not. Half the time, I don't know what day it is, but...
It's Valorant Day. It's Valorant
exactly, I know it's Valorant Day. I know I got to be at work.
Pacific Day, yes.
That's right. Which is fine. That's where I'd rather be.
2-8. And that's going to be Global still desperate to find a bit more of a win. Oops. I mean, kind of worked out. There was that poison orb in his face. Might have gone really wrong if someone was on the other side.
Yeah, but then you don't, there's no TikTok, reel for that one. So, I don't know, man.
Poison's off. Oh, we want to have the TikToks.
Yeah, exactly. We got to. I mean, but that's the thing with Jing. Like, if he can get those openings like that, get those kills. Poison orb emitting. That does kind of, really put GE on the back foot. It does, like, mental damage as well, right? They're already so far down in this map. It's 8-2 already. And if he's able to just get an opening like that, then that's gotta hurt. That's gotta feel bad when you know it's coming.
Well, now you know. Seekers will confirm it. Something pushing in with a sortie. And inside of the Nebula, Monyet will not survive. Shotgun to shotgun, and we're back into a contest towards the A site. Viper's Pit now up by Paper X, but look at how deep this one goes. It might cover off a bit of screen, but you need to block off elbow. Jing has Heaven under control, and this is his domain. This is where he will be able to find a little bit more. Paint shells through. Last one's gonna be Aaron. Continues to hold down the spray and commit to it, and allows for Jing to actually sidestep, gets the headshot. 9-2.
I mean, that's just Jing just playing so well there. Just reading the angles perfectly, reading the timing of Texture trying to push up ropes. That's everything you want out of Jing. You know, even though the blast back off the rip doesn't go well, it's okay. He's going to make up for it and then some here.
I have to be a little bit honest here, Paper Thin.
Yeah, go ahead.
It kind of looks like, well, I'm curious, but is Aaron possibly not able to read what Paper X is throwing at them? It looks like he's kind of delayed, and he used those seekers to really confirm information, but by the time they wanted to react to it, Paper X is already all over the A site.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that, you know, the tempo and the style here is vastly different than what we saw in Icebox from Paper X. And I think Aaron was able to, you know, sometimes if you get in that flow, you get in that momentum, you're reading your opponent so well, like we saw in the second half of Icebox, you know, with Aaron, that can mess with you a little bit if, like, the ideas and the thought process change so drastically. Whoa. Oh my God, something again. Dude, these Blade Storms have been absolutely nasty.
Speaking of drastic, I mean, how do you read what can't be read? How do you read chaos? Maybe Monyet can. Maybe he is that anchor that Global are looking for. Inside of his nebula, he peeks out. Oh my God, a sudden 90-degree flick.
No way.
No way! What? He's still alive! How is he doing this? Mind Freak. Indonesian controller versus Indonesian controller.
He's on for the ace.
M versus M. He is down really low, though. A single shot, but he's not looking the right direction. Monyet with the ace to save Global from extinction.
I mean, it wouldn't be a map of Split without a Monyet ace. I mean, he is just every time he's good for one. I don't even understand it. He's amazing.
DRX, against talent. He's come up with ace so many times.
He has 3 aces and all of them are on Split. It's just unbelievable.
Oh,
I mean, he just reacts there so well. Again, this is just him just, you know, not always looking in the right place, but I'll be damned if he doesn't react to things insanely quickly. This one's just a great, you know, kind of read on Mind Freak's position, but...
Is that Aaron?
Yes.
And like we spoke to SK Rossi last week, this is a huge morale boost. They might be down 3 versus 9 right now, but Global, that surely gives them a big boost.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now you move over to your attacker side. If you can win the pistol, then all of a sudden it's likely 9-5, right? Like you look at that score, like 9-3 looks bad, and then you look at 9-5 and you go, well, you know what? That's not too bad, guys. We can do this. And you're right, the mental changes. You're much more confident, especially off the backs of plays like that. So, and now, you know, you may not have that double duelist, you know, that you're seeing from the side of Paper Rex, but if Lightning Fast has cleaned up some of his blast backing, some of his entries, you know, we don't have a little bit of whoopsies with the paint shells, then this could go well, I think.
It's entirely possible. Or are we invoking the curse right now, Paper Thin?
No, we don't believe in the curse.
Don't believe in curses. Okay. No. I mean, I do think this is still a little bit more comfortable for Paper X, but if they start to get a little bit complacent with this, it's gonna hurt. Like, well, what the match key is, it's really eat or be eaten at this point. Global are desperately looking for the win. They are looking to climb up in these standings. Whereas on Paper X's side, they might be able to afford some losses. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's also not the best. It's so dangerous right now.
Yeah, if you're going to compete for one of those top 2 spots, you know, to get the buys in the playoffs, then Paper X has to win this match, basically, because you already have Genji and DRX who are squaring up next, both undefeated so far. Of course, somebody will lose a game, but still, they're both pretty far ahead. And so therefore, you know, for Paper X, you know, to keep up with that pace, this is a huge, you know, a huge game. And then, like you said, for GE, almost feels like not a must-win, but very close to. You would love to get this win because then you can really start thinking about playoffs. You can really start saying, okay, we can go head-to-head with this, you know, explosive, high-powered Paper X squad. You know, they've come close to taking maps off of DRX. You know, there's no doubt that GE has the potential.
Talking about Lightning Fast versus Jing. We also have Monyet versus Mind Freak.
Yes.
We have to say, Monyet so far has been performing fantastic.
And Mindfreak, too. Both have had really good maps.
Here it comes, and that's going to be the paint shells. The frenzy from Aaron will be able to destroy. 2 players gone, a bit of an exchange. Something just hold up and prepare to receive. Instant tailwind back. But surely you have to prepare for ramps, and he finds only 1 shot. Mindfreak is the only one left. We talked about him, and he has to show up right now.
Well, I mean, Aaron with the frenzy, name a more iconic duo. The guy's just been absolutely disgusting with them. He's a big part, frankly, of why their pistol rounds have been so one-sided for GE. And it looks like they might get another one. Now, if Mindfreak checks this angle, if he can get the first win, that's the first piece of the puzzle.
All right, what's the second piece? Maybe he's got to find them, but look at how they're holding this. A bit of a crossfire position. Spike down, and as soon as he taps it, both of them are going to swing outside of main. So he pulls it off, tries to fake it, but the double peek still secures it anyway. Like you said, Aaron, Frenzy, iconic duo.
Yeah, no doubt. There's something special about him with that gun. Him and RB, at times, it's really impressed me with the Frenzy more than others.
Also, global and pistol win. Also iconic duo.
Exactly. And again, it's stuff like this. You know, Aaron, Monyet sometimes with a ghost, things like that, that are just so. They just said it. Frenzy God. Yeah, absolutely, it's true. Aaron said something really funny to me before this match that I can't say on the stage. But he cracked me. He cracks me up, dude. He's so funny. He's just got a great attitude. He came in today super confident.
Also a cracked player.
He's very good. And he again, Icebox, you could tell. He was dialed in. He was reading things well. It was a tough side, but going up against that double duelist of Paper Rex is hard for anybody. We've seen the best teams in the world struggle against that.
A little bit more in control on the attacking side, if anything, I think, because you get to be more active as opposed to being passive and reacting to whatever your opponents throw at you. You're throwing things at Paper Rex, and right now Paper Rex has to be the one to react accordingly to these plays. They hear so much utility being dumped up on towards A. I don't know if they can actually hold it down, though. Forsaken, only a classic in hand. Utility almost all spent. A Guiding Light refreshed now, but he's going to get spammed with util. And he's trying to hide, trying to stay corrected, but no! Spectre will still be able to run and gun through. Lightning Fast now on a rampage of his own. A quick double, a third! The blast packs will ring true for him. Something peeks out. So not quite finding the shot now. In fact, having a nade blown up in his face. Goes back towards screen.
That's what we wanted to see from Lightning Fast. Those were some great blast packs, some great accurate shooting right off the landings. Beautiful stuff from Lightning Fast. Let's see if something could drop a few more Spectres. If you get 1 or 2 more, one's okay, 2's great. He can find it, but nobody's given an inch. Now they're going to try to play off of that contact. Yeah.
Oh man, look at how many of them are just holding down the angle and then for Aaron to come up from behind.
Yeah, just great stuff here from Lightning Fast. This is why we've really been hammering home this Raze battle on this map, because it is so important. You can see the impact that Jing had, on the other side of the coin. He's 15 and 11 right now. And like you're saying, both of our Astros are having great maps. Monyet 13 and 3 or 13 and 13, excuse me, and 14 and 6 for Mindfreak. I mean, that first half for Mindfreak was beautiful. This is so needed for Paper Rex.
The Razes and the Astros, but Paper Rex, they have one thing that's different, and that's going to be the Jet. Still, though, I'm just giggling at how he was jiggling with that Sheriff earlier on.
Well, sometimes, just trying to stay active, trying to keep the circulation going,
And now trying to be a little bit more proactive on the B site, blocking off the push. But if anything, it's just Global actually baiting out util. In fact, rotating back forward now. Paper Rex won't have that much left.
GE, I think, really wants somebody to push out from Paper Rex to see if they can get that pick, upgrade a gun, and then try to make their way through. But Paper Rex, I love the way they're playing. Nobody's, playing contact here. Jing can afford to get one and leave. Throw the blast pack.
Okay,
so good.
leave, please leave.
No, he doesn't need to. He dodged the flash.
All right. They might not be aware of him, but Mindfreak gets caught lacking. Asleep at the wheel, and that allows for Global to go in towards the B site. The only one there that can hold it off is Something. Maybe backed up by Forsaken, and they will make it happen. Bossy, the only one left, trying to pick up a different weapon as he has run out of ammo, but Forsaken will come in full send. 10-5, Paper Rex looking to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, a great little micro play from Jing there at the ropes that you know, he could play for the first kill, throws the blast pack to make sure they can't come up the rope. And because the flash goes so far past him, actually, because I think, you know, Batsy's expecting Jing to fall back, right? Nah, not Jing. He's got too much confidence. And therefore, you know, the flash doesn't connect enough that they can pressure him. They can re-aggress on him. So they have to change direction. Now, they're able to get a kill off of that, but the reaction there for Paper X, that round really well handled.
He is the guy to make that happen, but this round,
oh my God,
we're getting a little bit greedy. And Bazzi will punish that greed. Slaps your hand, get out of that cookie jar. You're not gonna steal anything here.
All I can think about is that stupid song.
Yes. Who took the cookie
from? Oh my God. I hate that song, but now it's in my head. Thanks, Quack.
I'm sorry. I'm like smiling.
I know that this does not bother you at all that you put the most annoying song on the planet in my head. I can just tell. I have something about it. All right, here comes.
Oh no.
Freak. Oh my God, Munyet.
Ah! And it works! Oh! A double, maybe the third. Bazzi goes in, but all right. Again, he's the guy who stops you from putting your hand in that cookie jar.
That's right.
Spike gets planted now, and maybe a little bit slow on the rotations. The crossfire has been set up. It's 2-on-3, and it's easy pickings for Lightning Fast and Texture. Davai tries to dance forward with this, though. Gets blinded for a second, tries to flush him out of position with a snake bite, but it doesn't go deep enough. Tries to spray with the Phantom, but Bazzi collects on that fourth. And that's going to be a round for Global.
That's just a great round from Batsy. I mean, huge. He just shot up to the top of the KD standings for GE off this round. I mean, just the way that him and Lightning Fast are playing off each other, they're great. Mind Freak, what a lurk, what a flank. Gets 2 huge kills, but it's Batsy with the reaction there to kind of bail his team out. And there's, yeah, the GE viewer party in Mumbai, absolutely loving it. That's the real reaction I wanted to see. I was trolling him a little bit after the something clip.
Just absolutely pop it off. And again, that's the duality of man right there. Some rounds we see Jing going crazy, and even with the aggression, even with the ego to just go in and in again. But this time, you get peeked, and that's going to be the punishment from Bazzi. On to the next round now, and that's going to be Paper X trying to slow things down, trying to play some default defensive position. Zero information so far, though, because Global are pulling off a default of their own.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God. He's unbelievable. He just does not miss knives. He's just disgusting. It's just not even fair. You can't even peek against it. He's so fast.
He is something. We'll have the Poison Cloud back up on mid, though, and that allows for Jing to get a little bit adventurous with this. The double, well, one satchel, but Bazzi once more putting his foot down.
It's okay, you've got 2 heals, so you know you can afford to take a little bit of damage there.
And I think that's what Global are trying to do now. You know, expecting Paper X to push. Maybe Lightning Fast gets a little punished by that sudden peek from something, but
yeah. And you're right, they are. I mean, Paper X is pushing. Something's already in spawn. And oh my God, no. He reads that. Davai, though, with the response. It's a kill. The Viper's Pit is going to come up. And
okay.
Davai pushes right on the edge.
Down, 10 seconds left, and they have to stick it. Surely spraying through the Viper's Pit will connect some shots. He drops down, slaps him, and he's gotten the round! Something doesn't even need to do anything anymore! No way you defuse! But Aaron is still fighting.
Not enough time, though. Yeah, I mean, it was just... I thought for a moment there, maybe there was a world he gets that last kill, but I mean, yeah, GE needs a timeout. They could not get that spike down. I mean, Davai just no respect for that Viper's Pit whatsoever.
I can't really tell or see it, but like something just like AFK'd in the last, like the moment Davai got the frag, he didn't do anything anymore. It's like, all right, we won. Look at that.
GG. Well, I think he was waiting at the edge. I think he was expecting that push out from Aaron, potentially. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe there was a keyboard issue or something. But, you know, I think he was expecting that push out. He just kind of guessed wrong on which angle Aaron would come out from.
We've gotten the round. One more is going to be match point, and hence the timeout for Global. Looking to find a crack, a slip in Paper X's defense.
Yeah, it's really tough when you have a confident Paper X that starts disrespecting your utility, that starts you know, playing ahead of what you expect. I mean, we saw it with Jing on that ropes play, right, where he's able to get ahead of the flash.
We
this
see
time,
it was something.
it's something, right? I mean, they don't respect your utility. They're going to try to get ahead of you because that's the way that they feel comfortable winning, you know, individual fights, winning individual situations, is using your own utility against you. And in this case, you know, they're not expecting Divide to just, you know, be right there to watch the edge of that Viper's pit and then drop right down in and get another kill, and that's it's devastating.
Exactly. Some of those are really individual performances from PaperX, and we're seeing it on stats right now, all those kills on their side. But maybe this time, a little bit of a default perhaps, looking for some mid-round adaptation. We've seen this toxic screen, we've seen the Nebula up on top, but this time, we're just being blocked off by Davai.
Yeah, they're trying to set up those fast kind of dissipates with the smokes, and Texture just barely able to react in time to that.
Overheating a little bit. Still, Mind Freak able to anchor down B. Gets the pull, gets the shot.
Just the way that Aaron's body scooted across the floor.
Oh no.
I got the spike.
And this is a global that's looking to make something work. The mid push, the B split, but information has been gathered and reacted to upon by PaperX. Jing now, the first shot, and then he goes for the chase. A second kill to secure the win, and PaperX have gotten match point.
Yeah, this is just good stuff here from PaperX. And they're reading the angles, they're finding the timings, and they are certainly looking like they're going to win this map. Tons of ults available for them. Jing with the showstopper, so does Lightning Fast. Maybe we'll get the showstopper joust here or something, I don't know.
Oh,
I would love that, but it doesn't look like it based on the map. Sadly, the raises are on opposite sides, but you've got kind of the lightsaber duel over on A with the toxic screen. It does look like that, doesn't it? It does, yeah. It looks like Luke and Vader about to fight over there.
Oh, may the force be with Global. They have to make this one work. They're looking to contest against it. Showstopper has been popped by Lightning Fast, and something is just waiting on the other side to land a mid-air shot. They continue to push forward, and it's a huge clash between both teams. Lightning Fast getting traded out now, and that's 2 players left on Global side. Mind Freak popping the Cosmic Divide just to allow for Jing to push through, but he gets taken down. And then Divide blocking them off from the spike.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is so smart from Divide. Knew the spike was down. Yeah, I mean, now you got to find some way with 0 utility to get through here. And you're going to have to trick PaperX on positioning. It is a 2v2. You've got that going for you. Bozzy's able to find a Vandal, but...
Shorty in hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's really tough to deal with right here, is those shorties.
He's just going to sit in this Viper's Pit for as long as possible. If anything, Aaron comes up from behind. Maybe he finds Mind Freak. I mean, maybe he finds Divide, excuse me, and then that could be the trick, but look at how Mind Freak's pushing deeper and deeper. Bozzy waiting for Aaron to go through the barrel. Oh, he kind of sneaked through, but Mind Freak gets the shot anyway. Not expecting him on the left side, and that's going to be Aaron now. Wait, what?
Did he get through?
He did. He picked up the spike.
Oh
1
my
HP.
God.
He has to stick it now, though. And they're just trying to jump peek against him. Can he find a little bit of cover? He's going to try to make it happen. Both of them dropping down, rushing in onto him, trying to play against his nerves, but Aaron going for the spray. He commits, but the spray does not connect. Divide with the triple, and PaperX 13-6. They claim map 2.
Yeah, so a great bounce back here for PaperX. So both teams taking their map picks away from each other, and I think a sigh of relief here for the fans in Singapore. This was definitely one that, you know, after that icebox, I'm sure alarm bells were ringing, and now we can silence them, at least for now.
At least for now.
Yeah, at least for now. GE though, I mean, you know, the attacker side started good, but the defender side just, they, like you were talking about, they couldn't really get a read. They couldn't ever control the map. It just was like PaperX was just kind of going wherever they wanted, however they wanted. And again, it's just when PaperX is confident, that's when they're scary. And Mind Freak had one hell of a map, dude. 20 kills, 8 deaths, 6 assists.
Finding his form again. But he got some clutches. That was the 1-on-2 clutch that he won in a round. And of course, I mean, that's what this match summary is showing us, that PaperX confident, individual performance, everyone performed. Maybe Forsaken is the one assisting them this time, but we have 4 PaperX players on top of entire global squad. Global definitely did try, though. I mean, we saw some signs of greatness. We saw some rounds where they were trying to bait out utility from PaperX, but this is how PaperX plays. You know, it's very much 50-50. There are some rounds where they push out and they get punished by Bassi, but some other rounds, not so much, and then it becomes a big question mark in the minds of, say, Aaron or the entire squad.
Yeah, to me, a lot of times, like, this sounds kind of basic to say, but they're often, like, really prepared for the angles that GE was taking. So they've done their homework. You know, they've seen what GE does on this map, how they approach it, what kind of positions they like to hide in, and it felt like almost every time, you know, PaperX was ready for it. So this is just a great performance from them. And, you know, again, I think the rumor I was hearing off stage was that they were just kind of gonna go for it. It was confident. It was, you know, let's just literally W key. I mean, for lack of a better description, I'm not gonna give away exactly what I was told, but
all
wasn't
aim,
too far
no
off.
brain, just go, just double key it.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's what we love to watch. But then, is that going to work every single time, though? Because our next map is going to be Pearl. We'll let our desk handle that analysis. We're going to go for a quick break. Do not click that X on your browser. We're lurking towards middle. We'll be able to catch some rotate. Wait, Nebula. It just gives them enough coverage to sneak on over to the backside room. Nonetheless, PaperX holds the right angles, and with this combination, Ching something, they will be end-of-tailing an uptrap over onto the other side. Lightning fast, timing time, but for allowing them to get the deep ears. And there it is before. Toxic Stream, a triple peak, but hey, it might cover off a bit of screen. He will be able to find a little bit more. Paint shell through. Last one's going to be Aaron. No way. Really low, though. A single shot, but he's not looking the right direction. Surely you have to prepare for it, but no. Spectre will still be able to run and gun through. Lightning fast now on a rampage of his own. A quick double. And it works. Oh!
Viper's Pit is going to come up, and
he drops down. Oh! No way you... So, Mindfreak able to anchor down B.
Welcome back to the desk here at VCT Pacific. Just want to give a shout out to Riot for pulling up the start time starting this week, because we're already going to a Game 3 here in our first match of the night. PaperX and Global Esports. PaperX strikes back, and now we are heading for Pearl on map 3.
I mean, surprisingly, a similarly one-sided affair here. 13-7 for Icebox there. Global to take it away. PaperX, they bounce back, and they claim Global's map pick here on a split with a 13-6 win record. Really, overall, clean stuff, and clearly doing their homework, knowing how Global like to pilot this. And it's a fairly fast turnaround, only 1 week to prepare for this, given that it was a slightly different look with Lightning Fast coming into the lineup here. But they were very well able to be able to take down Global here on this map and kind of just read every single movement they were going for.
PaperX, they definitely turned it around. Again, I go back to map 1 and the unusual the setup they had as far as the lineup for the team. The fact they went for Gecko, and I thought, man, I'm really worried about these guys. Is this going to get completely out of control? You know, have they run out of ideas? But instead, they dialed it back. I think they stuck to their roots as well. They were consistently very aggressive, very explosive. Their initiations were excellent, and ultimately they came out on top.
Yeah, I think one thing that we can see just from here, obviously this screen, it always shows just the pure KD, the kill to death, but not a single person on the side of Global Esports going positive in terms of pure KD instead of KDA. Just goes to show that, obviously, PaperX kind of back in form in terms of pure fragging power. And then on top of that, there were a couple rounds where we could see kind of the ideas and minds behind PaperX really starting to come together once again. I mean, there was an excellent 2v2, Tasteless, that you were pointing out backstage where PaperX was able to close it out and get another win on the board.
Yeah, let's pull this one up on screen now. This little duel that we had over here, over at B, we saw the spike get planted over here, just in front of the door, just in front of the entrance. And this in the past has not been as common of a spot to put the spike at. But what it does is it makes you very concerned about the alley and the fact that, you know, if you're going to try to go for a defuse, they can just pop out around the corner, get that kill pretty quickly. But in fact, it was a double stack up on top in heaven. And what they did really effectively is basically just milk the clock. They didn't come out, they didn't overexpose themselves, and they forced a scout all the way from Aaron down into the hall to then get the confirmation. Nobody's here. But by then it's almost too late. They just don't have that much time to work with. We see an attempt here on the first defuse. But again, there's just not that much time left. They pull it away with the gravity well, pop out again, get the kill, and there it is. An excellent tactical round there from PRX.
Yeah, it was really well piloted, and one of the biggest things was like being able to take away all of those guns just further crippled the economy from the side of Global Esports. So it made it that much more difficult for them to try to recover and get their way back in. I mean, it was a very devastating half.
Yes.
It looked like it was going to end up going 10-2. They were kind of lucky to scrape by with the 9-3 at the end of it all. I mean, mostly on the heroics of Munyet, which we'll see in a moment.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
We'll just go ahead and dive straight into it since we're on topic here. But yeah, I mean, Munyet, for whatever reason, he and Split just kind of go hand in hand. Granted, you know, even with the highlights that we'll see from here, is there's a nice entry from something, great movement, goes in, takes down Texture, takes minimal damage. Then Munyet just continues to be an absolute beast of an anchor on the B site. But this was one of the few rounds where he was really able to find an insane amount of value. And while he does end up getting an ace at the end of this, by the end, he only does have, I don't think he gets any other kills after this, actually.
Yeah, I think he
ends with 13.
Yeah.
13 kills at the very end. So yeah, wasn't really able to find any additional value going into that second half on the attack. So things were definitely, he was definitely on struggle street, the whole team was here for the side of Global, which was unorthodox, just given the impactful performances that we have seen from them time and time again on this map. So again, big credit goes over to the side of PaperX for the way that they prepared for this map, fully anticipating it, leaving it open. They said, okay, we know that they're going to pick it. So it seems like they laid a really nice trap here for Global, and they stepped right into the snare.
Yeah, they just ran right into it. And the casters mentioned it as well, obviously kind of the pace and speed that PaperX brought. Didn't really give Aaron enough time to try to catch on to how do I want to get the reads over here against PaperX and things like that. But I also want to point out, we talked about Munyet versus Mindfreak when we were opening up the match today. And Mindfreak finally kind of putting up the type of performances that we have been expecting him to do for a long time.
Mindfreak has really stepped it up. It was one of the big things we were talking about as before we went into even map 1 is how is Mindfreak going to play? And he had a lot of moments that could have gone either way, and he really dominated, always getting those initial shots off, always able to control the site. And I think had he not been able to do this, we would have had either a very close PRX victory or possibly a Global Esports 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this was the form that we want to see from Mindfreak. You know, you go back to the last time that they played on this map, you know, they were able to take some decent rounds away from DRX, but overall, it's still just, he wasn't finding value. His ADR was absolutely through the floor. It was so poor. This is a complete turnaround, a glow up here from Mindfreak, and this is what we want to see from this guy every single game. Didn't quite get it in map number 1, but here he comes out. He really helps guide the team forward across the finish line. He and Jing very much leading the charge in that regard as far as how much impact they can find. And this was just a fantastic performance to see, because after that first map, I really was in the camp of saying, like, okay, it's just going to be a 2-0 blowout. Global will have this one in the bag. A pleasant surprise to see that we are going to be going to a map 3, so now Pearl will decide who is going to be holding their heads high at the end of this all.
Yeah, and obviously Pearl, a map that both teams have kind of tinkered around with. Obviously on the side of Paper X, famously using the Phoenix. We'll see if that comes back into play again today as they face off against Global Esports. But Mindfreak, one word that you kept pointing out was impact, right? And it's not about just the number of kills, but the fact that he's getting these kills that really change the round and kind of transform how the rest of his team can play around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's these critical moments. It could go either way, and he's able to clutch it. And this is a relief to see, because this is a guy we had these huge expectations for coming into this, and we were worried, is he going to be able to actually calibrate to this environment and actually be able to take on these important moments? And he's done it. And I'm really glad to say that we have a 1-1 right now, and it's going to game 3.
Yeah, and the big question now is, do we see any more roster changes, right, going into Pearl? I think coming into Split, the changes on both sides were quite expected to a certain point in terms of the compositions they play and what they've shown before. But on Pearl, right, I mean, for instance, Jing, does he go back to the Phoenix and something continues to play the Jet? And then on the side of Global Esports, I mean, you still have Ronsky, who used to, play the first couple weeks as they only had those 5 players. Will he come back in? Also, SK Rossi, does he come back in for Pearl as well?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions, I think, mostly surrounding the global camp as far as what they want to do. I think for the side of Paper X, we're pretty much going to see exactly what we saw from them when they had last played this, which I believe was against T1, when they just kind of were able to really run them over. Again, that was T1 not being prepared at all for the aggression. That was Something's debut map when he was hitting some nasty shots, some crazy highlight plays when it came down to the Blade Storm. You think about that 3K he was able to pick up on the B site. So I'm expecting that to look a bit more of the same, unless they, again, want to try to throw a wrench in the preparation of Global Esports. And they very well could. But I think that for them, don't overtune it too much. There's been a little bit of experimenting already here today. Maybe it's time to go back to something that looks a little bit more stock standard. For the side, though, I think for both teams, they have both come off of some decent victories as far as their most recent performances. DRX beating T1, Global beating Zeta as well with a 13-9 on Pearl in their last showing. So I think both teams are going to be feeling fairly comfortable on this map, and it's really going to come down to execution. But this, of course, is possibly going to be our first look at Global with Rossi on the lineup playing this match.
True. Yeah. I mean, again, we only got SK Rossi on Lightning Fast into Seoul a couple weeks ago. Both of them only started playing the matches last week. So I think a lot of people still have question marks about what is your kind of final combination. Is it really just a per map basis? Is it a per agent basis? We're still trying to unpack the full package of Global Esports.
They got to bring Rossi back into this, in my opinion. I think it would be foolish to not try to utilize him. This has been a very interesting best of 3, in that there's been several times we're kind of surprised by who they've picked or who they've removed. I'm even kind of surprised they took Rossi out in map 2, to be honest.
It's just not going to be known for the Rays, which is considered quite an essential part. I mean, they could have Rossi and Lightning Fast go for a double duelist setup, but just given the setup, I mean, maybe now that they've had this loss under their belt, maybe Global will reassess how they actually decide to approach Split for future matches. Maybe they say, okay, you know what, teams are getting a read on us. We need to shake things up a little bit. Maybe that does end up being the adjustment. We'll have to just wait and see. For now, I'm waiting to get this camera to pan over across the opposite side, because I see Mindfreak, Divide, I see something, and it seems like Paper X not going to be going for any changes on their side of the arena, and of course Jing as well.
Yeah, the cameraman was really waiting for that
last
spot. I was like, oh no,
I'm like, oh no, who's it going to be?
It's CTRS again, but we're going to, okay. So we've got Ronsky coming back in, so hey, shout out to all the Aussie viewers, but it's going to be Texture stepping away, so this is the first time that we see him subbed out.
Yeah, but that must mean, I mean, either Lightning Fast is staying and they're figuring out a Raze combo, or SK Rossi has to be coming back in for that Jet, right? That seems to have been the change they've gone for, where Texture is now the dedicated Sentinel. And so it is Rossi coming back in for that Jet position, and then Ronsky being subbed in over Texture.
So we can assume that Ronsky, I mean, just given what he's shown us so far, is widely been KO.
Yes.
So I'm expecting, and the last time that they did play here on Pearl, he was playing KO. I think it's going to very much be the same. That means that Bazzi, I'm curious if he goes back to playing Fade or if it's going to be the Sky here. I think that they need some info gather other than the 0-point knife. So I think that they'll probably stick with him on Fade. But then from there, I suppose this is going to be Aaron back over to Killjoy. So it seems like when you want to work this KO in, when you want to have Rossi playing Jet, you obviously can't sub out your IGL. Well, I mean, Paper X do it all the time.
Some teams do.
But they don't want to sub out their IGL and Aaron, so he'll flip back over to playing the KJ. And yeah, it is going to be Bazzy on Fade. So this is, same composition that we have been seeing from Global Esports over the last several times that they have played on this map. And pretty much, the same here from the side of Paper X as well. Jing back on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, both sides kind of sticking true to what they've shown so far, having faith that the compositions were not, they don't need any change. It's really just going to be about how you adjust to each other.
Exactly. And this is really going to be about, who can get a better read on the opponent, because already both teams should have had a good amount of prep done. These compositions have not changed. The players may have just a little bit, but you are expecting this from each side. So it's all going to come down to these mid-round calls, getting a read on your opponents. We'll see who gets the better of it.
All right, well, it comes down to the wire. Going to Pearl for map number 3 between Paper Rex and Global Esports. Let's head into the game with our casters, Paper Thin and Quack.
Thank you very much, Will, and he's right. It really comes down to how well they adjust to each other, but that's the thing, I think. It reminds me of this Bruce Lee quote, right? Like, be water, empty your mind.
Yes,
that's what it is. You gotta be formless, be shapeless. You put water in a cup, it becomes a cup, and that's kind of how Paper X are playing, but that's the thing also. If water can flow, it can also crash. Yeah. That's the duality. Sometimes we see it work, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, and it mostly flows downhill, right? And that's when when they're at their best, when they're like a waterfall, when they're torrential, like a downpour, right? They're coming at you. And that's what has made Paper X so good. And on this map, the last time against T1, they crushed them. I mean, it wasn't even close. 13-3 in terms of rounds. And I mean, Forsaken on that KJ at that time was all over the map. And that's something that I think, for GE, they have to be very aware of, because that disruptive presence that Forsaken had, just these lurks, getting all the way into water, even, at times coming underneath the noses of T1, is something that GE has to be aware of here, especially on this attacker side. To start out, is that Forsaken not afraid to push space as a Killjoy, even without that sort of conventional utility that maybe lurkers have, like sentinels and controllers, or a lot of times the lurkers, but KJs usually are more like kind of holding flanks, being steadfast, but he will absolutely push space. Now, this could be decently free. Aaron might go for one with the Frenzy, but as good as he is with the Frenzies, this time around, a little bit too difficult to find much value.
Definitely is. I mean, you have to respect the fact that something's pushing with the shorty. Almost as if this was 2021 Valorant, but back into it we go. They already have the spike down. They have full control, and they just need to watch these angles towards defender spawn, towards the back of the ramp. They're watching it. They've got Mind Freak peeking and springing out of nowhere, along with Forsaken as well, up by the pillar. And that leaves 2 players remaining. Aaron and Bazzy trying to do what they can, but it's going to be really, really tough. Going for individual duels will not favor you this time. And Aaron might have Frenzy, but put down an alarm bot too, and that gives away his position.
Yeah, he's just looking for some value out of this round. He's gonna die no matter what. Okay, he's got the one against the shorty, the long-range shorty. A little bit wanting there from something, but I mean, look, we've all been there. We've all tried it. We all are just like, maybe this time the shorty bullet spread will give me, random very lucky spread, but not going to be the case.
Hey, you don't have a choke attachment on that thing.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. There's no helping the shorty. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, that's why, all right, it's still a fast take. It's a fast approach, and GE tried to wrap around back. Didn't quite work out. Paper X takes the pistol.
I mean, the reinforcements on that flank from Paper X was great. I mean, they had it covered. They had it identified. The utility just not able to break it open, and great shots with those ghosts. Just lock it down here. And now they're going to go immediately over to the other side of that map. Look at this push out in the mid.
Wow.
For the side of GE. They have a 4-man coming through. Batsy on the site there, just kind of getting the info that it's going to be happening. But he's backing off, so they don't know where this is going. GE is still kind of trying to figure out if there's anybody around, if there's anything going on. And in fact, a Trailblazer to check there, so good awareness from Divide that could be happening. Now, Jing here has an opportunity to do some real damage. Oh, only gets 1.
This is interesting because you can clearly see that Global has a different objective this round. They're not necessarily looking to win it out. In fact, maybe if they get a pick, they do a little bit of economical damage. It's good enough. Still, though, those trades, those duels will favor Paper X in these situations, especially when the scenario has been read. All four stacked up together, up by main right now. And, well, exit frags? What?
Yeah, I mean, you're just playing now to, exit frags and then die to the spike here. Okay, they did get one, so Monyet, with that Spectre, is just going to opt to... He might, I was going to say, Monyet, is he going to die? Yeah, they're all going to go down. I thought maybe...
I don't know. I don't think they picked up anything huge. Just
there was just a Spectre, you know, maybe somebody's like...
That's why I think it's a big point,
funds,
too.
But yeah.
Because talking about cutting funds, Forsaken was saving funds. He only had a Ghost that round. So I feel like PaperX are starting to kind of adapt to how Global plays the eco rounds after a pistol has been lost. So
yeah, look at that. I mean, look at the buy that they're able to put together here. You know, I mean, like...
This could be a bonus win for PaperX.
Yeah, something still had that Vandal that he's able to carry over. He's the only one with half armor, a Bulldog for Mind Freak, so you know the economic situation here for PaperX is great. They've still got a decent amount in the bank too, so certainly this is a huge round for GE if they're going to stabilize and keep this half from sliding in the wrong direction very quickly.
It comes down to how well they can receive this B-side push. Surely they hear the footsteps. Jing, wow, hot hands line up that blocks off defender's spawn. And something with the dueling potential, he managed to get so much damage. Jing, value from the run it back. SK, Rossi, hiding up by screens. He goes unchecked. This is devastating. Monyet, Aaron, they all arrive on time. The cavalry is here. And Global are starting to push back the force as Jing is the only one left. And there's no way that he duels himself out of this one. A minute left on the clock, perhaps.
My emotions. We're
being tugged.
I was on an absolute roller coaster watching Rossi. I'm like, no, he's going to kill your teammate. No, wait, okay, just let them all go by. Okay, that spray's a little bit off. Okay, oh, it's all good, it's fine. It was like I was all over the place. I mean, that was just great trigger discipline from Rossi. It was a little bit risky, but it paid off. And you got to check that corner. I see that way too much time in Pacific. That corner is not checked.
30 seconds
way too much. Happened before with like DFM, Zeta. But here, this is where it counts the most. They have a goodbye. Jing's trying to play it safe, maybe looking for a save this time. Global going over to check up the A site. And I mean, you're absolutely right again. It's these tiny little things that kind of cause the downfall of PaperX. Meanwhile, Global, SK Rossi, just a fantastic positional play, the trigger discipline to allow Jing to go through. They had no idea that he was in that corner.
Yeah, and even though you lose Wronski and Batsy to it, you know, at the end, the result is good. And that could have very quickly gone the wrong way if, you know, PaperX has one of their classic reactions where they just, you know, flick on you and get the headshot and kill you. But it didn't happen this time. And so therefore, Rossi's able to provide a ton of value here. You know, and then Aaron and the others step in and start doing some damage as well. So that's a good round for GE. And PaperX just, you know, that's hopefully should be something that doesn't happen again, right? Or you miss that corner. And there's a couple others on this map that sometimes people don't check. I doubt that we will see that. But again, the money here for the side of PaperX was good enough, especially with the Vandal being saved by Jing, that they're able to string together mostly another buy. There's a little bit of half armors and a Bulldog floating, but, you know, again, so far, careful now. Nothing super crazy here from PaperX. They're going to try to push space. That is such a good hot edge. But the reaction there with the grab well, so good.
And then the follow-up reaction from Bazzi. Jing makes it a trade, and the Mind Freak arrives on time. They managed to turn the situation around. We're back even. Bazzi exploring water, but PaperX really just looking to push down and collapse on towards the B site. Wronski has to anchor. Bazzi up on top of Heaven. They try to push him back with the fragment, but Gravity Well will suck Wronski back in towards Elbow. He's just waiting for the right time to peek out and push. He will be able to find the first one, maybe the second, but now no idea that Jing's behind. Something going off with more frags. Goes in with a tailwind just to close out the distance. Doesn't quite hear the tap, but now it goes through. He will be able to pick up Jing, evening out the odds. We're down to a 1-on-1. Something, only an updraft. 77 HP. The headshots have to count.
Aaron here has to check a bunch of angles. There's a lot of places that something could have hit into. You know, he could be in back sight. He could be
elbow
here in Link. Yeah, he could be an elbow. He could be back by pillar. I mean, there's so many different places that Aaron has to worry about.
Spike is ticking. It's going. We've got about maybe 10 seconds left or something, but something will find that headshot with the angle that he's held. 3-1, Paper Rex. Again, we start to see some of these individual performances, but what I really liked was that hot hands from Jake.
Yeah, no, the hot hands is great, and the reaction from Munyet is just as good with that gravity well. Able to find 2, but then, you know, the trades are there for Paper Rex. That gives them enough space that they can push towards the site, and then something wins some huge duels. Wrongski there re-peaked on something. I think that was a little bit ambitious. Not because it's something or anything like that. It's because he could have bought more time to wait for some reinforcements to come there to bail him out a little bit. Plus, he did have a player, like you mentioned, coming through the flank on the back of site in Hall. And you know, one way or another, if he checks that Hall push, Paper Rex just mowing him down.
Talk about chaos, fighting with chaos. This is Southeast Asian Valorant. We push into each other all the time. We might not check some off angles, but we will be able to recover. Paper Rex, 5-1 now. I'm 4-1, excuse me.
I blinked. Oh no. I missed it. No, but I mean, again, going back to the previous round, because that round was an eco for GE, so there's not much to talk about there other than they got, you know, red and run over. But it's just little things. Like, my eyes are really on, you know, Wrongski and Batsy here. So the reason being is that those are the two big differences in the agent comps, you know. And Batsy has been so good on the Sky. And here on the Fade, he hasn't had as much impact. I haven't seen, you know, those prowlers, a little bit with the haunt there that kind of gave Rossi some information on Jink's push, kind of maybe allow Rossi to make a better decision if he was going to pull the trigger or not in that spot. So that did have some impact. But overall, I haven't seen that same level of just impeccable timing with the flashes, the Trailblazers that get information and gain space, those kind of things.
Yes.
I don't feel like have as much impact with the Fade on this map, and I haven't seen the combo kind of warrant switching to the Fade instead of a Sky here.
Because when you're playing with a Fade, you're really looking for combinations with some smokes perhaps, so you get vision through them, and you're going for information. Whereas when you have a Sky, and this perfect Korean flash and dash that we've seen so many times today, it's not really here on Pearl. The map is a lot longer, a lot bigger. There are so many more spaces that you need to cover. I can see why they want to go in for more information, but then again, you lose a little bit of that attacking power that sets up SK Rossi. So 1-4 right now.
And I think this map is just so big as well. I feel like Sky, with the range of the utility, has a little bit more impact for the most part. But okay, well, up and over.
You can do that.
Careful.
Doesn't quite find anything though. Certainly.
Was it a Meteor was the first one that I remember see doing that, I think.
Certainly makes Global a little bit nervous, though. But with the positions that they're holding, look at how defensive it all is. Playing for time, classic tactics, pushback Paper X, lockdown committed.
I mean, Batsy,
we're reassessing our options.
Like you were talking about, using that utility to check towards mid. He hasn't gotten any confirmations off of those haunts. Or the Prowlers, so he's just backing towards B. If they haven't gotten any contact anywhere else, GE's making a decent gamble, but it's something with the opening and another with the blades. He cannot do anything wrong with those.
And along with a run it back too, but once more, it's going to be Munyet. Aaron, they are able to anchor down the site. Something going in forward with this, but wow, he's dancing over with this. His teammates have saved his life. Off a little bit of crazy mouse movement, we have SK Rossi, the lone survivor with an operator, something he surely wants to hold on to.
I mean, this is read pretty well by GE. They use that lockdown. They use the fact that there's no other information gained off of the utility or contact on the other side of the map that they're like, okay, we know this is a B hit. We're going to, you know, overstack it. It's basically a 4-1. And they still lose because something's just that good. Now, you are going to get the kill onto Forsaken from Rossi. See if you can maybe find another kill or two, but at the end of the day, this is all just hoping to, you know, find as much value as possible while not dropping this op. But he got the kill with patience. He dashed in.
All right. Just a little bit more, but of course the round still handed over to Paper X and Devi, there to back up his teammates in their time of need.
I'm not so sure about that one, Rossi. You've been playing great today, but
you want to save it.
Yes, the dash there was a little ambitious. Overall, though, this is just, you know, something. He's so good at these entries. He causes so much chaos. He's so fast, even when he's just dancing, like you were saying. He causes problems for the opponent. Absolutely, the PRX fans should be thrilled. This guy is incredible. Individually, the skill is there, and now it's all starting to come together for Paper X, and GE has to turn it around here sooner rather than later. I mean, They've got Rossi with the blades. Maybe he could try to do his best something impression, but surely they know it's coming. And they're ready. They're overstacked for it.
And that's the X factor. PaperX now switching things up, holding aggressions, and he's able to push Global Esports back.
Got your trail.
The play storm does not work out now from here on out. It's just a simple push over to the B side. Let's get the spike down. We know where they're hiding.
Look at something. He's just going to tail this Seeker. So good.
Oh, back to the shorty. Oh my god, Bazzi. Don't let that happen. Of course, they all surround him, but antics from PaperX once more.
Yeah, well, it doesn't hurt PaperX much. Their economy's doing pretty decent, so they can afford to get a little bit spicy. They're allowed to push the space and, you know, throw a gun or two over. It's not a big deal.
But they're very much in control of this map so far with the way that they're playing on attack. I mean, that's the interesting thing. This was left as the decider, you know, and PaperX decided to start out on attack, and I feel like that's a very conscious choice, a conscious effort to really put question marks in GE's mind.
I mean, our best teams in Pacific, they like to start on attack on most maps. That's generally the case for DRX, PaperX. Like most maps, they want to set the tempo. They want to come out swinging. They want to punch you in the mouth. You know, it's that old Mike Tyson quote. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Oh yes.
You know, and
no plan survives contact with the enemy.
Exactly, and that's where these teams excel, is when they're the ones setting the tempo. Okay.
Well, we're gonna set a bit of our own tempo as well with an aggressive position up. Something that wasn't quite expected. A sudden push by SK Rossi too. Be a bit of a re-peek, but he tailwinds away, and that buys enough time. We've lost enough players that PaperX will slow down their advances. Oh, he's gonna re-peek it again.
He should. He's got an opportunity to, you know, if that was re-aggressed by Jing there, to drop the spike, and you know, then it's almost like 100% round over at that point. But it's a good rotation from PaperX, at least finding some open space, finding the potential. I mean, if they can get, you know, if they can get a kill here, if they can get a pick, they might be able to get the plant down at the very least. But that turret, great placement by Aaron. Really reading the rotation.
Because that's what it's dependent on. You have to find that pick, but how do you do it when that much utility is up against you? Along with Monyet playing point blank range, a simple burst, and that's going to be Global with their second round win.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of Global getting that early first blood. This is something that really killed them on Split. Was, you know, almost nobody was positive on first kills versus first guess. They were losing point of contact early often. This time around, they don't. Batsy is good for one, and then Rossi stepping up huge. They're at A-Long, finding those two big kills, getting a ton of value. And now PaperX, the money, you know, starts to get a little bit dicey. They still have enough for another round for sure. Wrongski's got his ult though. Batsy's got his ult. Monyet has his. I mean, Forsaken and Mindfreak have theirs. So
yes,
let's see if there can be some good utilization of these ultimates.
I mean, if anything, I think Global has retake potential in this round, but Rossi is trying to discourage them from pushing forward first. It's a duel between the Jets, and SK Rossi will be pushed back. The way that something ducks in and out of cover. Off the Nebula though, and his team is here to back him up. Rossi might have a bit of vision trying to thread that needle.
Dude, the way that something moves himself, his movement is so crisp here. He completely avoids Rossi's sight lines, baits out a ton of those shots, offers up such narrow margins that, you know, Rossi has to hit incredible shots, and just as good as he is, he couldn't quite find him. That's just great play there from something.
He's no longer nervous, I think. Because you have to recognize that SK Rossi's on and off. He only has one shot.
And look at that flash to check on the other side of the Cosmic Divide to know that it's safe. They're going to use the Trailblazer to confirm that nobody's right around the corner. Wrongski's going to push it anyway. Oh! He gets two!
And all of a sudden, the retake, the push comes through. And when push comes to shove, it's going to be SK Rossi finding one frag. Maybe a little bit of a detain, but that's going to be enough. And now PaperX gets the spike down. 2 on 4. How do they hold this? Mindfreak, what is this push? He's going to get punished for it, and that leaves a Vi alone, cold, back up by Halls. SK Rossi peeks in, might have lost his head, but this is big information for Global. Surely they know how to collapse in on him together as a team. Aaron just holds the angle, gets the headshot, and Global will find a third win.
Oh, this is so well played by Wrongski here. He finds a perfect timing, so much utility is used by Paper Rex, by Divide, to check on both sides of the Cosmic Divide to make sure they can get there, get the plant down. And Wronski just waits for the perfect moment to strike right as they're pushing in, right as they think it's safe. He's nestled himself in that corner. And that's just phenomenal play from Wronski. I mean, you can see why he is a KO specialist. He has great senses, great timings there. And that's a huge round for Global. And a response immediately from Paper Rex here. Timeout.
And I think that's that supplement for Batsy Sky. You know?
Yeah, it is.
Wronski has to be the one to set those up, and Bazzi will be the one to get information instead. And that's how Global tends to operate, I think. Because while we're seeing some teams play agents with more like map specialists, and will sub people out depending on the map, Global kind of goes in based off of the agents and the roles that they want their team to have. And that's when we see Wronski getting subbed in, and it works out well in the rounds that they work out.
Yeah, I mean, he had one shaky map on his very first game, on his very first one on stage, and talking to the team behind the scenes, they just said there were some things going on. He was a little bit nervous. May have been some technical issues going on there, and things like that. But so a lot of mental things mostly, right, for Wronski, that very first one, just getting that experience. And since then, he's been much better. He's been playing a lot more consistent. Yeah, he's only 4-9, but a play like that could be a pivot point in this map, in this series. And so that's why you bring him in. Hopefully he can continue to have some more impact as we go forward. I still haven't seen Forsaken really get aggressive yet on that.
Hasn't been able to.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's great about Global's positioning. We're seeing little bits of contest where they're able to take Jing down to 2 HP because of SK Rossi's op. And at the same time, utility just to prevent Forsaken from getting lurks.
They don't want to let him pop this, run it back right away either. They were hoping to maybe catch him. They can't do it, so he's still able to get it through. Trying to push here.
Gosh.
Got the kill. Huge for Jing.
Big value again, but SK Rossi still very much alive and has the angle. So that's going to be the Blaze Wall set up, allowing for Paper Rex to perhaps get through. But look at how they're toying back and forth with this map plays. You've got players looking up over by mid to catch any rotations. Meanwhile, just carefully getting the spike down on A.
Yeah, they've got firm control over a lot of this map. It's Aaron's lurk here that's going to be potentially really important for GE. Rossi wants to kick the door down for his team. Let's see, there is that Cosmic Divide now for GE.
And that's going to give them a little bit more space. Divide still hiding inside of the Nebula though, but no! Wrong angle.
Oh my God.
That's all going to come down to Divide with the Phantom where he doesn't quite have the ammo capacity to continue getting the spray transfer. Aaron with the triple will be able to find the 4th win now for Global. That's 3 rounds in a row for this team.
I thought Divide was just going to spray through the smoke there. He saw the player go in, maybe. I'm not exactly sure if he was expecting, somebody to swing on the outside of the smoke or something, but
I don't know.
I thought he could have just held that spray down, potentially gotten that kill and been ready for that follow-up a little bit faster, but this lurk from Aaron, key to this round. He comes in, backstabs him. I mean, look at this. He still got the, one of the 2, but I think he might have been able to finish that 3rd kill before they had the opportunity to double swing him like that.
Tough to say. I think it's one of those little, micro decisions that really make it or break it in those moments. But like you said, Paper Thin, it's that lurk from Aaron, the timing of it, but what? Again, a sudden peek. A little bit of an overpeak from Aaron perhaps, but all it takes is one click, and all of a sudden the entire B site is open. Wronski gone. Bazzi is here, but he can't do much on his own.
Yeah, I mean, this guy with Blades is a different player. Batsy able to get one before something shuts him right out. And now something potentially could get an ace here. He's got 3 already.
Oh my God. We're still not done yet. We're only pushing through, but there it is, the ace denied, but still, it's the angles that are really being held. We've taken out yet another threat, and that was SK Rossi. We know where Monyet is, and they are blocking off every single one of these entrances.
I mean, the confidence for something just goes through the roof with those blades in hand. He's so accurate, he's so pinpoint that it just feels like he never misses. The crosshair placement, near immaculate every time. I mean, he has to switch to the gun there to get the follow-up, but You know, he loves those blades. I think he'd rather have blades than most guns.
Pinpoint accuracy. That's right. We're not gonna say that word.
Yeah, I heard some interesting interesting words in that one.
Facts. All right.
All right, we're having
Let's
fun.
go Paper X now. Back to a bit of a default, just holding some angles. It is the last round of the first half, so we don't want Global to surprise us.
Yeah, last time we saw, you know, when Aaron had his lockdown, he got pretty aggressive with it, you know, but this time he's sitting way back.
Okay.
In the back of A, looking for maybe...
Heard that Prowler.
Yeah, kind of a, you know, play off his own utility there. He's got the turret. He's got the alarm bot. It's just Jing, though. Jing trying to sell a fake, it looks like.
We did the previous round, and Jing has to make more noise in order to pull off this fake, but I don't think Global are biting. SK Rossi has the operator. He wants to make this one count. He will. Mind Freak's gone. Your controller unavailable. It's going to be afforded with the Blade Storm now, and a little bit more potential to repeat. Jumps over, forces something to spend that tailwind. Seekers just allow them to maybe push through, but it's been blocked off. How do you deliver the spike at this point? Monyet's covering off mid. There's only one approach, and Global are fully aware of what to do. Something is trying to break them off, though. Break them down, bring them to their knees. He's gotten the lockdown off. 2 on 2. And we've got Ronsky from the back as well. Just narrowly missed him. He saw him.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds, and surely Paper X goes in for the spike plant. They're committing to this.
Spike planted.
And we're just waiting for the best possible timing. He's been spotted. Pulled out the utility. That's Ronsky gone. SK Rossi now. Can you be the one to make it happen? The hopes and dreams of Global and Mumbai, but Davai will be the nightmare.
Yeah, this is just really well held down, and something is going absolutely monstrous, particularly in these last couple rounds. With 17, 8, and 4 right now for him is phenomenal. And even though SK Rossi able to find some value with those blades, with that op, it's this play right here that makes all the difference. And Aaron just kind of gave away his position a little bit early, allowed that slight adjustment in the angle for something to be that much easier. And then he's able to bully Rossi back, get the lockdown cleared out. And that's what basically wins them the round. Without that play from something, that is likely a GE win, or at least more likely a GE win. So that's huge, and that's what you brought this player in for. This superstar duelist who's been, you know, floating around the Japan region, dominating players in Japan for a long time. And you can see that the #1 player on the Asia ranked server at times. You know, I don't know if he currently is or not, but I know he was not too long ago. And you can see why.
He is that magic X factor for Paper X right now. It's such an interesting little micro play. Hearing the updraft, maybe that's what baited Aaron into peeking, and that's how he finds these frags, and of course a lot of Jing fans in the crowd, but this is now Paper X at an 8-4. Like the Desk was talking about at the start of today, it's eat or be eaten right now. Global has to come back, because if they don't, their standings are going to be down to 1 win, 4 losses.
No doubt. It is concerning for GE and their fans, you know, if you lose this. You're not out of it yet. You know, you can just sort of hold back and say, okay, well, we can still string together some more wins. There's still a world where we can make playoffs. But this win, if they could have gotten it, would have been really, really nice. And just a Jing, you know, play well.
Again, I mean, speaking of him, right? It's these hot hands that we're seeing on the attacking side. They have clear lineups for that Molly to just drop off in certain spots that clear out positions or maybe even block off potential pushes.
I've seen some really good nano storms from Forsaken, like clearing out Link near the edge of B site. Yeah.
So the question begs, you know, for Global side, what can we expect from them? I hope to see fragment lineups from Ronsky, and again, like you mentioned before, Bazzi with this agent choice of Faye. Surely it gives them a little bit more information on their attacking side, because that's where we've seen them perform a little bit better so far today.
Yeah, the other concerning thing for me for GE is that when they took this map away from Zeta the last time they played it, it was their defender side that was the much more impressive side. This time around, you know, their defender side was lacking. You know, their attacker side was kind of whatever. The map ended pretty fast. Jing there Getting the push out. Rossi fast on this.
They're trying to pinch them in. A bit of a pincer maneuver, but of course A-main has been backed off completely, and it's just Global controlling the middle ground.
They read this.
Oh, a great gravity well, but not connecting the spray. Monyet down to 4 HP, and it's just these microaggressions to give Global Esports the numbers they need to overwhelm PaperX's defenses.
It's a great call here from Aaron, recognizing that they can rotate back, that they've been able to pull PaperX away.
Okay, but Devi trying to hold it down on his own. The classic still deadly. And then the spike getting tapped by Ronsky, but it's just a bait. Bait out the peaks. Forsaken trying to slip in through. Not going to be able to close in the distance. He's lost that initiative. And now it's up to these teams, these players, to hold all the angles. That was almost like a triple crossfire. You had one on A-main, one on Art, and the last one on the spike itself.
Yeah, this is, you know, GE just doing a great job pushing and pulling the map. I mean, the fact that they survived this gravity well,
yeah,
is, you know, I think Mind Freak there just kind of got
even
a
with
little bit
bait.
over-ambitious. Yeah, that's
Lots of tug of war on the map, if anything, Paper Thin.
yeah. I mean, it's hard to deal with like the way that GE plays these pistols because they're so confident on them. They read the maps really well. They have great timings. Now something is going to sneak that Marshall in. See, Devi has a shorty in hand, holding in the back hall.
Swish. Yeah. Forsaken and Jing as well. Two classics right in their faces.
Oh my
the
God.
flash comes out, but oh no. Not quite landing it. It's going to be Global standing their ground firmly.
Oh, nice.
And this is very possibly a flawless round win for Global. Monyet B-hopping towards the back of Halls. There is the shorty kill that we're expecting to see. Mind Freak trying to find some right clicks, but not today. Flawless win for Global.
Sorry, it's just the
The B-hops?
yeah, the B-hops with the shorty. There's nothing better. It's just
I'm just hearing
all
like,
those, yeah. The malding, I can hear it from.
running around at the speed, and then like it just goes in. Boom.
Dude, yeah, like the Sonics do something. Yeah. But like, I can just hear people like Achilleos malding because of the dishonest gaming that was displayed there. Whereas me, I'm having fun with it.
From the desk.
Yeah,
We're having fun with this.
Yeah, I'm having fun with it.
This is great Valorant. I don't care who wins or loses anymore. Global looking great with a recovery at the start of the second half. PaperX trying to play off some positions. A bit of a crossfire setup towards B-Link, but Global are respecting the space. They're anticipating some pushes from PaperX, but as we've seen so far, at least today or from the previous map, they're no longer just blindly, aggressively pushing out.
Yeah, this is very, very disciplined. Aaron really likes to try to get as much information as he can before he starts making pushes. They have to check the box here at long just to see if anybody's there. They're going to use that Prowler to gain a little space. Something's going to push off of it. Devi as well gets a kill on the other side of the map.
Here comes the push down on towards A-main. Something's going to reposition, trying to find the sprays through the smoke. He will be able to find one, swapping to the sidearm, but it's not going to happen. Bazzi continuing to push forward. They don't want to plant the spike too early, knowing that PaperX just might be around the corner. The timing is crucial for this team right now. Ronsky striking from behind, but down to 7 HP. Shoulder exposed, and Jing, single shot to the body block. That's going to be PaperX getting off the third round win on the second half.
But still a ton of damage done here by GE. This is a
nice
relatively successful round. I love the way that they get aggressive towards Secret. They just start pushing right into the back of the map. You know, Devi here, a good hold against Rossi, but that kind of bought just enough space and time that they're able to get this job done. I mean, the defenses were pretty strong. Still, PaperX able to, in the long run, you can see Jing there with a little bit of a sigh of relief. It was on a knife's edge for a moment there, for sure.
But again, I mean, these performances from all players so far, especially Something and Jing, this duo right now. Look at how these hot hands push them off. He's claiming those ult orbs. 1 point away from a run it back, and that's going to be big value in the second half. Something.
Oh.
Narrowly getting away by an inch of by a hair.
No damage even done there.
I mean, it's just to gain information now. Leapfrogging forward, leapfrogging backward. A bit of a guiding light to ensure that nobody's really on site just yet. Devi on the other side of those boxes. Timing of peeking is really crucial because what they really want to do is prevent them from going forward. But look at that Nova Pulse. Forsaken a quick triple, but Global not backing down. Monyet versus Mindfreak again. Both M controllers.
What
Where
just
could
happened?
Monyet be?
What just happened in there?
You blinked and you missed it, buddy.
I gotta stop blinking.
Monyet.
This is tough, man.
Mindfreak's waiting for the spike tag.
This is, this is much more difficult for Monyet.
30 seconds
he
left.
He has a lot more to work with. Trying to see if it's
not
the bait. Oh, he looked it the wrong way. Mindfreak gets it. Unbelievable.
You had no idea where to look.
The timing, again, it's so much harder for Monyet there. It just is so much harder.
You can't out-mind game the Mind Freak, buddy.
That's true.
He tried to bait out the peak. He tapped the spike. He put down the nebula. Mind Freak just waited like, all right, 1, 2,
Somewhere, Chris Angel just smiled and nodded. Yeah. He doesn't even know what's going on. He doesn't even know what Valorant is. But
just like,
yeah,
hey, I feel happy today. 6-10 now. Global again looking to find their win, back into it, but a sudden bit of aggression, and it's the same set play on towards A main. Someone could pick up that Halt Orb. Jing has to run it back, and that's why he's pushing forward. Doesn't even care because it's just information. Might have seen them peeking back out as his run it back expired.
That's a great little play. Oh, Monyet there, but Forsaken again. Good for 2.
Oh.
Huge play from Jing on the other side, dude. He was phenomenal that round. Just pushing that map so aggressively, and now Paper X, the confidence flowing, the rounds. I mean, this is almost over. It looks like it's 11-6, and GE needs to dig deep, and it's going to be a timeout to try to find that energy, to try to find that strength.
I don't know if they can make it happen. They have to. Again, eat or be eaten. But when Paper Rex are feeling themselves like this, how? They look unstoppable. The only one who have really stopped them so far, maybe Team Secret, maybe DRX, but this is peak performance now.
Well,
they
DRX
are flowing like water.
DRX is
on a different level. Yes.
They are the team that, you know, I was talking with Binbon after we did our little, you know, our segment where we ranked the teams. Yeah, he saw that and he goes, yeah, you know, DRX S, and then we're talking about it. I'm like, well, DRX actually SS.
SS.
DRX is actually SS.
Are we like SSS smoking?
Yeah, exactly, man.
Stylish.
This is like, they are on another level for sure. And you know, Paper X talks a lot about the fact that DRX just has their number. They've said that in
They're
publicly
their kryptonite,
that they can't beat them. You know, in any respect, whether it be on stage or off. And it's tough. I mean, that's most of the teams in Pacific. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Right now, it's hard. And, you know, you're seeing this in a lot of the other regions, too, where there is clearly
a
separation of teams.
Right now, we want to see global esports close in on that gap between them and Paper Rex. And we saw it so much so on Icebox. Can they do it again back on Pearl? After this timeout, caught by Eraser, they're trying to fight back towards A main. SK Rossi peeking into it, but something is just too damn good.
He's incredible. I mean, this double push here, even though Jing gets caught with his pants down a little bit there, it doesn't matter. Something's just right there for the follow-up. And yes, it is a lower buy for GE. Some Spectres, some Stingers, and that kind of thing, but still, you know, now you're going to even invest the Seekers. You have all kinds of ults with Monyet. Wow, that was fast. Oh my God. Not like this.
Spike down A.
Few guns now. Something versus Monyet.
One enemy remaining.
Might have a little bit, but not against Forsaken, who's just holding the angle up by heart. Passy answers back, and we're down to the one-on-one. Not sure where something is. Collecting on that 4th frag. But such an incredible eco round from Global. Match point, though.
Now, this is it. This is either 6 rounds in a row for GE and we go to overtime, or at some point before then, it will be Paper X winning the match. And I mean, this is something here, just reading these positions so well. That initial push with Jing really well set up, and he's able to catch Batsy a little bit off guard on that angle.
Yeah.
Man, Monyet, those Sheriff shots were pretty good.
They were good. But I have to level with you, Paper Thin.
Uh-huh.
This has been 3 rounds now that we've seen Global continue to try to contest A main, and every time Paper X, Jing, something, they are able to push them off.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Jing there. That
why
Phoenix utility really suits itself to those angles.
We're
You know, the
seeing
way
this.
that you can throw those curveballs.
Face your fears!
Okay. That's why we're going back towards the B side. The Nightfall, maybe trying to get some value off of it, but Cosmic Divide, I don't know if that's going to work out against them.
The lockdown in the
Sudden
back, though.
peaks might be so crucial, but yes, the lockdown at the back gives them a little bit more cover. Global still have full control, though, because this is a split push now. They have B-Link control. They have Forsaken surrounded, but he still makes a shot anyway. Spike Karen killed, 50 seconds left, and they will be able to get the spike down.
Paper Rex is cooking on the back of that lockdown. They try to push the angles, and it's going to be Batsy to get the final kill onto something. That was pretty interesting from Paper Rex, because they're like, we're going to throw a lockdown, but we're not going to play it like safe. We're just going to hit the edges towards B-Link and towards Pillar, and we're just going to try to push the space, and GE is you know, thoroughly ready for it. It does not fool them at all this time. You know, the WK Gaming sometimes does catch teams and players off guard, but not in this round. So GE, they're focused. You can see Batsy, he looks pretty keyed in right now. He really, you know, wants to turn this around. Of course they do. GE knows what's at stake. Now they've got a lockdown, Blade Storm of their own.
5 rounds is not impossible.
Blades v Blades.
Does have Blades, but this is a
the
very different angle. What?
Woo!
Still
He's
able
nuts.
to updraft
Just
twice.
don't leave this man when he's got blades in his hands, observers. Just stay on him.
He knifed the 0 point. And now he's looking to go back in, but they will spray him through the nebula.
I cursed him. My B.
And here comes SK Rossi. Clinton, you have cursed Paper Rex in this very round. They are out of firepower. If anything, maybe Jing coming from the back of B Long now. But guess what? Killjoy utility be down. It's all over the place. And oh, he still managed to make it work.
No
is
way!
this it? Jing! Oh, and My Freak is the one to do it up from the top of heaven. Paper Rex! 13-7 ends this best of 3.
Well, the Jing fans certainly got what they wanted. There's tons of them here in the audience. Tons of them all over the world, certainly. And that right there was a great play. Clean with that Vandal. Does a ton of damage. It was an eco round mostly, but Jing's able to find that Vandal and put it to good use.
Just, I'm thinking, like, how do you counter a team with that much dueling potential? It starts off with that linchpin that is something. Updrafts upwards, gets the first pick, and then a big push back, and then players to come from behind as well. Feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, once the confidence got flowing here for Paper Rex, once they went into kind of that normal mode, what we usually are used to seeing from them as when they got back to having somebody like Devi who's in there, I think helps calling shots. Even if it's very minimal sort of direction of traffic, it still needs to be there somewhat. And something has just a phenomenal map here. The entries from him were insane. Every time he has the blades in his hands, he's good for at least one. The value that he finds on these pushes, him and Jing, like you were talking about, locking down that long A hallway, you know, with that Jing with that Phoenix utility is so good, and the way that hallway angles, again, it offers a lot of opportunity. Great usage of the hot hand, things like this that Jing does that nobody else in Pacific at the very least does with the Phoenix. I don't know if anybody else even plays it, really.
No one, I don't think.
Yeah, and he's incredible. I mean, this last round was just absolutely nasty.
And this is why we love to watch Paper Rex. When they are feeling themselves, when these unorthodox picks really do work out, this is what we've all come to know and love. 5 First Bloods on something, 4 on Jing. That's 9 First Bloods in total. Global did put out a fantastic performance. We saw an ace from Monyet. We saw moments of brilliance from Aaron with the calls, but still, there are some gaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, especially on this map, when you, because of the agent composition you want to run, there isn't really a place for texture here. And I think that does hurt GE a lot. I mean, I think they're at their best when your Rossi texture and some combination are in there, in the equation. Texture in particular You know, I understand what they're thinking. You know, Wrongski didn't play super bad or anything, but I think Texture is just too good individually that you can't not have him in. He's just too consistent. You know, you can see what he was able to do, particularly on Icebox, you know, on that KJ. So maybe it's time to find a new way to work Pearl. Try to get Texture in there. Try to see if you can bring some more firepower. If let's say, you know, hopefully GE makes it to the playoffs, right? They might face this team again.
It is possible. But that's it. I mean, like you're talking about, so far today, we haven't really seen Texture on that duelist role. It's almost as if he swapped fully over onto that Sentinel, that Killjoy, and it works out for certain maps, but onto Pearl, we might have SK Rossi, but when you have that many duelists, that much firepower from PaperX, how, again, I ask, like, how do you counter this sudden jet double updraft?
It takes some incredible protocols, and that's why DRX is able to. I mean, DRX, of course, pound for pound has insane players, right?
Yes.
Just like PaperX does. I would even argue that maybe PaperX individually, mechanically, might have a slight edge overall over DRX. Maybe. I could see the argument. However, what makes DRX difference is the way they react to things. The protocols in place is just so clean, so good. They have just, you know, they've thought so many layers deep on how to answer any situation. And they have a lot of experience against PaperX. They were scrim partners for a real long time. They understand these aggressive teams, their aggressive nature. That's why you don't see teams that play like this really, you know, cause DRX too many problems. So PaperX, as great as they are, you know, eventually we need to see some kind of, I don't want to see them let go of their aggressiveness or anything like that, but we need to see a little bit more.
Yes, more flexibility, more versatility, I think, truly is the key. But if anything, I don't want to count Global out just yet. This might be one win and 4 losses for now, but it's not all doom and gloom. They still have that one win under their belt.
They're playing great.
Yes.
They're playing great.
And if they can take maybe like that little page off of DRX's book, there's something to be gained.
Look, they're not really sliding or anything. They're still playing good. Now they're having to work, you know, Rossi and Lightning Fast into the mix as well. You know, two great players. We've seen them play very well across both maps. So there is certainly some work to be done, but I think for GE, the foundations look good to me. I see a lot of good ideas. I see a lot of good calls. I just think there's, you know, maybe a little bit of tweaks to be made. I think the agent composition could maybe use a little bit of work on Pearl, if I'm being honest. I don't like the Fade as much. I think I'd rather see a Sky or something else. Maybe another Harbor, you know, a Harbor. Maybe you go for the double controller stuff. But regardless, I mean, there's still a lot of good things going for GE, and you've seen them be so close so many times.
So many times. All it took was for SK Rossi to arrive in Korea for that first win. But today, against a team like PaperX that, well, at times it might be tough to predict, they do have their moments of greatness, and we saw so much today. But whatever it is, you know, we move forward, and what we'll see soon is that interview with Forsaken. Kyungmin, take it away.
Yes, week 5, day 1's winner starts from PRX. I'm on stage with Forsaken. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, you guys really turned the tide at map 2, and it was really a big victory. How do you feel right now?
I mean, we feel really great, of course. But of course, like, first map is kind of a little bit shaky, but now we feel really good because we win the 2 maps.
Oh, yeah, so it was better at the other maps.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
I can surely tell it. And not having Bankai for the starting roster, it was quite a surprise, and the comps were unexpected also. So how do you think that worked for your team?
I mean, as you can see, like Icebox map, especially, it doesn't work really well because I'm not sure why, but we trained like new meta with Gecko as well.
Yeah.
But I think Gecko is not that bad on that map. But yeah, we play Icebox. The reason we play Icebox because it's like next week is gonna be removed, right? So we just play anyway. So yeah.
So do you have any plans to use that agent again?
I mean, Gecko, I actually think it's not that bad. But I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out to find the meta.
Yeah, but it was fun though, seeing using all the different agents.
The wingman.
Yeah.
I like the wingman. Little bros.
Yeah, nice. And for the next question, I heard that PRX is really into Korean BBQ. Like for today's celebration, what are you gonna eat for the menu?
I mean, it's probably crab barbecue again. Or maybe duck bee. I mean, yeah. But Cran Barbecue here is really, really nice.
Oh, good to know. Your fans are really like rooting for you guys. They're just like happy to see your laugh regardless of the winning. And you must be really thankful for them. So any words for them?
I mean, for PepperX fans, thank you so much for watching us. I hope you guys enjoy our match, and I hope you guys always supporting us all the time until we can qualify Tokyo. I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be rooting for you for the whole game. Yes, and we have another HB Omen question. What lessons did your team learn and from this match that you can apply in the future matches?
Maybe like sorry.
What lessons did you learn from this match?
I think what we learned from this match, I think we don't underestimate opponents too much because
Yes.
it's not good for yourself, and just trust your teammate.
Oh, trusting is the key point of this match, and you did really great with that. Okay, we now have Forsaken for the interview. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now the next matchup is coming up with Genji and DRX, so stay tuned. And now I'll give it back to William.
Thank you very much. We're back at the desk where we have the majority of people predicting wrong in our predictions. Tasteless, you reign supreme.
Someone had to do it. PRX pulls through there at the end. I will admit I was a little bit worried. It was a shaky start for PRX. But, you know, it was also a very odd team lineup that they had to start things off.
Yeah, and we heard Forsaken talking about it. Obviously, Icebox going to be kind of phased out here with the return of Bind in the future. So
The last hurrah.
yeah, just a last hurrah, kind of, try to see how Gecko works on there. They thought, theoretically Gecko still works well. So we'll see. Stay tuned if that shows up in future maps from Paper X. But at the end of the day, they will take Pearl 13-7. And once again with the Phoenix as well, although that wasn't necessarily the core part, they were able to showcase more of how that works here.
I mean, Jing on the Phoenix looking incredible, showing how the viability is despite this agent's general lack of popularity. Look, I think PRX looked phenomenal. I think something was truly an inspiration. Weeks ago, we were talking about, who is this guy? Is this guy really going to be as strong as, they seem to think he is? And he's had a breakout performance and really has not wavered since then.
Yeah, I mean, last week, obviously, versus the likes of DRX was definitely halted. DRX is kind of Paper Thin was pointing out there at the very end, just is so very familiar with Paper X after having scrimmed against them, played against them on international stage as well as, here in Pacific. They have them pretty well sussed out. But something was very much able to rebound after that performance and just find an immense amount of impact here today. A little bit quieter, but still the only player who ended up going positive on that first map of Icebox for Paper X. And then from both maps moving onward was just finding consistent value and really took over this lobby here on the final map of Pearl. So a fantastic performance from him. And this is what we want to see. This is one of those moments where, you know what? I didn't get my pred right, but that's fine. Because I'm more than happy to see Paper X looking more and more like their classical selves, especially as they're undergoing these, somewhat consistent changes map over map, experimenting with CGRS. Okay, that one didn't work out, but we're still seeing them looking good and looking measured while still a bit chaotic without even having Benkai in the lineup. So I like this evolution that we're seeing. I need to see a little bit more of it to know that this is still going to be a team that can contend at an international level, if they can make it over to Tokyo, that they're going to be able to beat teams. But it seems like they're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, that the growth is there, the potential is being shown as we watch their games. Now, in Pearl, in the beginning, yes, Paper X looked like they were going to dominate, and then Global Esports started to swing back a little bit, and one of those times was, of course, they win the pistol in the second half, and then they're able to continue into an anti-eco win as well. So they were trying to catch up, and even there, we could see kind of the right calls coming out from Aaron and the squad.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at this as we zoom into round 17. And, it's like, okay, the call comes in. We're going to up the pace, but this flash timing connects right onto Rossi. He's instantly shut down by Jing, who gets the run it back, pops it, and goes for this rush play. Checks forward, doesn't see anybody, and inevitably does end up snapping back, but the pinches continue. Now you turn your eyes over towards that mini-map here in mid-link. The door crunch starts coming in. Monyet with a nice swing finds one, but Forsaken is able to steady his aim. Finds two, right back over as Jing finds a third kill. So it's a good read here from Paper X. They say, okay, Global, they haven't really upped the pace. Global tries to go for it, and it's instantly shut down.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, this was something that we talked about on Split as well. The casters mentioned it. You know, part of this was Paper Rex kind of staying one step ahead of Global, not really giving them the time and margin to try to catch up and really download their opponents. Now, when we talk about kind of player of the game, we've always tried to highlight one player from each game, you know, on the winning team. But this time, I think really it just comes down to the whole match. We've been talking about him the whole time. Something on the side of Paper Rex really carrying a bulk of the weight here.
I mean, something has been so incredibly clutch in so many sick moments. It's, you know, it's funny. We came out, we were worried, is this going to be a performance that he can really, I guess he could show up to? And he's done it. He's able to push. He's able to draw the knives with Jet, always getting kills, always being airborne, always being aggressive. And I am starting to really feel like he's almost stealing the entire show here for VCT Pacific.
I mean, this was the performance that we wanted to see from him. You know, again, being able to bounce back after kind of getting pushed out of the spotlight a bit more there by the side of DRX and Foxy9. They very much dominated on that day, but clearly not really too wavered by it. Something comes back in. He has just as impactful of a performance, if not slightly more so, you know, than he did versus T1. It was just impeccable from him pretty much across all 3 maps. Again, Icebox left a lot to be desired by pretty much everybody on the team. Looked a bit wishy-washy there, but Split into Pearl, nothing but fantastic plays from this guy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you're looking at the numbers, they only tell a part of the story, but the fact that he's still kind of evening out on everything, still putting up some positives, right, for the rest of his team as that main entry, as that main duelist player. But then we think about the highlights he had on top of that. You know, he had some heroics both in terms of kills and creating space for the team, brings home the victory for Paper Rex as they put another one on the board. Now, this does mean Global Esports, they're in a bit of trouble, right? The rest of their schedule looks a bit tough. They now have to play Gen G next week, which, given their scoreline so far, is a must-win now if they want a chance to go to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they have a small shot at maybe doing this. I think, and you were saying this earlier, Achilleos, and I think it's true. Like, they have looked really good in their matches. They've looked like they're improving. I think they've got, obviously, all the players they need in here. Everybody does seem to be well-adjusted. But they were not one of the teams that had the hard matches first off in week 1 or week 2. And in fact, they had some matches I think we all thought they could probably win. And it's been a bumpy road. So best of luck. They're going to have to level up again going forward here next week.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest challenge that they still have on the horizon is obviously going to be Gen G, just given the standings. They got through DRX. They almost were able to take them to a 3rd map.
Yeah.
You know, really, really close there. But I think that in the end, that loss to T1, just given kind of the form that we've seen from T1 as of late, might be the thing that really comes back to haunt them. Because for some of the other ones, now this loss as well, Paper X looking a little bit more back in form, I think you can kind of start to make some excuses for them, be like, oh, you know, that's a tough opponent. Oh, that's a tough opponent. The T1 matchup, that's the one that might end up costing them in the very end. But we have to just wait and see. It's still possible.
It's possible,
but
yes.
This loss obviously hurts. This would have put them in a much more comfortable position.
Yeah, and let's not lose hope, right? Obviously, this is one of those teams that has continued to show this improvement, you know, and the potential that they have on that squad and roster. And we mentioned it in the opening of the show. This was one of the rosters that we all thought would take a long time to develop. They're on a much quicker track than before.
Yeah, and I think that my biggest concern after today is that this is kind of the first time that we're seeing all of the roster swaps really catch up to them, I feel.
Yes.
Because Ronsky comes into this, obviously he's going to be getting warmed up in the back room the entire time, but he had a really rough start at the beginning of Pearl there. It took a while for him to find his footing, was regularly getting picked, and not really anticipating a lot of these flank angles that were coming out from the side of Paper X. And I think that when you are having so much space between these rotations coming through, you're not going to have that, you know, that warm-up, shake off the rust while you're on stage. And I think that might have been what kind of caught them here on this final map. That, and it felt like Aaron maybe having a slightly off day when it came down to getting a read. I think Paper X was able to, similarly to them beating T1, just kind of outpace the shot calling and the adjustments, like you said, not allow for Aaron to really download their playbook. And I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to course correct this moving forward, or if this is going to be a bit of a sore point for them.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, of course. Hope's still alive for Global Esports. Meanwhile, Paper X a little bit more solidified here on the leaderboards to make it to the playoffs at VCT Pacific. But we're not done just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We have another match coming up when we come back from this break. Yeah, when we come back from this break, it's going to be the match to find out who will reign as the kings of VCT Pacific, as the two powerhouses of Korea, DRX and Gen G, face off. Don't go anywhere.
Watching it, they've got my hand, but it's going to be really SK Rossi hiding on my screens. He goes in.
Wow, made that is such a good hot, so good.
And then the ball. She's waiting for the right time to peek out and hook. Doesn't quite hear the tap. Got about maybe 10 seconds left.
And they still lose because something's just that good. He got the other Seeker.
Quite expected. A sudden push by SK Rossi too. That much utility is up against you.
Right around the corner, Ronxi's gonna push it anyway. He can get it through. Trying to push here.
Wrong angle.
Oh my
and
God.
it's all gonna come down to the buy with the band. Don't worry.
Sky with Blades is a different player. Batsy able to get one.
Wants to make this one count. Roach and Global are fully aware of what to do. Something is trying to break them off though. Monyet B-hopping towards the backup, but down to 7 HP.
Oh, Monyet there, but Forsaken again. Good for you. Didn't even invest the Seekers. You have all.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Dance. Dance.
Welcome back, everyone. We continue Week 5 of VCT Pacific 2023, and it's time to finally decide who's going to remain #1 in VCT Pacific, as we have two Korean powerhouses. It's DRX going up against Gen G.
Yeah, this is a marquee matchup, as I said before, one that we have been waiting for a very, very long time. I think even since lock-in, watching Gen G lose to Loud, we were already saying this team looks a hell of a lot better than we might have anticipated. And they have continued to prove that time and time again with each of their match victories, finding themselves at the moment in this second place position, now looking to remain undefeated by dethroning DRX.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge challenge, but this lineup, of course, they've gone through a couple lineup changes as well, coming into Pacific now with Goddead and Sylvan, and both of them, of course, starting on the first map. They're looking to challenge DRX.
So far, Korea is appearing to be by far the strongest country inside the VCT Pacific region. We weren't sure if that was going to be the case when this event kicked off, but as more and more weeks pass, we see that they are coming out on top, and now it's time to decide which of these two teams is in fact the best. Now, DRX historically has been the strongest team we've had in the region, but they have lost to Korean teams in the past.
Yeah, I mean, they've dropped, maps for sure, and then some matches here and there, notably against the IGL of Gen G, right? TS on Onslayers last year in Challengers Korea was able to take them down during the regular season. Eventually, DRX got their sweet revenge in the playoffs.
Yeah, there's a couple players here that have defeated DRX in the past. Like you said, Stage 1 last year, they were able to do it with Onslayers. Obviously, slightly different team, but TS was the one shot going through that. Goddead himself being a part of the F4Q core that was able to finally beat Vision Strikers for the first ever time, give them that first loss and that 100+ map win streak that they had under their belt. So there is a little bit of experience when it comes down to dethroning the Kings, but still, given the form that we've seen, given the addition of Foxy9 and how much firepower he brings and how kind of effortlessly he's been able to fold in with the rest of this roster, this will prove to be a very challenging thing. And one of the biggest keys that I'm looking for is going to be, Goddead and Meteor as that kind of duo. Goddead setting up Meteor for some aggressive plays to find some early picks. If they can do that, then they're in with a pinch. If they can't, who knows how this is going to go.
Yeah, because like you mentioned, I mean, taking a look at DRX's roster, they've been able to replicate this even with the addition of Foxy9, right? In the past, we used to talk about, RB and Stacks or then Buzz and Stacks, but now it's Foxy9 working off of the support from Stacks or RB. Buzz kind of bringing up the rear alongside Mako in that Sentinel role as well.
This is such an all-star lineup, but the addition of Foxy9 is really exciting. I mean, this is a team that could have gotten any player in the world. And then we saw Foxy9 picked early on, but he was almost more like, I guess, touring with the group. He wasn't as exactly present in these matches, but they're learning and watching. And they were saying this guy may be the very best we've ever had if he can just kind of snap into the form we think he's going to get to. And then we saw him here at VCT Pacific, and he looked incredible. He looked confident. He looked in control. He was great on duels. He knew when to engage and also knew when to pull back and play it safe. He's a deadly addition to the team, and I think he's only strengthening DRX going forward.
Yeah, I think that he's only maybe one of now 3 players that's in the double ace club. He's had 2 aces, Moniette as well as Forsaken. So I think those are the 3 players that we've had that have gotten double aces, and of course, Foxy getting his to end his debut map on that Ascent and his first showing versus Zeta was an incredible performance, and it just shows that how easily he's been able to slot into this team and just feel comfortable on the stage.
Yeah, now both teams, they're, they haven't lost a single match yet, but if we look at their history so far in Pacific, there is one big difference, right? DRX not dropping a single map.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Gen G has lost a map, notably to Detonation Focus Me, right? So a little bit more shakiness coming out from Gen G.
Yeah, and that's okay, right? I mean, they're still in good health and in good standing in the tournament overall. That was a funny moment in VCT Pacific because we were all saying, "Oh, were we wrong about Detonation? Or do they have?"
Well, we're wrong about both sides. Yeah,
at the time we were.
Yeah,
they were looking really good.
But we thought what I'm trying to get at is this going to usher in a whole new era of a team that is really revamped and upgraded. Turns out it did not, at least not so far. We still have a little bit of time left on that. We're DRX, and they've been doing this since the very beginning. They've said they've come in here not just to win, but to dominate, to crush. And they have basically gone with perfects so far. 2-0s all the way across the board.
Yeah, it's been pretty damn crisp from both of these teams here. And as you can see, as far as like pistol round win percentages, I'm not 100% certain if the DRX one is correct either way. In front of me, I have it as they're at 44%. Which comes in, and that feels more correct because they have been lacking a bit as far as pistols are concerned. Gen G, not much better, are at a 50% rate with a 9-9. So both teams have been struggling in that regard. We'll see who's going to be able to, not drop their spaghetti in the pistol rounds this time. But because when you have two teams that in theory should be this close, the pistol rounds just become more and more important.
I think it's a good point, but also overall those stats, they're very close on almost everything.
Well, I mean, they're currently tied for one. I mean, technically 1 and 2 if you count, obviously, the set score, but overall match score tied 1-for-1. So we'll see kind of who actually edges each other out. Now, if we look at kind of the key players until now for most matchups we've talked about, I mean, who's been fragging out the most, who puts up the most impact, but it has to come down to the IGLs for these two teams, especially with the history between TS and Stax.
Stax is a beast. I love the confidence this guy has. He's amazing to watch in-game, but then you see his interviews, and he's hilarious. He knows how to trash talk, very with it. TS, on the other hand, I mean, we've all been out here in Korea for a long time casting this guy's games before we got to get truly global here with the entire Pacific region. And TS is definitely a real threat. I do think he's, when it comes to these two teams and even these two players, I feel like you've got TS, all his stats are right at 9, and Stax is just right at 9.5 or 10, maybe just a little bit stronger.
I mean, TS is one of those players that, ignoring Lock-In was a player that we've always kind of been robbed of not seeing at international events. You think back to, in 2021, right ahead of Masters Berlin, the qualifications, TNL looking like one of the best teams that we had, probably the second best team that we did have in Korea at the time, but had the unfortunate draw of yet again playing against Vision Strikers, playing against DRX to try to get themselves to international competition. It was single elimination, unfortunately, back then. Luckily, we, of course, corrected that. But it feels like we should have had him at international events in the past, but we have not. Lock-In, he shows up. He IGLs the team to a very respectable performance versus Loud, world champions coming over into that event. And they look damn good, and that has carried forward. TS, in his own right, is very much a veteran. He has been shot calling for a very long time, and if anybody can shot call a game to a victory here in Pacific versus DRX, it would be him.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love that you mentioned, right, he just never really got that chance, because now, obviously, with VCT Pacific, with VCT Pacific, you have 3 teams going to Masters Tokyo. I think Gen G feels confident that they're trying to gun for that position, but for TS personally, and I mean the coaching staff and everyone as well, they want to be able to beat DRX. And the question is, can they do it? Our predictions, I'd like to take a look. I think most people are expecting DRX to take the victory here. I think most people, if you put out a poll, would be predicting DRX. I'm going with Gen G, and this is purely because I also just, kind of harkening back, right? During the round robin, I think Gen G currently has the bigger challenge of let's just throw everything to simply beat DRX, whereas DRX is like, let's see how far we can get to the playoffs without showing our entire hand.
Sure, I mean, that definitely could be the case. And I wouldn't be that shocked if we walk away from today and Gen G does manage to have a win under their belt. I think it would be a monumentous moment for them, and obviously something very much to celebrate. But they are that kind of high-caliber team that they can take these maps off of DRX. They can deliver them that first map loss, maybe even that first series loss. So I'm not going to be completely and utterly flabbergasted if that does go their way here today. Because, I mean, there's so many overlapping parallels between these two squads. Obviously, you have King, former member of Vision Strikers, DRX, whichever you want to go with. He knows the ins and outs of the majority of these players. He has played alongside them. He knows how Stax likes to IGL. He knows how RB plays. King has that familiarity. TS, formerly of TNL, sister teams there, formerly known as Quantum Strikers, then become TNL. they have been a part of that brand in the past. They have known each other and played against each other for so very long. So I'm not going to be too shocked if this does go the distance, if they can take this.
It's not going to be the biggest upset in the world, but it would be an upset.
It would be an upset for sure. I think it's important whenever they show our predictions. It is the truth on how we feel, but it doesn't show, how likely we think the win is going to be. It's like this might be like a 55-45 matchup, right? I still go for DRX. I think it's a safe call. Honestly, for me, in every match we've had, they're the easier team to pick, right? I mean, we've been casting them for so long. Yeah, of course they're probably going to take it. I do think that you raised a very interesting point, William, in that, DRX is a team that has gone so deep in so many tournaments on the international stage. Tokyo's just around the corner. They're going to be hungry to try to come in here and deliver there. And, maybe they don't have their strongest plays that they're ready to show just yet. Gen.G's a team that is actually one of the only teams in this region that I think is a very realistic threat. And like we were saying, too, a realistic upset that could occur. So it's going to be cool to see how exactly they come in here and try to approach this.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is obviously sometimes people like to joke about, oh, like so-and-so team is hiding strats, whatever. The thing about DRX is they've also always been very conscious about their reputation, right? They don't like dropping sets. They don't like dropping matches. They'll never purposely hide, and then drop a match and say whatever. They care very much about the results. But at the same time, they have this experience, like you mentioned, of going deep and knowing what it takes to really go all the way.
I mean, that was, kind of why we didn't see Foxy9 at lock-in. You're talking about it, he kind of was just touring with the team. They were fully intending on using him, and then they kind of got out to Sao Paulo, and they said, let's aim for top 4. Let's just keep playing with the same core that we've been doing. If we make it top 4, then maybe we'll bring them out. It didn't end up happening, obviously, but they decided like we do want to kind of keep up our appearances. We want to take this a little bit more seriously. So let's just stick with Zest playing in the starting 5, and then we'll see where it goes from there if we can get Foxy9 ready. Obviously, didn't happen in Sao Paulo, but they felt comfortable from the very beginning of the Pacific launch, and it's been fantastic ever since. And now I wonder, will we get to see Zest again? Because the guy is such an incredible player in his own right that it almost feels wrong to not have him in the lobby. We've seen him so many times just being able to anchor down a site all on his lonesome. His Sova plays on a set in particular have always been incredible, and it feels weird to not have that still be showed off here by DRX, but it's really tough to make an argument for it.
Well, this is what happens when you have a 6-man roster that's all so good
just
in their own right.
out of their minds.
Yeah, and in their own positions, and they have some overlaps, and then they can also just like pick up each other's agents and learn it to a top level. So obviously a strength of DRX, but the question remains of kind of will they ever switch up their rosters again?
Yeah, I mean, only time will tell. I am very curious to see what these maps and rounds inside of them look like, because right now, as we've already seen, it's DRX and Gen.G, the two Korean teams, looking untouchable. But what is the difference between the two? This is going to be the really exciting test here. Like, can we get some overtimes here? Is it going to be a 2-0 and DRX just takes it? Or is it going to be a 2-1 and it's so close we don't know who's going to take it till the very end? Because it's also going to be a moment to explore the Korea region with the two top teams. How do they actually size up against each other? As we're going to be seeing more of this possibly in Tokyo.
And right now we're talking about how it's Gen.G versus DRX, who will remain #1. But let's remember at the start of Pacific, the big question was how many teams will be able to try to challenge DRX, right? With Talon was in the mix. Team Secret was trying to make it into the mix as well. Zeta Division, of course, always had that reputation of making it to, the very ends of a international tournament. But now Gen.G, the only one remaining to challenge DRX, as they both remain undefeated here in VCT Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with our Week 5 matchups as we take a look at DRX versus Gen.G to see who will remain in #1 here in the Pacific region. Gen G rises to the occasion to try to take down the kings of DRX. DRX, notably, they've rarely been challenged in their own region, as fate would have it, it's once again another Korean team here in VCT Pacific that looks to take them down.
Goddead right out the gate, the tissue already in his nose. If you don't know what's going on with that one, we should just add a Nightbot or Moobot command so you can exclamation tissue. To go ahead and get the explainer, but he's looking to get powered up right off the rip, and this is certainly a matchup where he's going to need to have it. Here they are. We already feature them. Our two IGLs on either side. Two players fairly well acquainted as well as friendly with one another as TS gives him the thumbs down.
Yeah, just a little bit of friendly banter. I had a chance to run into Snacks and Goddead actually in the halls before as they were prepping for the match, and I just said, well, are either of you going to let everyone go home early with a 2-0 today? And they both said, well, it's already looking like it's too late for that because the first match was going 2-1, so no one's going home early today. But, I mean, I think this match could very well go to a third map.
I think it's going to go to a third map. I think each map inside this best of 3 is going to be long. It's going to be dramatic. I think Gen G has come into here proving that they are in incredible form. And despite the other teams that we were talking about that we were wondering, maybe they might actually be able to hang with the Korea teams like PRX. Really, it's turned out to be, in this case, another Korean team here, Gen G. This should be the highest level match that we've had so far. I'm so excited to see how they're going to come out here and try to play this against each other. Moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, as Elma Putty and Termi go for the fist bump. Now, we were talking about it earlier, Achilles, you started mentioning some of it, but there's just so many storylines to unpack here between these two teams. I mean, all three of us have mentioned the fact that, they're both these Korean teams, both in terms of the organization, but the players, part of the coaching staff. There's so many rivalries and reasons to beat each other.
Yeah, I mean, Vile has been, reunited coming into this season, was previously over at Northeption, but prior to that was with TNL, was there with TS, and these guys have worked incredibly well together. They know exactly what to say, how to tee things up when it comes down to one of those tack pauses to really just set the stage to go ahead, end the tack pause, go into the next round, and be able to find a round win to go ahead and turn the pace around. We'll see, though, if they can do this once again, now reunited going up against DRX.
Now, the big question, of course, would be what maps will each team pick, especially given that both of them kind of take on to the traditional DRX Korean style of let's go for the info play, right? Let's make sure we get all the info. Let's try to dry out the opponent's utility before we strike a site. So I'm curious, because if we just look at it historically, that does favor DRX given their reputation.
Absolutely. Right out of the gate, we get an Icebox ban.
Unsurprising.
And a Lotus ban here for DRX. Yeah, not a shocker to see that Icebox ban right away.
Yeah.
And that means map 1 is going to be Haven.
Okay, I mean, a bold pick here from the side of Gen G, electing to go to Haven. Granted, they have looked really good on it. They played it now twice here in Pacific, once versus Team 1, then versus Team Secret. They haven't given up more than 8 rounds on that map. And DRX now favoring to go back over towards Fracture. They've shown us 2 different looks on it, both at lock-in, and I'm curious to see which look we get here today. My fingers are crossed for RB on Neon.
Surely, I mean, his Neon is world-class. I think everyone gives him credit for that.
But if they do go for that, when we get to Fracture, because we're guaranteed to see it, does that mean
Zest is coming
that
back
Zest
in?
comes back in, or are they going to be running double duelist and with Foxy playing his Raze, which has been looking better and better with each iteration?
There is a big question. I mean, that there's also a question of are they trying to see what Foxy Knight's Raze as a single duelist might look like on Fracture moving forward?
Does Foxy play Neon?
Does he play Neon? I mean, there's so many questions, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we'll definitely at least see Fracture could his map too. But first of all, it's going to be on Haven as he go up against Gen G.
And one of my biggest things that I'm looking forward to here is Gen G on the defending side. So far, in the 2 times that they've played this map, they have dropped 3 rounds on the defending half. All 3 of those rounds were to Team Secret. T1 was not able to scrape a single round away from them while they were attacking. It was a 6-0 consecutive win to go ahead and close out the map for Gen G. They look very much entrenched on this map.
I was about to say, are we going to have any unique agent selections? But I do believe, if I saw the left side correctly, this is a full mirror matchup. Welcome to Korean Valorant. This is the way to play Heaven. We figured it out years ago, and it hasn't changed.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been the go and try true format, or composition rather, of Haven.
But again, I'm so happy to see this be a mirrored matchup because it is going to come down to the executions, to your mid-rounding, and see who has a better idea, who has better mechanics and reaction times to be able to close this one out. All eyes right now are on Gen G. They're the ones who are electing to go this way. They need to kick this series off with a bang. They need a strong start.
All right, mirror matchups on the board. Now it just comes down to the in-game execution factor, especially between the two IGLs, TS and Stacks. We'll see who comes out on top as we move over to the casters. It's Quack and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Will. Once again, this is that true test. This is that litmus test between the two teams, and the Desk has covered it all. You know, it comes down to the IGLs, it comes down to the adaptations, it comes down to the mechanics.
Yeah, this is the best of the best here in the Pacific going at each other. This is the most hype matchup we can have currently, right now, until we get to the playoffs, until we get to that grand finals, the semifinals, those best of fives. This is going to be it. And I mean, you love to see God Dead. He's not even messing around with the tissue. It's just there right away. He knows he's going to need it because historically, like the Desk was talking about, there have been instances where these players on Gen G have been able to beat DRX, but they are few and far between.
Yeah, it's not that often. I don't know if the mic can pick it up right now, but the stadium has never been more packed. The energy is flowing. And yes, DRX's first map ban so far has always been Lotus. They don't want to leave anything up to chance. If anything, Haven has to be a very conscious choice by Gen G. This is their map pick. They must think that they can really break through DRX's defenses on this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a tough task for DRX. I mean, you know, you've got great players who know how to set up Meteor. King's just a disgusting side anchor. You know, Sylvan has been really impactful for Gen G. Now, they're going to try to force this.
Oh, no.
Oh, Mako.
So aggressive right off the rip, and Meteors goes unchecked. A sudden double. What's happening with DRX? This is so uncharacteristic.
Oh, great recognition here by King. Buzz might still win the trade. Trying to push at him. Knows he's got to be around there somewhere. Could be crouched behind the box. Has to check. And then, oh, the timing there for King. Just looked away at the wrong second.
And he's fast. And speaking of timing, this comes down to whether or not Sylvan can actually stop them in their tracks. But whiffs will happen. And also caught out with utility in hand. Stacks brings control back to DRX's side. Spike goes down. How do you retake this?
This is tough, no doubt. You don't have any utility. It's just really going to have to get done on shooting. And yeah, DRX's crossfires are good as usual. This is just a little bit unfortunate here for the side of Gen G. I mean, King's Lurk gets identified, respected by Buzz, and he buys enough time. I mean, the entry here gets a little bit wonky. For DRX, it's a good read from Gen G. They have a good read on what the pistol round's going to look like off the rip. They know there's going to be dashes. They know that that corner is often left unchecked initially. But Goddead here expects Sylvan to win that trade on the other side of the box, and therefore he switches to utility. But they're already vamosing. I mean,
we are vamosing today.
Look, DRX, no doubt about it, wants to win this as cleanly as possible. I mean, of course, that's basic to say, but like the Desk was talking about, it's because DRX has been hiding things, we think. And that's usually what they do. We say that because historically we know they do that.
They are the trendsetters. They are the ones who invent the meta at times.
Exactly.
Harbor and Viper was never played until they started it. And of course, the thing that you have to admire the most about them is how flexible they are, how many different forms they have to their styles. Oh. Something goes wrong, they will adapt, but here it goes. Foxy will be the first pick off. Meteor trying to fight back. Gen G wants this so bad, but still you gotta work against the automatic weapon. Stack swings, and King is the last one left. Coming up from behind.
Spike planted.
Meteor with that Marshall. Almost
RB's
good.
aware.
No problems there. But this is not a bad round at all for the side of Gen G. They get a few kills. They do some damage. You know, nobody had shields left on DRX at the end of that. So not bad at all from the side of Gen G. They're making decent reads here. Oh my God, Goddead. That is nothing but head. That is ridiculous.
Like the Desk said, there are so many different comparisons you can draw between these two teams. So many storylines. And of course, when it comes down to the IGLs, we've got TS versus Stacks, but at the same time, you can draw comparisons between TS and Mako. You can draw comparisons between Foxy 9 and Meteor. And right now, Meteor, with that Marshall, has been proving to show a lot of value. The rest of it, though, just a fast hit from DRX in, but look at how it's being held up by TS up on top of those boxes. A quick triple coming out of nowhere. Mako trying to bring this back, but Gen.G knows they have the numbers.
Yeah, Plant is going to be allowed to be put down, but you've still got a Paranoia. Some flashes. RB, though, with that Vandal. Let's get the headshot on the Meteor. A 2v3 now.
Hiding inside of the dark cover, though. RB does get a shot off, and this is suddenly doable for DRX. One player left, and that's going to be TS. How do you retake this on your own? No utility whatsoever, and you have to be careful about a shorty, a Vandal now in RB's hands. He's got shock dart lineups for sure. Goes off to it, brings out a tap. Mako peeks. Where's RB? Still hiding back behind. He's just buying time. Mako, doesn't matter if I'm gone. No way you defuse this anymore.
Yeah, it's too late. He can't stick it now. And that's really well handled here by DRX. They get the bonus, and that's devastating. TS even going to die to the spike at the end of it. You know, that Bulldog probably would have preferred to carry that over. And that's heartbreak here for Gen.G, and this is already very deeply concerning for Gen.G. As much as I was really hoping, and I was going to tell you, man, we talked about this before, that my hope here was that Gen.G could push DRX enough where DRX has to start digging into their playbook, where they have to start showing us the different looks, showing us fakes, because frankly, DRX has been pretty static. Often their hits are pretty readable. Like, once they dump utility, you kind of know where it's going to be. And good teams play back against that. Now, King, I just assumed because it was a Marshall.
Yes.
I just assumed because it was a Marshall.
I'm with you.
But, I mean, King also very, very good at side anchoring. So, gets that headshot on a Foxy 9 and going to juggle some guns here. But,
I think, sorry, if anything, you know, this is a challenge. This is showing that Gen.G will fight back. DRX cannot just get their way with aim duels. You will be met with even with Marshals, but still, the utility, the coordinated plays as they push into B will be confident, but got that now. Trying to fight back with Sheriff of his own. Caught out with utility still, though. DRX still has the tactics to be able to take down sites with ease.
Yeah, and I mean, with the rolling Thunder in the back pocket here, the B site feels potentially comfortable for DRX, just trying to use the drone to buy a little bit of time here, sell this rotation just a little bit. But this is actually something I was just about to try to talk about here. Is I want to see DRX try to sell more fakes because they don't necessarily do it a lot. They're great about getting information. They're great about understanding positioning. And Sylvan, these Sheriffs have been nasty for Gen.G.
He's got a good understanding of positioning himself. We might see DRX trying to play around with the sights. This is Haven after all, but when you have players that sharp, that crisp, and they are holding down sights on their own, not giving up their positions, it's a little bit tricky for DRX. Still though, ultimate from Stacks, the Rolling Thunder pushes them off, buys a little bit more time on that spike. Dark cover might cover it, but here comes that recon dart. Sylvan will be able to find a little bit of a shot, but RB has the clutch in his hands. A triple now, and the 4th round win for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, RB's been phenomenal on these post plants. The timing on that recon dart was great. You know, even though Stacks is accounted for by Sylvan on that push out, his early kill. Oh, Foxy kind of gets a little bit over aggressive there. Swings wide, pays the price. Godden just hit a damn sick shot. Flashes all over the place. Sylvan having tremendous impact still for Gen.G. You know, so far, I think they're still undefeated when he's in the, you know, in terms of maps. When he's in on the map, I don't think they've dropped a map with Sylvan in it yet. I could be wrong now, but I knew that was true not too long ago. So, you know, I think immediately a timeout here necessary for Gen.G because you can't have this go on any longer.
You can't. And at the same time, you might not know if Termi is going to call timeout of his own. You really have to force DRX back up the ropes.
Oh, we know Termi won't call timeouts. If DRX is just winning, then he just won't do it.
Exactly. Trust his boys to do it. Yeah. But that's the thing. When it comes down to this, we are seeing signs of life from Gen.G. We are seeing that they can take these duels, they can take these shots. Those rounds have been so close. You have the confidence. You just need that little bit of temperament.
Yeah. No, I think that's really, really well said. That's a big-time Gen.G fan. I saw it. I saw her post on Twitter with that exact picture earlier. So
wow.
She is a die-hard Stacks fan.
So much lineage between these two teams. right now. We want to see Gen G give us that game that we're all yearning for. Just maybe one map off of DRX.
Meteor's got the op. The only ults to speak of currently are the, well, I was going to say the Omens, but then Mako actually uses it and sticks it in the back. He's putting some pressure down here. They're already through the garage.
Bit of a dark cover might block off something, but still, the recon dart, the buzz with the shorty. And that is the C site completely smashed open.
Well, that's new. I can tell you right now, that is new. I don't think I've ever seen that happen with DRX, the way that they set that crunch up.
And keep in mind, this is off of a timeout from Gen G. When you suddenly catch your opponents off guard like this, how does Gen G react? How do you retake this? It's not impossible.
Good luck.
Revealing area.
That's right, good luck indeed. Dark cover as a one-way as well. Completely blocking things off. You know they're positioned up by C-Long, but there's nothing that you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, with RB here as well, he's got a Hunter's Fury now to back all this up, so he might just lock it down for 3. Unbelievable. He's
just
incredible.
Holding down the spray. RB from Garage comes up to the top C-Link. And DRX are unstoppable. 5 wins in a row.
10-0 for RB right now.
Unbelievable.
Yes, certainly. This is beyond belief the way he's playing the end of these rounds. He is just unbreakable. I mean, you just love to see it from RB, a guy who at times, you know, in previous years at the international events had flopped. Let's just call it like it is. He didn't play great. Okay, well, hold the phone. I thought maybe Gen G was going to get spicy here off the back of that fall line.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. But he's adapted. He's able to play so many different agents, and he's able to play them to very high levels. Now, as good as Zest's, you know, Sova is, and I think it is slightly better than RB's, RB is still just so clutch. He's really, over the last couple years, put it together in terms of his calmness and the way that he attacks these late game situations.
Couldn't agree more. Just that controlled. Still respecting the Marshall plays from Gen G. DRX trying to set up a big play towards the A site. Finally, position's been revealed, and Foxy9 knows to press forward with this pressure. A bit of a shorty in the hands of Meteor, but he's inside the Cloudburst that will expire pretty soon. Pops out of it, finds one, but instantly traded. Got Dead is the only one up, back by A Short. Maybe a little bit of a tag from TS, but DRX continues to waterfall forward. 6-0. Paper thin. 6-0.
It's concerning for sure for Gen G here. I mean, DRX is... I was a bit surprised that Haven was the pick for Gen G, if I'm being perfectly honest. This is...
We know DRX to be strong in Haven.
Precisely, my friend. It is... I mean, and also that they left Fracture open is also a little bit eyebrow-raising for me, because that's another map that DRX is widely regarded as very, very good on.
And at the
I thought
same
Pearl would be, Pearl would be a good choice, or heck, just try him on Split. That's a map that DRX has looked weak on.
Maybe a little, but if anything, leaving Fracture open, you must have had some backup plan, because Gen G's looked shaky on that one before. But back into this. Meteor back online with the operator. They are trying to block off A long. But look at how DRX is responding to this.
Well, you know, DRX is taking their time. They're looking to see where the push out's going to be. They know that Meteor is going to grab this operator. I think they're trying to see exactly where it wants to come from. There's a double push coming out of Garage. Foxy under pressure. Yikes. Oh, but he's, almost got the second.
Instantly traded, and that's okay. A bit more value for Gen G. And now off the chaos. Meteor continues to press forward. Timing is crucial now, because DRX is starting to heat up. They're going into the C site, and off of Fuzz's entry, looking to gain control. But Rolling Thunder, along with the Hunter's Rear, puts DRX down. Trapped inside a Garage. Gottes looking to hold them back, but Stacks! Breach counter! And that's going to be Meteor with the off now, back towards C-Long.
30 seconds.
DRX sticks the spike plant, and we're on to a 2-on-3. RB out of Garage!
There's no stopping him. There's just no stopping RB right now. And Meteor can't afford to whiff those shots. He had a great opportunity on that repeat onto Mako. The first one, okay, I get it. It was kind of a reaction. But the second one has to come through for a player of Meteor's caliber. And, you know, you can see that the nerves maybe, oh my god, are starting to get to Gen G here, Quack. This is concerning.
Concerning, it's disgusting, and it's starting to feel devastating for Gen G. That's now 7 rounds in a row. Everywhere that you go towards, even when you pull out the big guns, the operator, DRX, are here to choke you out.
Certainly, and I mean, again, RB is just, now he's 12-1. He's only died once. He's got another Hunter Spear here. I don't know if he hasn't used it yet. Maybe he just hasn't used it. He doesn't need to. He's just killing everybody. Just absolutely ridiculous performance from him so far. And now Gen G has to eco again. I mean, there's just no choice.
I can't. Oh, this is fantastic from DRX. It might be an eco, but look at how careful they're being. Killjoy utility set up towards C as well as mid, and just microaggressions all across the map. In case Gen G tries anything funny, they are there to punish.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard here for Gen G to really do much because of how diligent DRX is being today. They're not really allowing for any lurks. They're taking their time as usual.
You almost have no options.
Yeah. No, these executes are great.
Wow.
The paranoia, perfect.
And instantly into the site. They will be able to get the spike down pretty soon. Gen G. Marshall nullified. You've got a couple of sharps, maybe a frenzy in your hands, but how do you make use of them when everything's blocked off? They try to hop forward, but inside of the dark cover, Foxy9 pounces, goes in for a peek, instantly dashes out, and he still is online and ready to spray forward if he needs to.
Well, and you know, TS is trying to find some value with his frenzy on the backside. RB has been nuts, but see if he checks his corner.
Maybe not this time. Nice. Perhaps Phantom picked up a tiny win for Gen G. Maybe not the round, but at this point you take anything. Because DRX are steamrolling.
And I'm going to be honest with everybody at home, this is frankly how this usually goes. Even though we've talked about that, yes, these players, most of them have at least been a part of a team that has beaten DRX. At least once. But it doesn't happen very much. And they usually, you know, these teams struggle to find value against
you know
DRX.
each other that well.
Yeah, they just know each other so well, and DRX is just, they don't break. You know, that they're so disciplined. You can already see that every flank is covered. The clutches are there every time. You know, nobody's fumbling anything. It's just another day at the office for DRX. They're just here, and they're, you know, I've seen a little bit of trickery here and there with, like, you know, that owl drone on B site from RB. That's a little bit of trickery. You don't usually see that kind of thing. With the Mako TP, that you don't see every day. So there is clearly a little bit of extra something put into the mix here for DRX.
Yeah, always evolving, constantly finding new ways to make their composition work, and that is why DRX truly are in that SS tier. And Mako said before in interviews, no, I don't know why, but teams just seem to fear us for some reason. And we take advantage of that. We can smell that you are afraid to peek against us. You are afraid to do anything against us. And that's how they continue to find these wins again and again. If you are Gen G right now, you really have to find something different. And that's why I think spend all the timeouts you need. Because just a win here will be a big boon to the way the match is playing out right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I love the mental attitude that DRX takes. You know, teams are afraid of them, and they take advantage of that. And they never just pick a map or something that they don't feel comfortable on. Everything's about winning for them. You know, and again, you have the Rolling Thunder. You've got players out here, and RB with the crossfire doesn't even need it.
The wall between them. And it's RB just holding it down, blocking everything off. Mako stacks RB. They heard the utility. They heard the abilities up towards A-Long. They thought they could wrap around, but Lo and behold.
I mean, that turret, so annoying. The way that it's placed, and then they're 2 around the corner to play off of that turret contact.
Has RB died at all?
Once, I think, still just once. Twice now. Okay, twice.
But
it
still,
only feels like 0.
look, 15 and 2. That's a 7-0 KDR, but 9-0 is the scoreline for DRX at this point. Gen G desperately looking for a single round win now. Hiding inside a dark cover.
Oh god.
A bit of a drone in the air.
Oh god.
But it's being sought out.
Well, I mean, look at this 2-2 split across the alleyway here. You see that they're trying to force Foxy 9 out. Has to go for the smoke. A lot of damage.
These are good ideas, but you have to make those shots count.
Oh no.
Everybody is suppressing fire now, just trying to wallbang Foxy away. This guy is tucked neatly behind the wall. The team watching his very back.
Let's see what the reaction is going to be here from DRX. If they're going to stick to trying to push towards A, but with Stacks and the Spike swinging in towards B right now. The reinforcements have arrived for Gen G. If this is going to be the rotation, they've somewhat read it. As now you can see an even further rotation for DRX towards the C site, and that's being abandoned. You still have the turret there for the info, but RB's trying to sell more fakes. This is, I genuinely love this from DRX. This is something that I feel like has been missing from their playbook, where they either sell fakes or they're going to use this to rotate with that open space, that information they're given.
Again, that's what I'm talking about. They know that Gen G are afraid of them. That's why RB can just walk, shift walk all the way onto the A site. Nobody is there. They allow him to be here. It's free real estate, Paper Thin.
Yeah, and now you might as well use a lockdown because you only have a couple rounds left in the half anyway, so I mean, even though it's against an eco, you might as well do everything you can to, you know, really make a landslide.
You hit those double digits and you might as well secure everything. Foxy 9 hops up on top to the window. Gen G still trying to break into this now, but King denies that entry. Buzz onto towards the other side. It's not quite checked. Sylvan makes it a trade. It's all down to Mako and RB, the clutch masters of DRX. Gen G desperately looking for something, but discoordinated. It's Mako, shot in the back. God dead. Unalive. 10 rounds in a row now for DRX. Paper Thin.
God is truly dead.
God.
Yeah, he's done now. I mean, it's... I don't even know what to say. I mean, they're just... I mean, look at the... He reads the timing right after that lockdown. He's just... You know, 3, 2, 1, up I go. I mean, they understand everything so well. The senses they have are otherworldly for DRX in our region. They have such good reads on their opponents. And this is a... I mean, this isn't just... This is a dismantling. This is embarrassing.
Okay. I like this, though. Paranoia out of garage, and Gen G are trying to push out. Meteor starting to strike up towards the top of window. Stacks is forced to run away into the open arms of Sylvan, but he finds the frag. How is this possible? Now able to get a bit of a drop onto Gen G. He will get the spike down on A.
If he had grabbed that orb, I mean, he's not sure if he has time, but he could have grabbed the orb and planted and had his Rolling Thunder potentially for this. Still.
Doesn't need it?
Yeah, still an Aftershock.
Maybe
One flashpoint.
Go back to heaven or anything? No, he's going to stick himself inside of hell.
Initiated.
Ooh, this lockdown, though, makes things a little bit tricky for Stacks. He's going to have to go back through Link.
No, he knows they're together, and that's why he's easily backing up on towards the top of heaven. Surely they expect this.
He's going to try to set himself up for, like, the DRX retake here.
Alone. And if he can do it, that will be insane. Hopping back and forth. They've gotten it halfway. That's a big win. But
the Timmy turret.
Hello. Timmy is an average kid.
Just imagine the first round you win. It's Timmy turret getting the kill to save it. Oh boy.
That's one way to find a win.
I mean, that's a great start here for Gen G. The way they push out, they kind of read DRX wanting to try something a little bit different this round and maybe finally dig into the B side. And they read it very well. So good call from TS there, but, you know, it's 10-1, so.
Anything that you can get.
Yeah. I mean, for Gen G here now, it's like, They need, I would love to see them get like 7 or 8 rounds total, and then I'd say that's a moral victory.
Whoa, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. You need to have that confidence to push. You need to have that confidence to make these counter plays against DRX. A bit of a push in, and they are not biting on anything counting as a fake. No over-rotations from Gen G. A rolling thunder, if anything, just to buy a bit more time. And look at your minimap. King pushed out on towards C.
I don't know about that rolling thunder from Goddead there. I think that's a
It's
bit
expensive.
premature. Yeah.
It's the last round after all in the first half.
I suppose. But I mean, overall, I mean, in this round, in the space of this round, I think he should have held on to this a little bit longer. Either waited for a deep flank from like King or something, or make sure that sight hit is coming down. I understand you want to use it, you don't want to die without it, but
if anything, right now it's just a bit of that pause button.
But it's that fear you were talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
DRX are banking on that any second now. Just punch in the Konami code. They're going to press play. They already have a spike available to them.
Up, down, left, right.
And if you were Gen G, how do you read where DRX could be hiding? Off the top of heaven, TS now in.
Goodbye.
Shrouded steps in, and then King coming in from short as well. Mako, the clutch master, though, he's right behind him. Oh my god! What is that spray transfer? A Quadra! Stacks to finish it off! 11-1, Mako! The king of Pacific!
What is that? How is that possible? He's unbelievable. I don't even comprehend. This is Gen G's round. It looks so good. I mean, TS doing a great job here. He drops down 1, 2.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Even Buzz is like, okay. Like, that was pretty good. Holy cow. That's not even fair.
And that is why we keep touting Mako is possibly the best player in the world. In Pacific, anything.
He's certainly the best controller right now. And there's a lot of really good ones out there, of course. Not to take away from anybody, but that was... he didn't get hurt either. I don't know if there's just... what's going on the site. Sometimes it's hard to hear everything with all the chaos going on. But he drops down there and nobody reacted to it. You can see there's some Mako fans out there, They call him God Mako, or in Japan, the Japanese fans call him Mako-sama.
That honorifics and respect.
Yeah, he's just that good.
Look at him, yeah.
The man is a mountain.
And that's just the most insane thing, because that's exactly how you want to play Omen. This is the true embodiment of paranoia. If you were Gen G in that moment, you're thinking you're able to push forward. You're thinking, I need to try. The pressure is on, I'm not sure, but I'm just going to hope for the best. And in those little sneaky moments, Mako plays with your mind. He gets behind you. He drops down. And all of a sudden, a spray transfer from the likes of that?
Hey, fans from the Philippines, thank you for coming out. Shout out to DSG. I mean, Yay didn't look so good, but I don't think that'll last. He's too talented for that to continue to be a thing.
What a way to end this first half, but moving forward, I mean, everyone knows. We've always talked about it. Score lines like these, pistol rounds matter so much. Can Gen G really pull it off?
I'm still reeling from that spray transfer. That's not human, man. That's just unbelievable stuff from Mako. He continues to amaze me. He continues to surprise me, Quack.
I'm with you, man. Here comes Gen G. Look at how DRX responds to this, though. Tailwind onto B, okay. It's open, it's free. I'm just gonna get the spike down, but DRX, maybe expecting a lurk. They've got 4 players pushing out of A.
Swarm grenade out.
What's Buzz doing?
They gotta check spawn. They're like, okay, we did this last time, so we better make sure you're not doing it this time. And it's gonna take a little bit of extra time.
Oh, King.
Oh, King. Oh, Buzz.
My double
there we go. First pick to start the round after the spike's been planted. He's got about 30 seconds left. DRX now dumping utility all over the site. Goddeath fires back a flashpoint of his own, trying to catch them off guard. Fires shots. B is so well defended right now because of these crossfires. Stacks. A simple classic in his hand, a bit of a whiff, uncharacteristic, but good wins for Gen.G in this pistol.
Yeah, I mean, this is not too bad here at all from Gen.G. It's a pretty good read. You know, they're able to gain a ton of space, catch Buzz just enough off guard there with King lurking. They're able to clean him out and, you know, make this a one-sided affair in terms of the directions they really have to worry about. It's all just coming from the front of the site. So, yeah, really nicely handled here by Gen.G. DRX gambles a little bit on this push, and that's okay. That's sometimes pistol rounds, you know, I mean, you gotta go for that.
DRX can't afford to make gambles right now.
Oh, yes.
Gen.G, on the other hand, I mean, it works great, and that's the one thing that I really admire and respect. To have that spirit, to never back down, even in the face of adversity. Now they're pushing in towards the C site. Perhaps Buzz is the only one here. They're buying up the big guns, and they really want to make him count. Shock Dart. Secures the frag. Meteor. Now continuing to push forward, trying to stem them. Stop them in their tracks. The wrench in their plans. Meteor! A quadra of his own! Puts Gen.G in round 3.
Not bad at all there for Meteor. That dash out was crucial. He would have died otherwise and dropped that Phantom, so really nicely done to get out of there, to have the senses, the wherewithal, you know, with how one-sided this has frankly been, to still be, like you were talking about, mentally in it. That's a good example of it right here from Meteor. You know, he pushes that corner, he immediately starts cooking the dash, and he's out.
There's always something about the underdogs. Back to their corner, they will bark, they will bite back. They have nothing left to lose. They might as well just try all these crazy strats, and that's what Gen.G are doing exactly right now, the same execute that we saw in the pistol round. DRX doing the same thing now, pushing outside of A, but we do have Sylvan on a bit of a lurk.
See how well DRX is going to be able to deal with this. It's a crossfire between him and King. This is a tough corner to push.
They see the flash. King wants to peek. Sylvan is able to get a double. Wall bangs from Sylvan and King. You will not make it forward, DRX.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's the bonus picked up here. A flawless bonus for Gen.G. This is all of a sudden, okay, I mean, now we at least potentially have a match. I mean, as one-sided as DRX's attackers half is, there's a world where Gen.G runs this back. I mean, their executes are just as good in some respects. You know, DRX may be a little bit better for sure, but I tell you what, Gen.G has been very impressive.
You hear those war cries.
Yeah.
There is a little voice in the back of my mind that sounds very much like Achilles. Look, DRX only needs 2 more rounds to close this one out, okay? But you have to believe Gen.G. Now, trying to be a little bit more careful. They know that DRX is on an eco, but they don't want to overcommit to things. A single mistake, and that's something that they cannot afford.
Yeah, and you can see that now DRX has pumped the brakes a little bit here. I think we've seen the last of the 4-man A pushes. I think those are maybe a thing of the past. They haven't worked out for DRX. But again, like you said, they could take those risks. It doesn't, you know, they're so far ahead that it's kind of okay.
All right, now I want to see if Gen.G has the flexibility to make some different plays. They're committing to the C side. Buzz has the info. They know they have the guns, and they're just trying to press forward. But look at this TP from Mako. He's right behind him. Sylvan turns around, almost gets the shot, but Stack's still from the front. Gen.G will be able to spray forward, though, and this gives them a little bit more control of a C site. Spike does go down.
Just not quite able to find some of those shots. The opportunities were there for DRX, but not able to make their mechanics work the way they would have liked. A couple more players here as they dash in. A bunch of damage done to Foxy as he's in the air. That is some good following there.
Able to track his movements inside of that cloudburst. Now, a little bit more information, a little bit of a distraction from his teammate getting pinged by that recon dart Meteor. Will be able to come from the sides. Gen.G coming back into this game slowly but surely. They've got 5 wins under their belt now.
And will we see a timeout at any point from Termi? Or is he just going to let this ride? I mean, he has done this in the past where if things start to crumble after DRX has a really strong start, he forces them to adapt. He forces Stacks to start thinking on the fly, on his own, to try to get him at a better mindset to be able to adapt and react to things faster. So
I think that works great because then you get to learn yourself as an IGL, but look at this, a bit of a peek from Foxy9, instantly gets punished. Gen G.
They've done their homework. We've seen other teams, even expect it and still falter because Foxy9 is so fast. But yeah, Gen G's
starting to make reads. It's that resilience that you love to see. A little bit of a pick and they're not going crazy. Still sensing a little bit of fear, but maybe it's more caution than anything. Back in towards A, slowly spreading out, recalling back the Killjoy util.
There's no info here for DRX. They have no idea what's going on the other side of the map. They're about to find out.
A good little pick off from TS. They do have the information now, though, DRX, but how do you retake this? Maybe it's just a save.
Probably a save, to be honest. They're so far away. They have no info. Yeah.
Cover going out.
Not much you can do here. Grab the op, juggle it back, make sure it's in a safe spot, and lock it down. That's all it is. I mean, Gen G here is just playing really well and no break in them. They still think they can run this back, and certainly there's a world where they can. I mean, other teams have put big runs up against DRX in Korea or in this area.
Well, he knows he can afford to go hunting as well, though. Got to be a little bit careful, but they're out for blood. Got dead the first to fall. Sylvan now pushing off, getting fault lined. It's okay. Be a peek from Garage. Not so much. Still showing clear protocols and how they play off of each other. DRX, even in their final moments of that round.
Yeah, I mean, you can still see the discipline for both teams. Really good discipline. Like nobody plays on their own, really, until they have to, right? Like until there's no choice. But everybody's working together for the most part. And,
yes.
Yes, you see those hero clutches from like a Mako and RB and those kind of things. But otherwise, in the beginning of the rounds, there's great coordination for both these teams.
So much of it comes down to both IGL. Stacks, though, leading the kill feed on top of DRX. Meteor, you can tell that he's trying to anticipate DRX's movements, and that's why he called his team to watch out Garage. Foxy9 might peek in that previous round. It worked out great.
Take flight.
We need more of that if we are truly going to make this a real comeback.
There were some pings up here at the top of A, right on that box that Foxy's looking at just a moment ago from DRX. So they're keen on something going on over there.
Okay, Meteor.
But Gen G is scared. They're just chilling in spawn.
Yeah.
Not scared, but they're afraid that there's going to be a push. They're certainly not scared of.
We've let 30 seconds pass now. Meteor did fire off a bit of a warning shot towards A. So I don't know if DRX will make a move, but this is very risky. In towards the B side, and Mako has been left undetected! A double kill! Meteor answers back, but not quite finding the third. Buzz now has control over the spike. How do you play off of this? King, no! Picks up the spike, but his teammate's gone. 1 on 3, and they are all surrounding him. Foxy!
No charges left.
An operator to match point.
It's a corner left unchecked that may have been the final nail in the coffin here for Gen G. Now they have to rattle 6 in a row off to do what DRX did to them and only give up 1 round on their attacker side. So it's tough, no doubt about it, but Mako there just so tricky, so patient. Heard the jet dash pass, didn't bother shooting at him, just said, okay, you go ahead, I'm going to wait for the rest to come. Drops down, finds 2 huge kills. It's a great reaction by Meteor, but it's just not quite enough as DRX is very quick to react to that.
Here.
I have to agree with how DRX are playing against this, but TS does find that 1 pick off of Buzz. Maybe he was trying to jump peek it, but good reactions, mechanics again, what we have been talking about throughout this entire matchup. Little wins matter so much, but DRX?
Foxy's dead.
Called it. So is RB. And that just might be the A side open for Gen G.
I mean, again, you can see Gen G's done their homework. They know the tendencies of these players. So they're very familiar with each other. They know that Foxy likes to get aggressive, and they once again punish it.
Oh, Mako. We've seen this before from DRX. Even when all things look like it's going to go south, just with a little bit of positioning, they are able to pick off members one by one. They might not look for the round win right now. They might not commit to the retake. They're just looking for exit frags. But they make it so difficult for Gen G to really hunt or do anything else.
Well, the concern for me is that now DRX can't get that operator back for Foxy. That is left in no man's land here. So that is the unfortunate part of this round for DRX more than anything, is that, you know, the economy's not great for them. It's okay. Buzz is still sitting on a decent amount of money, but they aren't able to get that big investment back in their hand. So another very, very good round here for Gen G, and now they're only 5 away. The run continues. Can they make the miracle happen?
Oh.
Okay, finally a timeout. I was gonna say we're maybe about due.
All right, 1 round. That's all we need. DRX looking for it. I believe I saw ultimates on their side as well, starting to come online. Gen G has a couple afforded to them, but that's, again, the thing. These little mistakes will compound. We push into B. We left Mako unchecked, and that's all it took to go to match point.
Yeah, but you do have the Blade Storm here for Foxy, so even though maybe you don't invest in the op this round, you can, you know, save a little bit of money that way. You do have a ton of ults on both sides. You know, the only thing DRX is missing is the Rolling Thunder. I'm not exactly sure how far away Stax is from it, but still, everything else is in there. Let's see if maybe Mako's got another cheeky TP in the book, potentially. But, you know, it is a little bit weird because, you know, you do have the Hunter's Fury on the other side, so the lockdown is kind of, you know, that game that you're trying to play with it a little bit trickier for the side of DRX. But if I'm DRX here, I'm thinking, all right, let's play for retake. Like, let's play safe. Let's, you know, maybe get a pick and run if it looks like we're going to get overwhelmed on a site. But let's not get overconfident here. Let's play our game. Let's play our defaults.
Yeah.
And look at where Stax is.
In fact, they don't really have to overcomplicate things, right?
Is Stax looking for a TP?
Maybe anticipating it from TS,
Here.
but
yeah.
Has Gen G been known to do such plays? It's going to be Foxy. 5 HP. Oh, 3.
Thought maybe they'd save a little bit of money here with DRX, but they actually go for that full op. You're just holding it B.
Just waiting for that one pick. They know that DRX does not show their vulnerabilities that much.
And I do prefer this. Again, now Stax can react with his utility from Link. There still is, you know, backup here for the escape plan, you know, to set Foxy up potentially for one of those big multi-kills. Now, there should be utility here to try to displace Foxy, I would think.
A little bit of a drone, and it does confirm his position. TS, TP towards the top of heaven instead. Does use the dark cover to smoke it off. This might have given his position away, though. They can see where it comes from, and now they're starting to surround him up on top of heaven.
Can't drop.
Has to make the drop, and he makes it away safely, but hiding underneath Hell. That position has to work.
You can't go straight forward, TS. You'll die. You'll break those ankles. Fortunately, he didn't. He's a smart player.
Okay, lockdown. They have that many ultimates. Stax just needs one for the Rolling Thunder. If he can get a kill from heaven, that's all it takes. Hunter's Fury. Oh, it comes down now. Stax. Oh, Foxy! Floating like a butterfly, but stinging like the bee. Meteor answers back, but still, the defuse gets stuck. Meteor tries to fight, but to no avail. 13-7 is the end of this map.
What a weird final round, but I mean, this one looked like it was going to be absolutely a blowout, and fortunately, we did get to see Gen G find some confidence, make some good reads, make some good maneuvers against DRX on their attacker side. Certainly, you know, 11-1, very few teams will ever overcome that. I'm not exactly sure what the percentage is, you know, for a team to come back and win after they go down 1-11. Probably low, probably less than 10%. Probably even less than 5%. But still, I'm still happy we got to see fight out of Gen G. It wasn't just a blowout. But from the get-go, Stax was fired up. RB was clutching out of his mind. Then Mako came out with the nastiest spray I've ever seen. Well, not ever, but one of the nastiest. It's up there.
You have to love that. You have to love how fired up Stax is. And he is the kill leader in this entire map. IGL versus IGL, but Stax has the mechanics, has the smart plays, the positioning to pull all this off. And not to forget, at the start of this map, we had RB just not dying at all, unkillable.
Certainly. I mean, you know, there's good stats all around. A lot of good plays from Meteor and DS. You know, King had a couple moments, Sylvan had a couple moments, but the depth of Gen G, excuse me, DRX is just too much for Gen G to handle. It's insane. Yeah, please win. Yeah, well, they did. It's their birthday. Okay, got it.
Oh, okay.
It's their birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yes.
But that's what it's about, right? You don't even have to say please. DRX just does, and they win. So many of his incredible, miraculous plays comes out. That one clutch round from Mako. Nice little web comic, but there it is. DRX. I think even in those final moments, you could see moments of fear in Gen G's plays. You know, you had the sight, you had the spike down, but you were afraid to really push back out. And
yeah,
Foxy
early on, yeah.
just takes the defense. Yeah. My God.
No, I know. I mean, it's crazy how good they are. I mean, but frankly, I just have come to kind of expect it. Like I told you, man, I'm not going to be surprised if this is a blowout.
It's
I hate
normal.
to say it. I want Gen G to pull out some miracles to have a good map, but so
I'm
far,
just happy that Gen G did get like 4 wins in a row at the end of the at the start of the second half. That is
5 in a row, yeah.
Oh, 5 in a row. That's right. But exactly, I mean, when it comes down to it, there is still that mental hurdle that we see. So, I mean, it's tough, but they have to figure it out. They can use this brick to do so. Meanwhile, we're going to take a little bit of a chill pill because our desk is going to come back with analysis for this, as well as the next map, which is going to be Fracture. So don't go away. We will be back after this. Up on top of those boxes, a quick off, and this is suddenly doable. He's just buying time.
They're great about understanding.
Sylvan will be able to find a little bit of a shot, but RB has the clutch in his head.
Yeah, this up, so he might just lock it down.
Position's been revealed, and Fox is
under pressure. Oh, but he's
rolling thunder along with the Hunter's Root.
You can see that the nerve maybe.
No! They try to hop forward, but it.
Again, you got the rolling thunder. You got players out here, and RB with the crossfire.
You might as well secure Garage and Gen G are trying to push out before they've gotten it halfway. That's a big win. Well, the Clutch Master, though, is right behind him. Oh my God! For a quadra! Now continuing to push forward, trying to stop them in their tracks. The wrench in their feet in towards the B side. Mako has been left undetected. The spike. How do you play off of this?
오! 맞았네? 개 빠른데? 5만 점 넘겼다 이거. 되게 맞다. 8만 점 나오고.
아니 8만 점 없나 이거? 이거면 이 정도잖아? 6만 점 나오려나?
내 말했지.
7만 점 못 찍겠다. 와!
오 찍었어. 7만 찍었어. 7만 점 찍었잖아. 이거야. 400. 아니 이거 노란색 뭐야? 아니 이거 많이 불편한데? 뭐 이렇게 까다로워? 아니 뭐 이렇게까지 다 왔구나. 시작할게요. 이야 개 못하네. 와 진짜.
임리는 못하는데 이건 어떻게 저렇게 머리에?
야
이론상 둘 다 잘 써야 되는 거 아니? 큰일 났어 지금.
날 흔들지 마라.
진짜 흔들려. 오히려 잘해.
신기로 가겠는데?
형 신기로 이걸 세운다고?
5개 맞추면 돼. 그렇지.
오!
아 이거잖아. 미친 심리전.
벌써 손 야무진 거 봐라.
지리네.
손 빠른 거 봐.
개빨라. 역시. 아니. 좀 더 빨리 가, 좀 더.
아니 이거밖에 안 돼?
아니.
아 이렇게 해서 우승하겠어? 정색하는 거야 병철아?
아 근데 지금 잘 치고 있어 지금.
너는 그렇겠다. 10만 5천 점 눈이 너무 무서워 병철아.
10만 점.
이야.
지리네.
오케이.
우와.
오.
좋아요. 좋은데? 스타트 좋은데?
생각보다 잘 나올 듯?
네.
야 지금
나간다.
갑자기. 아 진짜 큰일 났다. 큰일 났어 이거는. 야 김기수 이게.
김기수 지금 제발 잘하 이러고 있다 지금. 안 되게.
안 돼.
아.
Welcome back, everyone. We just witnessed an explosive haven as map 1 between Gen G and DRX, and DRX was not holding back at all. We thought, maybe they would try to take it slow, see kind of what Gen G has prepared, but they just pressed the issue right away, win 13-7 against Gen G.
I gotta say, especially at the first half, I thought we were going to be over so quickly. I mean, DRX was just crushing. We had Gen G get one game, but Gen G starting to show a stronger half. They did play the game of catch-up, but ultimately it was just DRX. Too strong, too good. I am relieved to see Gen G was at least able to make this a little bit closer at the end.
I mean, 11 out of 12 post plants is absolutely insane. I mean,
Yeah.
we've come to anticipate numbers, like this from DRX, but not necessarily against opponents such as Gen G, where we expect them to get pushed quite a bit more. But, I mean, what a performance from them in that first half. Absolutely clean, basically giving Gen G now 4x the number of defensive round losses that they had prior to this. But, man, what a crazy set. I mean, good on Gen G to be able to run it back a bit, to be able to find those 6 rounds on their own attacking side. But unfortunately, this wasn't quite as close as we would have liked.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, it's because they had such a huge lead from DRX in the first half. Now, despite being, all the rounds going quite quickly, there were quite a few highlights that we want to take a look at. So let's try to fire through these just so we can kind of recap how that Haven played out. First of all, let's look at the bonus round, round 3, coming out from DRX in the first half.
Right, let's go and hop to this right now. So a lot of times we would expect in a fairly even match for this bonus round to be the moment that we'd see a team like Gen G start to pull back. But RB really with a blowout performance here that ultimately carried the entire team forward here. This is a situation where it was a 2 versus 4. We see the spike going ahead and getting planted right over here. Immediately, RB drops Meteor. So much pace is shown over here. We've got Mako here with a lurk. Takes Goddead out.
I mean, yeah, it's just the coverage coming out from RB, right? Just makes it so much safer. That way Mako can hide it in his own smoke as well.
Yeah, it's just one after the other. They're not really, you know, on the side of Gen.G able to isolate any of these kills. Then you'll see the chase coming through. TS does manage to push in, be able to take down Mako at the very end. And at the end of the day, it is just a Spectre denied. RB was able to pick up this Vandal from one of the players of Gen.G, so he gets that free upgrade. He gets out, and then TS can't even escape with the Bulldog in his hand. So it's just that much more damage done. That little bit of salt kind of just grounded into the wound to hurt a little bit more.
Grounded into it. That's going to hurt quite a bit. But yeah, that's what it is. The snowball starts there, but then it continues as DRX, not only do they kind of pick up the pace, but in styles that we haven't quite seen from them before.
Yeah, I mean, Paper Thin was talking about it this here in round number 5, so pretty early on into the game as well. You see TS just looking to apply some pressure outside of Garage, throws up the smoke, backs away. Then Mako decides, I'm going to go in deep, and this is not normally something that we see Mako do at all. Garage control's basically been completely conceded. Buzz is going to go ahead, push in, manage to find this shorty kill on the TS, and the util, as we've come to anticipate from DRX time and time again, it's just so perfect. So right as Mako's getting ready to wrap his way into that back sight, Recon Dart hits, reveals Meteor in the back sight. They're able to go ahead and take him down through the smokes, through the box, etc. And it's just clean stuff, but it's an aggressive side of DRX that we very rarely see. We see this on some maps.
Sure.
You know, you think of Tiles Crunch, the kind of set play that they have made popular over on Ascent. We never really see Mako being the one who's just TPing into enemy territory with an Omen ult. This was
like
a bit of a
move.
new look.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see, again, they like to play very safe and very thorough, but again, they decide to change things up against an opponent like Gen.G, and it works. And speaking of Mako, of course, he had that incredible highlight over on A side where he's able to just kind of clean house as Gen.G's trying to retake the spike.
This was a wild moment here. We're going to throw it up on screen, but Mako coming out here. And just a crazy moment, wiping out the entire team. I don't know if we're going to throw the play up here.
It should be round 12 here, right?
Yeah. Right, there we go. But coming down now, and perfect spray transfer, leaving only Stacks alone to take King out in a perfect 1v1, a clutch moment. And backstage, we were all saying, okay, this might be our shortest map yet.
It was certainly looking like it, because as we got into the end of the half, we were only like 25 minutes in. And we're like, okay, DRX, if they win this pistol, they close it out from there. This is going to be the fastest map that we've had in VCT Pacific. And again, Gen.G able to fight back. They elongated it at least for a bit.
Yes, and this comes off of the fact that their attacking side actually starts to look good, and they've actually made some adjustments from the mistakes they made in previous maps as well on Haven.
Yeah, they had a really nice streak starting from that pistol round win. We saw them attack over onto the B site. DRX is trying to wrap around and get behind him. We saw the same thing happen as we get ready to take a look back at round, what would be 15 on that half, because it was just really well piloted. As you can see, the setup is coming through. DRX, again, are looking for this A-lobby crunch. They've got 4 people. Buzz currently lurking around C-Link. But crucially this time, Gen.G say, okay, we're going to leave Sylvan back in the attacker spawn, and we're also going to reinforce his position with King set up in mid-window. DRX, they send a drone forward. It doesn't clear Sylvan's position. He's able to swing out, picks up 2. King then joins in on the crossfire, and they just absolutely mow everybody down. Buzz is the last one to try to venture out of Garage, ends up getting picked. It's a flawless, and it was a good adjustment from Gen.G. They were getting a sense of how DRX was going to try to pilot these B retakes rather than, swooping in from the links. They were trying to push it from the attacker side. They got a sense of it, and they were able to shut it down.
Yeah, again, just some good preparation. That's how they were able to claw back 7 rounds. But again, I mean, DRX was so far ahead. And a lot of that comes off of the back of our player of the game here on Haven. It has to be RB. Not only did he top the scoreboards, but, I mean, he was leading 10-0 in terms of kill death in the first 5 rounds. I mean, just unkillable in the beginning of this Haven.
Standing for Rocky Balboa, it would seem.
This is an actual photo, by the way. This is him without a shirt on. Yes, this is... What's the craziest part about this is that he actually plays with those boxing gloves on. So it's true. Very impressive aim with that.
The jerseys really hide the figure. It's kind of crazy. Really, I mean, it's really slimming.
Yeah, it's to make sure that he doesn't really scare off the opponents on stage. But again, just putting up an incredible performance. And I know the casters talked about it. We've talked about it several times on the desk. But this guy taking on so many different roles and agents for DRX, and he's still able to constantly put up these numbers while supporting his team with the utility. That takes a lot of time and effort.
And I think my favorite thing about this is if you think back to the years past, even going into, Istanbul, where DRX was able to get themselves into that 3rd place finish, there were so many people saying, like, this is the last chance for RB. If he can't perform here at this event, then DRX needs to let him go. That was echoing around forums, on Twitter, whatever. And he has now shown, from that event moving into today, how invaluable he is. He is one of the most crucial players on this squad, and without him, you have to expect that they would not be able to, perform to the level that they do, because RB is so damn flexible. Probably, I think it's probably safe to say, maybe the most flexible player in the world. Given the roles that he is able to cover, given how many different agents and play styles he is able to tackle and handle masterfully, I think it's very safe to say that he is the most flexible player out there. And for DRX to have him and retain him and continue to believe in him, it has all led up to these moments where he is in the limelight and shining.
Yep, we'll see if RB can keep that performance up as we head into Fracture for map 2. Of course, on Gen G, there is going to be a swap here. Eco coming in for Silva, most likely specifically for the agent composition as well. Oftentimes that breach kind of crucial on this map. We'll see if Eco continues to pick it up. And now the big question for DRX. They don't look to have a roster swap, so Zest is not coming back in. So Foxy and RB, both in the squad. Does RB play that Neon? Is it going to be double duelist? The questions are out there.
It's going to be really exciting to see, but I think the pistol rounds could not be more important coming into this. The way that map 1 panned out, seeing DRX basically streak to victory, and then see Gen G start to almost do the same thing. It should be a really exciting one.
Yeah, I mean, again, all eyes on the agent composition on the side of DRX more so. Gen G looks like they're just going with the standard situation. It's double duelist. Foxy9's Raze on top of RB's Neon. And here's the thing. What's crazy about this is RB's Neon alone was already such a powerhouse on Fracture, but then you're adding in even more explosiveness in the form of Foxy9's Raze. I am very curious to see how this pans out.
I mean, this is the thing that we were looking for all the way back at Lock-In. DRX, they tried to go without this Neon from RB versus whoever their previous opponent was. I don't remember. I think it was Talon.
Talon, actually.
Yes, it was Talon. We won't talk about that. But then they go up against Loud. It's a much stronger team. They're vying to make it into that grand final. And we said, okay, we want to see the Neon. RB brought it out. He absolutely pounded with it, as he often does, and it helped lead us into that map 5. Let's see how prepared Gen G is for this pick.
Yeah, I mean, you got to know that it's a world-class Neon coming out, but did they expect the double duelist? We'll only have to wait and see. This is going to be Fracture for map 2 between Gen G and DRX as we head over to our casters, Quack and Paper Thin.
Thank you once again, Will. I mean, he is so happy that he got it right, that it's a double duelist coming out from DRX, but, Gen G has the double controller on the other hand.
It is an interesting matchup, and certainly Gen G has to expect that it's the Neon coming. The Raze may be a little bit more surprising, maybe not. If they expect that Foxy9 is going to be that permanent plug-in for DRX throughout this year. Zest used to play the Fade instead, so kind of an interesting change for the side of DRX, but frankly, I mean, to me, all eyes on RB's Neon and just the flashy plays that he can make and what is going to be the response. Goddead has been great on the KO. He's been great with the utility. If he can nail some really crucial, flashes and 0 points, he might be able to nullify some of this explosiveness that RB can bring. He can be a big part of shutting that down potentially, because very few other teams have been able to do it.
That's right. And that's what it comes down to again. We have all of these pieces in place, but the question stays. Does Gen G take one map off of DRX, or are we going to have an early night? All eyes on RB, like you mentioned earlier, Paper Thin, and he is slowly inching forward up on the A main.
They're going to set him up with a flash. He's going to make the push, but it's a response there with the snake bite to slow this down.
Oh, he sliced off of it! No way! Eco does make a trade on towards Foxy, but RB's still very much alive. Mako defending the B site.
I mean, this is what makes him so scary. Even though you throw the stuns and the mollies at him, he still manages to find the timing to slide through.
Shot from Buzz, right towards center. Mass swaps to the frenzy.
Oh, well, that was nice.
That was very, very nice.
Buzz there with a great reaction after picking up that frenzy. I thought he might get caught off guard there for a second.
For a second, but I mean, he just had enough time for the animation to play out. But again, I mean, that's why this map was picked. That's why these teams have these agents being selected as well. But when it comes down to some of these individual plays, I think DRX has shown us that they have that much more.
I mean, yeah, exactly. The timing on that. The timing. He dodges the fault line and then just sneaks in.
Gen G. Again, I said this so many times. You need to break past that mental barrier. They're going in all the way through the tunnel.
Yeah, it's a sewers push. They're going to put God dead just to see. But it looks like it's just a hold here from the side of Buzz. It looks like he's just kind of hedged his bets. It's like he's got something at every angle for the B side. He's got a nano swarm on the south and on the east, and on the north, he's got the alarm bot. So, you know, expecting maybe a push, but it's just Gen G just kind of, I think, just looking to see if they can maybe find a player that they can isolate. You do have RB here. One recon bolt left.
We're exploring the map.
Stax could be in position to support him potentially on the, if he's able to retreat.
Oh, no. He's trapped now. Upon contact, tries to sprint away. He actually makes it out with that movement. Look at that. 30 seconds remaining, though, for Gen G.
And that's one of those opportunities where if
30 seconds
the
left.
0 point had been used early in the round there, or God Dead, they might have been able to nullify some of his utility there and gotten a kill, but...
Oh, no.
Oh,
it's just all the utility, Mako! Spraying down again and again. Even going in with the sortie, he has the smoke for cover. Stax now just looking to finish up the job, and Gen G, unfortunately, not quite able to make anything happen. If anything, spike plant for money, no, denied.
That's just a great hold there from, you know, Mako and Buzz. Again, they don't really
Nanoswarm.
budge. Yeah, again, that's what I was talking about. He kind of hedged all of his bets. You know, just no matter where they came from, they were ready.
Just great timing on every piece of utility out of DRX. First off, the Sky Swarm, then the Nanoswarm, then another layer, an incendiary grenade right at Gen G's feet. They cannot push past it. Now they have the guns, but can they find a round win? Or are we going to have that same one-sided first half?
See that we're seeing that same kind of push we saw in the pistol round here from DRX. Trying to set RB up. This time it's just a fault line. He has to use the fast lane to cover himself. Foxy blast packs right past.
And he's still alive. RB as well as Foxy will be able to destroy a blinded King. Got that now, trying to drag him down underneath. And he will be able to do so with this Phantom of his. Picks up the spike, and now numbers on the side of Gen G. They have to make a choice, and they have to do it fast.
I mean, now they have to rotate Mako over to kind of split this 1-1, but still damage done here for DRX. And now Buzz just trying to play, you know, to see if he can get any damage, maybe find another kill on the Mako now.
Information. If anything, he's reading this. He has that much utility on the B site, so he's not worried if they actually push through.
Yep.
Launching smoke.
Look at that, he dodges the 0 point.
Oh my god!
Spike down A.
An instant pick off, and that's Meteor's head dropped. And Incendiary's still at hand. He's delaying it. Buzz has arrived on the scene as well.
Spike planted.
Pretty soon this is going to be genocide, but Gen G will be able to answer back. TS finds a round.
That was huge from DS. That looked dangerous for sure. You know, with Mako and Buzz there, setting up Crossfire. Look at this. Look at this reaction. You know, it's a change in the ideas, right? The first time we saw RB kind of push on his own with some support from Stax's utility from range. This time, they kind of use that information against Gen G. They're like, we're going to go even further now with the blast packs from Foxy. Good luck being ready for this. And they weren't. I don't know, you know, who can be?
It's good little bit of adaptation from Gen G, and we need to see more of it again still, but now Buzz just walks forward, finds a frag, does get tagged up by TS. Continue to go on in. Mako trying to delay it as much as possible. Buys in the orbital strike, but Stax will be able to arrive on the scene. Eco and Meteor, though, just inside of these smokes, they will be able to push them back. And look at this. They're not just committing to the site. They know they have the numbers, so why not?
Yeah, the pressure there on Mako forced out the orbital strike, and then TS is able to kind of wrap around that and still find the kill. So really nicely done there by TS. That really helped make this round a lot more winnable for Gen G. And certainly, I think Foxy has to consider just saving the gun. He may be looking for an exit, okay, but I don't suspect he's going to want to try to make a play for this.
It's a great way to overwhelm DRX, if anything. We tend to see DRX feeling confident at times, trying to go for individual duels or picks, and when Gen G are pushing together and they recognize that, they know, all right, this is an opening. I have to go in right now. And in this instance, it really worked because Mako was not able to respond. So Foxy just holding on to that Phantom. This will be a second win for Gen G and very possibly a much closer map than we saw on Haven.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I figured it would be just based on the map and how good both of these teams are on this map. You know, you think with Gen G, yes, they lost it to DFM, but they pushed Loud to the limit on this map. You know, they're a very solid team. So certainly the thing to keep track of here, though, for me is DRX is generally much better on the attacker side on this map. So keep your eyes out. I think if Gen G gives up 5 or 6 rounds even on this, you know, on their attackers half to Gen G's defenders half, then I'm concerned. Then for Gen G. Then I feel like DRX has a really good chance to win.
One side or the other, you're going to have to win those rounds, but we start things off explosive towards A main. Just the mountain of utility on towards the feet of RB. Can't make it out alive this time.
And that's huge. That's both Phantoms that DRX have brought into this round gone.
They will be able to plant the spike now. The question remains, where does DRX come from? Just watching and waiting for it. Mako potentially trying to line something up along with Stax. An interesting commit with the null command from Godded. Maybe necessary, if anything, even though this is an eco. Ooh, a shot from King. Buzz now pushing out A main. King might not be aware, but still able to get the spray. Thanks to the weaponry.
Oh, some great reactions there from King. Oh my god. If you guys watched some of our kind of side content we have here, we've been doing highlights of some of the players from each team, you know, playing in Aiden Lab and playing in the practice range in Valorant, and kind of like seeing how, you know, how good their scores can be. King was one of the best in the practice range. He had some great stuff there. Mako as well, of course, but yeah, King is wicked accurate, and he is so good. And I mean, you can see why, you know, in the early part of the Vision Striker / DRX history, why he was a big piece of that puzzle. He is a unbelievable Sentinel. He puts up great numbers time and time again.
Of course, he is playing that bit of a Sentinel / controller role right now. But we need so much more of that. We need to see that again and again. Now DRX has the guns, and they are positioned to receive Gen G. Stacks a little bit of jiggle, and I think he has spotted each other. Blast packs onto site. Meteor will be able to set his foot down, plant the flag down, get the spike in. Stacks just calling for his team to rotate over. We are in for a full 5-on-5 retake, and the Viper's pit from King, just to block off main.
You have the lockdown from Buzz, though, to try to counter this maybe, if they can get in position. There's some pings coming out here from Gen G, but they seem, you know, content to stand pat.
I mean, if he uses his lockdown, it only could come from the spawn, which might allow for King to sneak into our little corner. Maybe if you have more utility to catch him in, but what is this? A rolling thunder. Gen G pushes out. They are fighting. DRX back off.
Poison's off.
And DRX have just given us up.
Yeah. They had to make it work off of that lockdown, and the response there from Gen G was beautiful. A rolling thunder to clear space, and then, you know, plus the push from TS, and then also the fragment, just in case the push from TS gets shut down. Really well thought out there by Gen G. Able to collapse on that from drop and from the site. Just a great preparation there. You love to see it. Gen G's TS currently calling a really good game. Really well thought out.
Great rounds, meticulous planning, and forcing a timeout of DRX.
Yeah, that you don't see that too often. This early in a match, you know, usually it's DRX forcing timeouts.
Yeah.
But, you know, clearly Termi sees something he doesn't like and wants to try to fix it. And, you know, one of the things here for DRX to keep in mind is, as phenomenal as Foxy is, no matter what agent he's been playing so far this year, but generally his Jet's been, I'd say, a little bit better. It does remove some of the utility that normally you would have kind of in the back pocket for DRX. Like, we talk about this a lot, right? They're an execution-heavy team, so having a double duelist instead of an extra initiator in there actually does kind of mess with some of the synergy and some of the ability for DRX to make retakes, to do some of the things that they're normally probably a bit more comfortable doing. So I'm curious to see what the adaptation is going to be here, because, you know, you have to stack with 3 or something like that if you're going to try to make some kind of, you know, execute some kind of, you know, typical DRX style play.
We see a little bit of that with the aggression towards A main, but again, this is, I mean, you're absolutely right, because it's an agent composition that we haven't seen that often from DRX. You don't see this double duelist very much. And keep in mind, this is the first time they've played Fracture throughout the entire 5 or 4 weeks of league play. But still, off the timeout, suddenly they switch up the pace. RB pushes out the tree this time. Mako, they've swapped positions, and Genji might look a little bit confused. Let's see if they can respond to this quickly. Good flash.
This is a good reaction here. They're able to buy a little bit of space. Foxy almost get caught out in the open. Oh, but the crossfire.
You have to make it past the obstacle that is Mako, and then RB from behind with the overdrive. Eco is the only one left. 3 players up against him. Has to deal with the first target, that is Buzz. Returns back around to face RB, who just does not miss. He doesn't whiff in these moments.
Yeah, love the change of play here from DRX. You know, start pushing the pace again. That early on, if you remember, that's when things were working well for them, was when they were pushing towards attacker spawn with RB. You know, Stax and Foxy were doing it from a main side. This time they send RB from the B side. A great relay bolt. You know, a little bit of extra utility in there as well, but allows himself to get a kill, has the overdrive, able to find the backside of Genji's line. So Mako and Foxy able to buy enough time there that they're able to get the Neon over quickly. Now he's been suppressed. He's gonna have to just push on this.
Oh boy. Again, it's a utility that sets up so much of it, but Foxy! What immaculate timing with that showstopper, the perfect point to pull it off. TS, the judge, tries to salvage this round. But is it possible, though? Stax is so already up on top of tower.
What? Please give me the replay after the round. Please, please, please.
Oh my god, how many times have we seen this already from TRX today?
I mean, now, you know, Buzz is, you know, sitting there like a bird in a nest with all that utility surrounding himself. And that allows Stax and Mako to just kind of clear angles over here on the B. Still 1 away from a showstopper himself as Meteor. So maybe swing to the other side, grab the orb on the way in, and use that to try to displace Buzz, who has firmly planted himself towards the front of the A site.
DRX are unencumbered in this moment. Buzz knows he's comfortable here. He is set up. This is his home. I've got all my little robots here to keep me company. Anyone who tries to approach me, you're going to get zapped, buddy.
This is the future of humanity, making friends with robots.
I mean, we saw Timmy the Turret in that previous map. Buzz with the judge now. Oh, just to deny the spike plant. The round. Is it over? He still can stick the plant. It's not impossible. Has to be a heroic clutch, though. Yes. Instant dark cover just to give him a little bit more space. He sneaks into the corner. But I don't know if that is a good corner to hide in, because he might be pigeonholed there.
Yeah, if this
Molly,
Molly,
exactly.
If this Molly's right on him, he's dead to rights.
Aftershock, Molly, everything can close out so much, and there it goes. Oh, he backs off just to give himself the angle, but unfortunate.
Okay.
Simple play from Mako.
Please.
Let's see that Foxy replay.
Please, the Foxy replay.
Paper Thin wants it. Come on, guys.
So bad.
Let's see it.
This is everything I've ever wanted in my life. I can die a happy man.
Replay. There we go.
Let's see this. He's flashed? What? Oh my god. What a reaction. Unbelievable. That is absolutely ridiculous, Quack. What?
Final moments. Even blinded, he was able to get into that position.
That's incredible. Bench. I mean, that's what you want. That kind of blast packing from a Raze is about as good as it gets.
Stax was right. We have not seen Foxy's final form, but again, Genji not backing down either. They're trying to push in towards Dish. Foxy backs off. Does expend the paint shells, though, from Meteor.
You can't even fault Genji on that round.
Uh-oh.
Well, here comes Meteor.
Is it going to be that Meteor strike? No! It just narrowly avoids Stacks. They've gone past each other. Ego finds him. And it's going to be Meteor slowly able to cause chaos, ripples through on the side of this map. Goddead firing off as well. Stacks and Buzz trying to retake. Pushes past the door, but caught unaware from behind. Genji now controlling A main and finding the lead once again.
Okay, a great adaptation, great patience here from the side of Genji. Even though the showstopper whiffs, still Meteor is able to kind of recover. Stacks finds a little bit of value in this round. Goddead, what a reaction there. Ready to spin up towards the top of ropes. And then TS, who's almost always really good on this map. TS is constantly putting up big numbers on Fracture. He is one of the best controllers on this map. I mean, we know Mako is also right up there. You can see both of our controllers are topping the kill speed for both their teams.
That's exactly what we expect. That is what we want to see. This time, though,
he's got a Guardian.
Yes, is the one calling it, yes. A Guardian of all things, but he is up in a good position up by Draw. Genji slowly going over by Sands. Maybe they go into defender spawn, but all these shots, how does Foxy find them? Still a couple more. And this is now Meteor angry and looking to press forward to claim this site. King will be able to find another as well. Buzz going up our rafters.
Spike planted.
Meteor's right underneath you.
He might get Meteor here. Oh, never mind. Eco was watching it for him, so good cross, good cover for the side of Genji. And okay, they've got 6, and I tell you what, if they win these next 2 rounds, Quack, then absolutely,
awesome.
I think they've got a real shot to take us to map 3. Absolutely, I think they might be the first, team to take a map off DRX so far in Pacific. No one else has done it yet.
When you say words like that to me, Paper Thin, oh my God, this has to count.
Does that make
Come on,
your heart
Genji.
flutter a little bit?
Yeah. I want to see it happen. We want to see good Valorant. We want to see something shaken up. DRX, pull out more for us. Because when they're comfortable, they're okay, but if they're forced back against the ropes, they're going to pull out some different tricks.
Now I think there's a decent read here
okay.
from the side of DRX. Yeah, Buzz was
for tower, but Buzz
so ready.
Just waiting, punch in that time card. Now repositioning, Buzz anchoring down on the side itself. Stack has tower. RB dashing back and forth on towards Jenny. Stack's now shorty in hand. He's waiting for the peek. Fires off a reload. Oh my God, King! Now the kill leader, he's going in for it. Viper pin to extend the cover, but guess what, Paper Thin? Take a look at the mini-map.
Yep, this was all a ruse. This is all to get Eco over to the other side of the map. Now this is still going to be challenging. If King can find 1, heck, even 2, no, not going to happen, but King did a hell of a job there to at least buy some time.
I think it was a little bit risky to go for another frag in that moment.
Yeah, Eco's got his Rolling Thunder. Maybe
he has
Mako,
to buy time with it.
Yeah, and maybe Mako hangs on to that orbital strike for 1 more potentially, but Eco here, he's going to wait and try to cross this.
Just find a couple more frags, I suppose. No! A little bit of a whiff, and it's just going to be a simple tap from Mako. 7, well, not 7, excuse me. 5 to 6 for DRX.
Don't deserve my
It gets
a little bit overexcited.
Yeah, it gets a little bit scarier every round. The DRX kind of breaks in here on their defender side.
I mean, both of these guys save their ultimates for this last round for the first half. And a timeout now being called by Bile.
Yeah, might as well dial up something. Use this Rolling Thunder, find a good opportunity for it. I think, either you try to maybe identify where Buzz is with the Killjoy utility and then try to send in your Rolling Thunder on the back of that potentially. Because that round, if I'm Bile, I'm looking at that and I'm going, well, the Killjoy was really the biggest problem here. It's the utility that Buzz was able to put there that really kind of slowed everything up and made this round far more difficult than it potentially could have been. So let's use our ultimate to try to nullify kind of that sight anchor ability that Buzz has, and then see if we can make it work from the back of that. And then, you know, it could be tough because you have the orbital strike, right? That can buy more time. That can kind of add an extra layer to that.
I think that's why it's so crucial. You need to kind of go to where Marco is not in this round.
Well, right. That's exactly right. That's the tough part. Is you don't want to go where Buzz is. You don't want to go where Mako is.
I think you can go where Buzz is, just overwhelm it. But if they're both together, just go the other side.
Yeah,
and that's what this timeout is all about. I think Gen G will try to approach this slow, but DRX will go it fast, trying to just find whatever pick they can. Mako and Buzz's job in this entire round is just to stay alive and make use of their ultimates. Stacks as well with the Rolling Thunder. Humongous retake potential.
Let's see what this looks like.
Oh, it's an aggressive push up towards the attacker side bridge.
This gives a ton of info over to DRX. Like, they know now that this is on the south side of the map.
Do we make a guess that Mako's on B? Genji, where do you go?
They heard Mako above.
Oh, now they've
might
heard
have
that
saw
Phantom.
something. Yeah.
They know that they're on the other side, so taking the zip line is not a wise decision right now.
Yeah, you can see there is the expectation that maybe somebody on DRX tries it.
Tried to catch someone with that 0.2. It's not going to happen. King, oh! I think he's been spotted. He's been discovered. Stacks finds one. And that's our first controller gone. You can no longer fake out this A site. Genji, how do you approach this?
Now Stacks can kind of hold back and wait for contact and then let the Rolling Thunder fly. And then, you know.
And RB can just slide in off of that.
Exactly, here it is.
We're going to have Eco with a Rolling Thunder as well. Just to fend them off. RB putting up the high walls just to try to block it as well. And everyone has arrived on the site. Except for Buzz, perhaps, but he's not entirely needed. Mako still with the sprays, still precise, still looking for more. A double now, and Foxy to follow up. 10 seconds remaining. Genji, how do you make a move in this instant? TS, he just finds one, but backs off. Tail between his legs. The round is over.
Time for a protein shake.
It's so good, so smart here from DRX. They know that there's another Rolling Thunder, so what's the response? Just yeet more utility at that door. Just, I mean, there was a paint shells, there was fast lane, there was everything in the kitchen sink to make sure that Genji was pinned and that it was going to be really difficult to allow Mako to get up into that ropes position to do what he does best, pop heads.
Dish soap, towel cloth, kitchen towels, everything.
Everything,
throw
dude.
it down. But the thing that impresses me the most, again, is still off of that utility. They know when and when not to peek. They know that Mako can just come up outside of Raptors just to find a couple of frags. And then, my God, it's just so tough for Genji in that moment. And that's why, although the timeout was called by Bile, it didn't really pan out.
No, and it's just, you know, again, the preparation during timeouts from both teams is very good, but just a little bit better for DRX. And I see that a lot.
And that's that battle between these two teams. That's why the in-game leaders were highlighted. But again, I think not enough attention is given to these coaches. Bile and Termi right now. There is a battle between these two as well.
Certainly. And of course, you know, the deeper parts of the staff that get them prepared, like Elma Putty and Glow, all these, you know, phenomenal coaches on both sides of the coin that, you know, just do great jobs putting these teams into positions where they are in this spot, where they are undefeated coming into today.
That's right. Now we have these pieces. How do we make use of them? And that's the question that pushes us over into the second half as well. DRX, you mentioned this before, Paper Thin. They are much more comfortable on the attacking side.
Yeah.
They have a double duelist.
Yep. No, I mean, this is as fun as that half was, and I'm really excited that it's closed so far. I have deep concerns that this could get pretty one-sided pretty quick because, again, historically, DRX is really darn good on the attacker side on this map.
That little drawing of toilet paper on the side.
Oh, yeah, you gotta have it. I mean, I'm tempted to, like, just, like, I'm waiting for fans to start, like, throwing toilet paper at GodDead, like, on stage after they win games or something.
Oh, that would be great.
Yes.
Can we please have that in the playoffs?
I mean, it would be awesome, but I don't think our cleaning staff would be super happy about that.
Still on towards the second half, we will go, and that begs the question again, who will win this pistol round? DRX, statistically, historically, maybe more confident on this attacking side, especially when they have the double duelist, but you know what? They just ran in, and B side is completely open.
Now you got to play for retake. Some utility to do it, though, as there wasn't much expended in the beginning of the round here for Gen G. I mean, fragments, paranoias, flashes, snake bites. You got a ton of ability to like clear out the tower. You know, so maybe they can get this done.
I feel like we're just playing the same sides as the first half again. Except now there is a timer, and Gen G has to go in quick. They're coming up from both sides, though. King now pushing out. RB just hiding inside of the Sky Smoke the entire time. Peeks out at the right time now with the frenzy. Finds some frags, jumps forward, backwards. He goes all over the place. God then tries to fire back against him, but still not quite finding the shots. RB punching forward, jab after jab. Foxy comes in with the hook to finish it off.
And this is why we talk about him as a world-class Neon, because he is so good at the movement. I mean, he doesn't necessarily need to use all utility, but he's just all over the place. It's just, he's impeccable. It's crazy the way that he maneuvers himself. He doesn't even use the sprint, but it's okay. I mean, you know, the way that he thinks when he's playing Neon is on another level.
He's so flexible. I mean, how do you go from Sova to Neon just like that? And if I were Eco in that moment, I'm kicking myself in the back right now.
Oh, certainly. Everybody on Gen G is probably kicking themselves for not getting that kill. You know, that seemed like one they should have had. You know, where they had an opportunity with that opening pick from King.
Oh, what? A double kill up from Tree. What? Where did that come from?
What in the world?
We have to see his perspective after this, but that's 2 Spectres gone from DRX. He's the only one with a Sheriff, and he's making it count. Eco is here available as well in case the spike does go down. Just expecting the fault line and Aftershock soon.
And now you're forcing a piece of DRX to have to cover that to make sure those guns aren't picked up by Gen G.
There we go. Foxy takes the damage, and this just might be the thrifty round, but Mako says no, not for the time being at least. They continue to peek off of each other. Mako's the only one left, up on top of tower. He goes in for a peek again, tries to spray, gets concussed, and there it is, the shot in the back. Meteor strikes.
Huge, huge play here from King. That is unbelievable. That basically wins them the round because it forces Gen G to be so, or excuse me, DRX to be so spread apart. And then, you know, you're able to utilize your utility that you have to kill Foxy while he's planting. And as good as Mako is, here we go. One,
It's a shot mid-air.
Oh my god, dude.
Fast micro flicks.
That's just not fair. Great stun. Great fault line from Eco. That's huge now. Now we certainly have a game. Now we definitely have a match.
This is now a real match. 7-7. And a big change in momentum for Gen G after winning that thrifty. DRX. A little bit more hesitation in their steps.
Looks like, yeah, the fast lane and fast execute. I don't think there's much that, well, other than that, just spraying through the smokes.
Simple. You know, it's a fast lane. All you got to do is to shoot through it sometimes, and maybe you net yourself a frag. Maybe you find some fish. Just gotta cast that out.
That's true. Cast that net.
DRX though, trying to set up some post-plant positions now, making use of the toxic screen as well from Gen G. Gen G goes in just to check the site. They know it's all clear. They know they're upside by tower, maybe by tree. So it comes down to the stick, and they have to be very careful off of it. Goddead just not backing off, and he will find the defuse. You did that to us on Haven, we're doing back to you.
Yeah, the nano there, just a bit late from Buzz. They're able to just hold it down. Great retake here from Gen G, able to avoid any serious damage. So now they're up 8-7. DRX gonna go into mostly full buy, a couple half armors have to be taken. due to the economic damage. You do have Mako with his orbital strike already because he's continuing to just absolutely have another whale of a map. He's just always just destroying people with this brimstone.
And that is a good counter to King if he does deploy a Viper's Pit as well. So much space that you can flush people out of, so it goes into the push, but King takes Mako out instead.
King has been unreal.
A bit of a flash too, though. Oh no, but Eco can't quite find the fight.
Oh, God,
got
that
a TS! Oh, they pinched them in! Now down to a one-on-one. RB. He still can sprint. He still can pick up the spike, but as soon as he goes in, the door will...
spike.
Oh, just playing by distance instead. Okay. Now he's being careful, Paper Thin.
He doesn't have any utility.
Oh, God, Dead. How are you going to do this?
He's got his ult, but I mean, that's not super useful here.
In a one-on-one?
Just waiting. He's got a lot of time to play with the clock. So RB doesn't spot much, so let's go the other way, I suppose, and see if he can make it work. So this is tough for RB. But Eco just seems, or excuse me, GodDead just seems content to just lock it down and
it's a one-on-one.
Just wait it out, just see where the plant comes down. He'll know here pretty shortly that this is definitely B.
And I think this is where like anything can happen because you never know where your opponent could be. In a one-on-one situation, he could be all over the map. But he heard that spike plant. That's where he's trying to catch it. Now he has the information. This is huge. Bit of a 0-point fragment just to block him off inside a tower. He has the flash to press him down as well. How does RB react off of this? Holds the angle, not blinded. Might just play with the rope? No. He goes forward and finds the headshot, RB! What a clutch!
He's done it again. He's just been incredible for DRX today. Every time they've needed him to come up with these rounds, he does. Just absolutely great awareness of his situation there. Where he has that planted, you know, allows him to react so quickly to attack. He's able to hide from the flashes. 0 point, who cares? You know, the fragment, yeah, it backs him off.
Look at his face.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, he's just
unfazed.
Yes.
Ice in his veins. This man, I was thinking if that round went towards Gen G, and we might see a timeout pretty soon from Termi, but no. DRX, once again, that individual skill rings true, and RB. Fast line utility stopped in their tracks, but still, somehow TS getting caught out by Stacks from the other side. Oh, Foxy, how is he doing this? How did he get on the site? Mako in to help as well. Got that trying to fire back from Generator, but no! DRX will win this firefight.
Yeah, this is DRX kind of showing a different fast B hit here. You still have the fast lane. You still have the utility dump from the tree side of things, but then from the arcade side, it's also a pinch from the rest of DRX, like Foxy9 and others. That's how Foxy9 able to scoot past a bunch of utility. There's the toxic screen. There's all this stuff going on. There's aftershocks. Everything's flying in his face, and he's just kind of navigating his way through there.
That's impressive.
Yeah, and able to find some big kills. So this is what makes DRX scary, is these executes on this map are so difficult to deal with. And now this looks exactly the same as the last round, but he's got the overdrive. He's incredible.
He's evaded every single one of those bullets.
And
Foxy is on the site.
And Gen G just has to back off. They can't afford to, you know, have another round like the last round.
This is that speed that you have with that double duelist, like you mentioned, weaving through the air. Now Mako, all he has to do is to watch that flank up by tree. He's got the orbital strike. Oh, he's calling it right at his feet. This is danger close, but he's okay. Maybe getting shot, but then cover from Buzz. What a team play.
God, what a blast pack from Meteor. But
but King just slips up from the other side of Sewer. They have control over the site now. Foxy's gone. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Gen G continue to press in. Buzz down to 2 players. DRX Stacks the only one left. And then he gets caught by TS. Gen G, what a retake.
Yeah, what an adaptation here from Gen G. It's a pretty similar round in some respects from DRX. It isn't quite as aggressive in terms of everybody, you know, just going all in at the very beginning. They take a kind of a pause at the beginning, and then they just press the go key. Doesn't take too long. But it's Gen G's reaction here. That's the real story of this round.
They're not afraid to do this.
Yeah, it's a great call from TS. It's just, hey, back off, or a great reaction. Back off, everybody. play for the retake. That's the Gen G office in Gangnam. And the way they dumped that utility, I mean, Foxy's just screwed. He just gets stuck between the snakebite and the fragment. And that's great. Now, now there's that timeout you were looking for, yeah.
They're finding those little weaknesses in DRX post-plant position. And every time they try to hold up by tower, okay, let's just drop utility there. And that's, again, the great thing from Gen G right now is after finding these wins, after that little bit of a comeback on the second half of Haven, they are starting to find this confidence, the fear, they're starting to shake it off. And this timeout from DRX.
So there's a story behind this. So there was previously in a match, DRX, Stax is IGLing, and they've got a retake set up, and tells Foxy, don't push this angle. Hold and don't push the angle. Foxy pushes the angle and dies. Stax was not happy. So the joke was from Foxy 9 that Stax was
strangled.
Yeah, very upset. So there is a bit of a story behind that one.
Fun little bits again.
But yeah, man, I mean, that round was so good from Gen G. They force out the orbital strike. They put Mako in a horrible position. And now they've got a great opportunity. Now, Showstopper.
What?
For Foxy.
Are you mad? RB just goes in like nobody's business, but it's all just a play for him to get space. Yes, the site for the spike to get planted. Gen G starting to surround them, but they are in great position to make use of these guns now at close range. CQB, DRX, looking to fight this. Rolling Thunder doesn't hit a single person. In fact, it's Stax now with a Spectre, Foxy 9 with the Stinger. And they're just trying to hold off. Oh, God, dead. He's just going to stick it, though. Yeah. He's already gotten an halfway. That's it.
Last player standing.
Not much you can do there as DRX. It's a good idea. They're able to avoid the Rolling Thunder, kind of at least take that ultimate out of the hands of Gen G for this next round. Get the plant down, get a little bit of extra something out of that round. Certainly not too bad, but now this round, kind of has to go DRX's way, or else potentially be looking at map 3.
Yup. Gen G, the first team to hit double digits on Fracture. And if it so happens, if it continues this way, in this direction, map 3 is very, very possible.
King's got his Viper's Pit. I was curious if he was maybe going to pop it off the rip, but it looks like he's saving it. A little bit of kind of a delayed potential hit here, maybe from DRX. Oh, it's the lockdown. Is this real?
That's the question. Is this just real life, or is this just fantasy?
Yeah, exactly. TS maybe caught in a landslide.
Oh, he is! Now pinned down, RB. All right. Gets the spike down. Again, though, the entire squad has arrived. And the utility just to catch him off.
Oh, the timing!
Oh, Foxy! A little bit of timing, but he does manage to get himself away with the blast pack. Now they're surrounding tower. They're trying to stick it on the site itself as well. Oh my God, the shorty! The way that he jumps in the air, it just throws off your crosshair placement, and there it is! King got that! Oh! How?
Buzz.
One more.
He's got to hold
just
this.
One more.
Swarm grenade out.
Buzz, stuck it halfway. Just one more. Nano Swarm buys a bit more time.
Oh my God.
Oh! There's the shots! Woo!
Well, this has been a phenomenal map. The back and forths here. I mean, again, these mollies are so on point for Gen G. I mean, they're constantly finding value for these fragments, for these snake fights, for these paint shells. And they're able to get RB, and they're able to get TS out of that lockdown, even though he gets detained. It doesn't really cause too much of an issue. It's just, at the end of the day, the trades are good enough for DRX. Foxy able to buy just enough time up in tower. But the rest of this round kind of holds on by a thread for Buzz at the end with those nanos. RB just going.
Yeah, just trying new ways to play post-plant, but again now, just straight into A main. Gen G has put up the wall, the bulwark off the site, and DRX has to back off. You might have Buzz just lurking somewhat towards drop, but the real key here is to break down King, to break down this B site, but the defenses are strong.
And that's one of those moments that hurts not having the fade here. because you don't have the ability to kind of lead the way for RB. Like, a lot of this you'll see, like, prowlers that are kind of set up to, cover the side, cover that door for RB, or to cover the front of him.
Because at least God Dead has the flash, he has the 0 point for info. DRX doesn't really have that.
Well, I mean, Genji knows this to
Maybe
be
Stacks. Oh, Mako burns. He actually uses it to sneak in. He's kind of slipped the net.
So smart.
They have no idea that he's here, but because he was too low, Meteor will be able to walk away with that one for free. A third frag now. And Stacks trying to get the plant in, but 30 seconds left, and they are all over him. He's just waiting for the peaks to come out. Oh! Unfortunately, the angles will not favor him in this moment. Genji takes a round back.
I mean, that was kind of an off buy as well for Genji, so they're able to now bank up enough money that they can squeeze out a full buy. DRX has to cut funds to make sure they have enough for, to try to force overtime potentially if they can't win this Thrifty. So we could very well be looking at a Pearl. We could finally see somebody take a map.
I heckin' love Valorant.
Yeah, me too, man. This has been really good.
I'm out of here.
Got back on pistols on DRX, and that's a very likely match point. A possible Pearl. I still don't want to count out DRX.
No, you can't. You never can. You never know when they're just going to dial magic and just, dial up some serious, amazing Valorant. Only one away from the lockdown is Buzz. So if they can find a way to maybe squeeze that in, they might be able to sneak this Thrifty out. They've got a pretty good read on the map potentially if the timing gets funky. No. If TS and Meteor had pushed out here, this could have been a disaster for DRX.
Well, Mako is watching the angle. They might be walking into the slaughterhouse, though. Meteor is ready. He's jiggling. Paint shell's out now. RB looking to press forward. TS has the cross, and it's easy to track onto this. Trades on top of trades, leave Stacks.
30 seconds left.
The last one left. Can you do this? You have a Phantom. Eco on the other side with a flashpoint ready for his team to peek off of. Oh, he's made a noise.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of time.
Tries to go up the stairs too, but
Survivor's rest. I'll clean up.
Effective aim.
Yeah, just a great hold here from Genji. I mean, DRX kind of overthinking themselves in this round. B was open. Had Stacks gone that way, I mean, they didn't receive much contact, if any, over there. So I'm a bit surprised that they pull off of that idea and then try to go for this A crunch. I mean, certainly they get some kills, they do some damage, but at the end of the day, you need rounds at this point. It has to be rounds.
That's right. It has to be rounds. The timeouts have been spent. And could this be it, Paper Thin? Could this be the first map that DRX drops in this entire league play of VCT Pacific?
We're going to see the dish.
Genji.
Yeah, the dish push for DRX. We haven't seen this yet, so this is an interesting crunch that DRX is going to set up. This A main push has to work for DRX if they're going to get this done.
Oh, Genji, DRX trying to resist it, but Eco comes up huge! A triple kill! Foxy9, the last one left to keep the dreams alive. He's got the showstopper. The spike is away from him, outside of reach. A single step into the green gas, and that could be his life.
I mean, he's got the showstopper, so
this is it.
Maybe he can boombot into the showstopper here and pray that he's able to kind of suss King out.
All right, corner cleared. They spray. This is it. This is it, Clinton.
He's got to find this. This has to work.
There it goes. Viper gone. 1 HP because of the decay. Eco holding the angle, double stacked up. Foxy, if you can do this. But no. Virtually impossible, and Eco with the 4th kill in the round. The first map taken off of DRX.
Huge performance here from Genji. You love to see it. Their defender side was much better than most against DRX. That was a very well-read half. They were constantly harassing Genji, particularly with those mollies, constantly displacing DRX with those mollies. I mean, just phenomenal utility usage on their retakes. That was really what won them this half. And that's just the way that they were able to stymie and break positions and things like that.
You love to see it. DRX trying something different. The double duelist maybe not really working out, but you could see some ideas in there. But when it comes down to it, the key word, you said it earlier, Paperthin, harassment. So many rounds, they kind of fell to the hold on top of B, on top of tower, whether it's the shorties or the rifles, but after a while, Gen.G started to figure it out, and the way that they just started to shake off that fear.
No, this has been absolutely excellent. I mean, I am thrilled with the way that TS was calling this game. I saw immediate adjustments. Again, the way that he manages this map most of the time is quite good. I mean, we've seen it a lot. You and I have seen it before when we were casting them earlier in the season. This today was, you know, a masterclass here from Gen.G. This is a very difficult map to best DRX on their attacker side in particular. Again, I can't stress that enough.
Absolutely. And incredible performances on both sides, and there's so much to herald here. Because you've got crazy plays from Mako, from Buzz, from RP, who's been insane on the clutches, but when it comes to Gen.G, this map, TS, what calls? King as a sentinel slash controller as well. Wow.
Unbelievable on the Viper. He's been great on the Viper all year, and I suspect we might get to see it again on Pearl, but God, he's been just insane. Just the way that he reacts to things is so good, and again, he has kind of that built-in protocol inside of him where he just almost always seems to make the correct decision. I mean, even if it sometimes doesn't go his way, he still seems to be putting himself in the right place. It's the snake bites landing where he wants him to. He's got all of his utility perfectly set up, so his accuracy is through the roof.
Again, props to Gen.G, but this is not over yet. We've still got one more map to go. Will we see DRX take a fall, or will Gen.G kind of let history repeat itself? Only time will tell. The desk has to break it down, so don't go away. This break will just give us a little bit of a breather. Come back after this. Shot from Buzz, right towards center mass. Just all the utility, Muck! Anything fight plan for Muck. RP as well as Foxy will be able to arrive on the scene. Eco and Content may be necessary, if anything, even though this is an Eco for 4 weeks of clean play. Foxy will get caught out in the open. Turns back around the base. RP. Buzz with the judge now. Oh, just a deny. Point stacks, they've gone past each other. Oh my god, King. It's been discomfort for Buzz perhaps, but he's not entirely needed. Still precise, still looking between his legs. The round is overtime. Peeks out at the right time now with the frenzy. Finds some frags, jumps forward, but still not quite finding a shade. Punching, no, not for the time being at least. They continue. I don't think there's much that we'll be able to walk away with that one for free. TS has the cross, and it's easy.
Well, tied up 1-1 between DRX and Gen G. All of the VCT fans around the world have been blessed with another 3-map series here as we kick off Week 5 at VCT Pacific. Gen G strikes back on Fracture to tie the series up against DRX.
And it's now their first map loss of Pacific. DRX, the gods, can in fact bleed. Gen G playing out of their minds here in this map. Off to a much better start compared to the first one, and they didn't really waver in their momentum. We had a lot of back and forth trading throughout this one, but Gen G in the end able to close it out.
It was really something else. This is the first map loss here for DRX. You can see DRX was trying everything they had, but Gen G did come out on top. We saw in that first map that Gen G, it looked like they were about to get completely flushed out, and then had this very small burst of incredible rounds in the end. And I was wondering if maybe that was going to be, it could be replicated again here today, but Gen G never really let DRX take control of the match. They got the lead pretty early on, I think in round 5, and managed to basically steadily pace themselves ahead. A very impressive showing here for Gen G, and there's a real possibility here tonight they might win on map 3. And if they do that here, that could be one of the biggest upsets we have, maybe perhaps the biggest. I don't know.
I mean just
DRX
in terms
falling from the top.
Yeah, the pure result, right? Not necessarily the team powers, but the fact that DRX might be going, through the round robin with a match loss is a very real possibility. Now, of course, I mean, we're looking at the stats. I mean, there's no doubt there's a ton of players that performed well. They each had their own highlights, but King, once again, I mean, really shining here on that Viper.
I mean, we were bigging him up before, talking about how he used to be on this squad, is familiar with stacks and how he likes to call things, and he got a really good read and was able to shut down play after play. Worth noting, took a stroll back through memory lane because I wanted to see when was the last time that DRX actually lost with this Neon composition. Granted, it's not the exact same one, but they haven't basically lost on Fracture in a VCT event with Neon, with RB playing Neon, since their loss to FPX all the way back at Copenhagen.
Which is a long time ago.
It's been undefeated effectively since then. They dropped one show match to North Eption in the offseason, but otherwise, it has been untouchable, and this is the first time it's been taken down.
Yeah, I mean, again, the focus being that RB's Neon, we were hyping it up before, and they finally picked it in. We were like, okay, how does this work with, Foxy9's Rays? And at the end of the day, Gen G seemed to have their number. Now, the first half, DRX still, starts out with the initial wins on the pistol, and then even going into round 2.
Yeah, going into this, we were really expecting DRX to probably have a very strong first half like we did the first time. To see Mako come in here with this amazing spray down, a very strong round to start this off, and we were looking at each other backstage and saying, man, I mean, DRX is on fire right now. They want to get a better score than even what they had here in Game 1. But it didn't pan out that way as we got further along.
Not quite. I mean, in that round, what's important is even at the end, right, eventually making sure that the spike doesn't get planted.
Yeah.
So they kind of ruined their economy. Now, you mentioned it earlier, Tasteless. Gen G still actually able to get the lead first, after the couple, initial rounds off of the pistol. And then DRX continues to have these moments where they're striking back in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, they were fighting tooth and nail as we went, on and on throughout these rounds. We'll go ahead and take a look here on round number 8, and this is where things got a little bit wild. Foxy9, he goes diving in deep. He's blind pretty much this entire time, from the moment that he takes off out of tower to the moment that he finally catches a glimpse of an enemy. He's completely and utterly blinded. It just so happens that he is, God is guiding his rocket in that moment, manages to find 3 kills with it. But, I mean, even crucial moments like that, coming up with these massive explosive plays, albeit somewhat accidentally, it wasn't enough to keep them in a lead, to keep them with an advantage.
And this is kind of the look that we're not used to seeing from DRX, is them needing heroics to claw back in, at least within a regional competition. Obviously, at international tournaments, you're fighting against the best around the world. But when it came to, Challengers Korea in the past, or so far in Pacific, they're always the one that was in control. They would lose a couple rounds, they would strike back, it was no problem. Now they're the ones needing these heroics just to try to tie things up. Now, you mentioned earlier, Achilles, obviously Gen G, they're the ones who never really quite let DRX have their full pace and their full tempo, and this comes off of these crucial round wins in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, right from the outset, we see, as we go into round number 14 here, Gen G, not much to work with. Sheriff here on King, otherwise it's classics across the board as well as some util. The DRX are going to get ready to go for the sight hit here as RB's just poking and prodding his way forward, but King says no, shuts it down. 2 absolutely gorgeous, crisp headshots. The chest shot into the head there from Stacks with a great follow-up to go ahead and shut down RB. And then from there, they're able to just go ahead, recollapse back over towards the spawn, and look to re-aggress into the site as a 5-man unit. And in the end, they're going to be able to take this one away. Aftershock goes in, they've got Foxy9 locked in place on the site, so he dies right after getting that spike planted. Mako's doing his damnedest with that Spectre at range to try to trade this one back and keep them in it, but eventually he finds himself as the last man standing, ends up getting stunned up. The chase comes through from Meteor, they get the kill, they get the weapon upgrades, and they get this thrifty win during DRX's anti-eco. It was a monstrous time for Gen G to be able to show up and win a round, and that very much has this, rippling effect, this butterfly effect throughout the rest of this half.
Yes, and because it doesn't only happen this one time, they're able to continue to really lock down their defense. We can take a look at round 18, try to break down the entire thing, because this was another one where they didn't have full buys.
Strap in, this is a long one, but from the outset, RB looking to pressure. King sees him, and they're going to go ahead and back away as soon as this overclock gets pushed out here by RB. So they're going to go ahead, back off, and the site widely gets taken here from the side of DRX. They flushed away the members of Gen G. Now, if you take a look, Mako's going to try to get himself into a forward position out here by Tree, but he's got 3 players that are going to be encroaching on his position. So he sets up for a smoke, and as soon as he peeks around the corner, he and Meteor are basically going to, make some eye contact. They note each other, and now suddenly Mako's sounding, I'm in trouble, I need covering fire. So they end up rotating multiple players over here towards Sewer to try to bail Mako out, which they are able to do relatively successfully. He takes quite a bit of damage, but it costs him an orbital strike, and then it leads to the front of the site completely and utterly vulnerable. And then from there, DRX just get completely flushed out of position. Foxy9 just put in such a catch-22 scenario. You either run over the snake bite or you stay on the fragment. Either way, you're going to die. They pick them off one by one by one. Things fall apart. Gen G get this defuse, and yet again, they tie it up. Every single time DRX was getting themselves ahead, they were stretching by a single round. Gen G was answering back, besting them, tying them, and then we're able to go ahead and exceed them in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And the casters mentioned it as well, but the utility combination with, all of these Molly or nade type, utility coming out, the fragments, the snake bites, you've got the aftershock, you've got so much to work with to really push away your opponents. But really at the core, let's go back to the scoreboard as well, because we got to highlight King. I mean, he's just been so steady whenever he's playing this Viper for Gen G.
We shouldn't be that surprised. King was playing out of his mind. And look, I think that this has been such a great performance from him, especially in this round. I'm so excited to see that Gen G is going to bring us here into Game 3. And we knew this since the very beginning in the early days of Korea, that King was always on point, whether it's on offense or on defense, defending the site. He was a killer.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that he's coming out here, he's having these excellent performances on Viper. Now we go into our next map, which is going to be Pearl, and you have to think back to Gen G versus Loud on that very map. While it ended up being a 13-9 scoreline with Loud taking the win, King was the one who was putting up incredible numbers and showing us, yes, I still am that same player that you remember being that god-tier sentinel, that site anchor, all the way back in the Vision Strikers era. He was putting up solid performances despite the loss and very much taking the world by storm, reminding everybody that he is such a solid figure for any team, regardless of which team that he is on. And I'm expecting him to be playing this Viper once again as we get ready to go into Pearl, and I think that has to be a concern because you need to figure out how to displace this guy when he's on the defending side. If you can't do that as DRX, you are going to have one hell of a time trying to get that spike down.
And we keep mentioning it, but again, he used to play with the squad of DRX. DRX also knows King and his style of really never letting go of the site no matter the situation he's put in, whether he's on Killjoy, whether he's on that Viper. And I just want to give a shout out to him because he was one of those players that got kind of phased out due to the chamber meta, right? He was never really able to pick up that chamber as a sentinel. Yep. But now that we're back to more traditional, quote-unquote, sentinels, right? We've got the Killjoys coming out sometimes, for some teams, the Cyphers, and now Viper. He's picked up the Viper as well to great success. He's really turned out to be such a crucial part of Gen G's roster.
Yeah, and I think the truth is he's probably very hungry to assert himself here going up against DRX and really show them and remind them who he is and who he was and that he's back. And, we do see these agents rotate in and out of the meta, and this is really his moment to shine. And, man, if he could really play as well as he did in that last game where they won and then take this 2-1, that would just be an earthquake as far as the Korea scene is concerned. But honestly, as far as the whole Pacific region is concerned...
Why are we doing God that dirty like this?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
He keeps trying to go for the tissue buff. It doesn't work. He pulls it out. He's going for it again here.
He's like using wet naps now because he keeps drying out his nostril from using just regular tissue paper.
And it looks like we're going to have Sylvan come back in here. Again, I mean, just looking at the map and the compositions, somewhat expected here.
Yeah, I think this makes sense given Pearl, but I will say, as somebody who was a bit of an eco-doubter, who would much rather have seen Sylvan play for the most part, I got to give props to Eco, who did have a very strong performance by the end, ending that last map of Fracture with a 4K in his own right. His support utility on Breach was looking way cleaner than it has in the past, so it was very good to see him. Now I'm hoping that we can see similar performances here from Sylvan as he steps back in, and as anticipated, there it is. Wait,
hold on.
Okay, so King's on that Viper. Meanwhile, yep, Foxy9's playing the Jet. Buzz is back on. So not any huge changes here. Obviously, on the side of DRX, they're going to stick with the tried and true. Over on the side of Gen G, Sylvan going with the Sky. Sometimes we've seen the Fade on, like we did earlier today with Global Esports, but this time it's going to be the Sky on top of the KO coming out from GodDead once again.
I baited myself. I read TS's name, and then I looked down and saw the Sky, and I thought that they had Sylvan on smokes once more, and I was like, oh my god, they're doing it. But no, it is going to be Sylvan sticking with Initiator. He's going to be playing that Sky here for them. We'll see how he fares stepping back in, but it seems like all of Gen G very much warmed up and ready to go after that first map of Haven.
Let's not forget, whoever actually takes this is now #1 in our region. This is going to be huge. After this match, we're going to really crown the leader.
Absolutely. DRX, they've already taken their first map loss, but will they redeem themselves by staying #1 in Pacific, or will Gen G finally dethrone the Kings? We'll find out with our casters, Quack and Paper Thin.
Thank you, Will. You're right. Achilleos and Tasteless, you got one shot, one opportunity.
One map to rule them all.
One map to rule them all. You're going to let it slip?
I don't know the Eminem song very well, so if you were going to rock that, I was just going to let you go.
I'm playing. But this is it, exactly. I mean, this is what it comes down to. Whoever wins this becomes the leader on top of the standings. And Gen G historically hasn't really beat DRX before. Could this be the day?
I think this could be. The way they looked on Fracture, they looked so well prepared. And, you know, DRX,
my God.
When they played Pearl, yeah, the DRX fans are fired up.
There they go.
Yeah, we have the DRX brought the reinforcements here today to cheer, to get the crowd going. Yeah, I had to ask because there's somebody from the DRX staff down there kind of leading the chant.
Yeah.
And I was like,
there is an energy in
the
stadium right now.
Yeah.
there is that feeling.
And she's like, oh, they brought me in from the LCK to come rally the troops here for Valorant now.
And that's what it comes down to. Gen G, of course, in League, they did win. Well, DRX are the kings in Valorant. Will they be dethroned today? The answer waits as Gen G heads towards mid.
I love that from TS there. He's just enough around that corner that flash connects to kind of potentially sell the information. Now, DRX seems to be reading it pretty well, especially with that smoke, but they're actually going to use this. Oh my God.
What?
They're cutting all the way through towards B, but they might hear it. I think
Buzz has to hear it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Mako as well, and they're prepared for this. That's why we see the rotations moving over. Toxic Screen just runs out in time. Buzz up on top of Heaven, but the Nebula blocks off a little bit. Cloudburst as well. And the spike goes down.
Spike planted.
Well, this is interesting. I mean, Foxy was really sitting on the other side. A good opener here for RB. Now the numbers advantage slightly in the favor of DRX. Here comes the Harbor utility. Let's see if they can get this done.
What a way to draw the wall. A bit of a semicircle, and it blocks off so much. GodDead has to come up huge, but he doesn't quite land it. Buzz with the right clicks has it instead. Post-plant utility goes in with the snake bites, but now TS still position aware. We have the Cove. We are sticking that defuse. Tries to go in for that aerial knife, but it does not happen today. That's what we say to the God of Death.
Not today. That was, I like the attempt, actually. I mean, he actually almost got there. It was very close. So, but a good hold here from Buzz, and you know, like we could tell, you could hear the footsteps stomping. The reinforcements were quick for DRX, so the retake able to be set up properly. Some really great Harbor utility here from Stacks. Really kind of buys them the space they need. There's a flash in there towards the hall that doesn't confirm anything, so that makes them a little more comfortable to push space, and they're able to just come through and start knocking people down. So again, it's that utility coordination that makes both of these teams so good. And I'm curious now with this Harbor, you know, for DRX, or excuse me, RB's on the Harbor, not Stacks, but this is I really like the way that typically DRX pilots this comp. Like we've seen it on Icebox. Now it's, you know, being shifted over to here.
I couldn't agree more because they take up bits of space. They retrieve that alt orb, and now Foxy is just waiting. He wraps around, and TS has no
timing.
earthly idea.
Oh my God, the timing!
Oh, Foxy.
Oh my God!
Wow! Just ring around the rosy, and this time, Pop goes to Weasel. It favors Gen G. Mako still pretty much anchoring down the B site, though. Where are you going to deliver your spike to? You've got 40 seconds left, Gen G.
You gotta be so careful here as Buzz.
Meteor.
I like the way he's sneaking up here, trying to kind of make it more difficult for that Marshall to find value. This is really smart, and of course it's...
You can see it's a
30
crossfire.
seconds left.
Yeah.
Meteor's looking for the pick, but I don't think this is the site to hit.
Oh, and look
Toxic
at the way...
screen up, and it could allow them to dash in, but you have to instantly react. You have to find these players who are hiding in these corners. A fragment, Buzz with a double, and he peeks in and out again. The triple, the spike carrier killed. Oh, and the fourth from RP.
Great movement there from Buzz. That is just phenomenal, the way that he's working that corner. I mean, he gets help, of course, from the toxic screen to initially obscure that position, and that gives Mako the opportunity to come out and do a little bit of damage, but this is all Buzz. Buzz there, here's that dash, steps out, he's popping the nanos, make sure they can't push towards the site, and it's just great setups, great crossfires. That's DRX in a nutshell, man.
Replay operator had to do Foxy9 a little bit dirty there just to humble DRX, sure enough. But Gen G, of course, now gets to buy back up. It was a good bit of damage, and they're looking to push in on towards this B site. It's a difference in double controllers. One side has an Astra, one side has the Harbor. And DRX, have slowed them down along with this high tide. Cascade perhaps set up a push too. Buzz peeking off of this, and he's able to find a little bit. Meteor shuts him down. Sylvan comes back. Stax fires off as well. Sylvan down to 6 HP. Spike not quite yet planted. They have no idea that Mako is sneaking up behind them.
This is the last person I'd want to go up against in this 1v2.
Perhaps, but he only has a ghost.
Yes, that's the good news. Yeah, okay, great shot from DS with that Vandal, but still a dangerous round that Gen G is flirting with potential disaster. Buzz doing a great job again on the back of site, just being cagey, being tough to deal with. A great recognition from Meteor, by the way. Buzz loves to hug that corner with a shorty, and the way that Meteor angles himself gives him the opportunity to make sure that he kills Buzz without Buzz being able to fire back. So
truly,
that's a really nice little kind of micro piece of movement from Meteor.
You have to admire how DRX tries to almost throw bodies, throw utility just to resist the site hit, but Meteor knows how to counter that. Off to the next round. Again, we have a buy from DRX now. They're holding off A main, but a sudden dash in towards P-Link. That's going to be DRX falling back, pulling the rotations over. But guess what? Spike is not exactly committed. Gen G, they're trying to fake them out, get them to spend utility, if anything.
Stax just checked connector, and now he's going to send a bird in towards Art. See if anybody's heading that way. And so far, no contact, no information given over from Gen G. So DRX just left to stand pat. Just try to figure out exactly what's happening. And they know it's not A because of Foxy's position, most likely. And he's just holding that angle. He doesn't want to get somebody to cut through that box again. Get around his backside, but
this round could break DRX's momentum if they lose it. But yes, if we look at the minimap, TS is on a bit of alert. He might be able to cut people off of rotations, but the site hit has to be good, and that's why it's so important that Meteor finds the frags in this moment. The lockdown comes through, and they have to turn tail. Sylvan sticks a spike plant, but DRX off the lockdown, they get to go in. TS does not make it happen. Stax finds the frag instead, being ever so careful now. Sticking the defuse, they've got the cove up. Meteor tries to fight back, but has to push into this. Oh, he's blinded, doesn't see it. RB! Again, cool, calm, and collected. DRX. They come up again.
This is huge. DRX recognizes that somebody could be coming through secret, or excuse me, through water, and they are. Stax is just prepared enough. Like, this got pinged out. I saw it on the map. They got pinged out as a, use the danger ping from DRX. So they knew that was possible. And Stax with the wherewithal to get it done. And then they just, get in there and stick the defuse. So
what was he saying in that?
I didn't hear it. I was talking. I couldn't hear him.
All good. But yes. I mean, you mentioned it. That's the ping, and that's the overall game sense. The just presence that DRX has. You know, they're comfortable enough, they're careful enough to have this awareness of what's going on the map. There could be alert. I have to be careful. They are one of the teams that make the least mistakes in the entire VCT Pacific.
Yeah, no, certainly. I think that is 100% true.
Great.
So, of course, yeah, that's the jet line
Fan
there.
Is that Meteor's face?
That's Jet's face, I think, but it's
with jet hair, yes.
Yeah, that's a cute little sign there. But it's the voice of the jet line, you know, the tok tok.
Ah, I don't know what that means.
In Korean, it's the jet line. It's the one when she pops her blade storm.
I see. Okay. Watch this.
Basically, yeah.
Well, we're watching that timeout. Now it's over. Gen G were the ones that called it. Now, they have had some interesting ideas in how they want to approach site hits. Microaggressions, cut noise, and a rotate back around the other side. But DRX, they have the greatest retakes right now.
I'm a bit surprised Meteor with the Phantom, maybe just to push ahead, but he's one away from the Blade Storm. He could maybe drop this Phantom.
Again, I think.
And they could, you know, get him that.
Has to pick up an Altor first, if anything.
Yeah, TS as well, one away from Cosmic Divide. So see how Gen G wants to try to make this round work.
He was looking for a pick. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We want to see how Gen G does this because it's not the best buy for them. And they are trying to be really careful about this. They're trying to force DRX to spend that utility.
Here.
Well, Buzz is still ever so present towards B-Link this time. All the utilities set up, and maybe tiny aggressions towards Art now. Buzz rotates back around. Doesn't find Meteor, who slipped through. But here comes that high tide.
Yeah,
you don't have much time left.
Yeah, and DRX is fully prepared for this hit, although there might be an attempt at a rotation.
It's so careful.
30 seconds left.
They could try to rotate, but Buzz is here. And with the way that he jiggled that, so safe, so safe. In fact, he's just delaying them bit by bit. The timing for DRX here is just beautiful. Cloud burst up, and now Gen G, 15 seconds left. The pressure is on. They have to make it happen. They're mounting this attack, but Buzz and Stax are here to play. Got that sticks the plant, but can you hold it off for long? Here comes Stax. Swaps over to the sidearm. Ooh, a shot from Sylvan. RB cuts the side in half. Just a tiny gap for him to stick it. And Mako's got his back, of course. Bro, I'm watching you. DRX gets the defuse.
I mean, phenomenally played by Buzz here to just buy time, buy time, buy time. A nano at the door to buy even more. I mean, all these little things that he does to buy time there are absolutely phenomenal.
It's crazy.
I know. I thought he was going to get killed. I thought they were going to, you know, catch him in the back potentially, but he's just barely able to escape. And even though Foxy, you know, takes some damage, ends up losing his life to a great reaction from Meteor, it's a better reaction from Buzz and Stax. They just shut the round down.
That movement.
Just impeccable.
The shots, he's playing peekaboo style like Mike Tyson.
Don't screw it up.
Yes.
Here.
The bob and the weave, he's just... There's the Blade Storm now from Meteor.
Okay. Are we going to double at this?
The Cosmic Divide and the Null Command as well. So Gen G has a lot of ability to make a site take happen. So if I'm DRX, I think I'm thinking retake. Just, you know, let all this utility get burned and then try to counter it with your own. Save the Seekers, maybe when you're ready to push past the Cosmic Divide.
Okay. Interesting drop from Meteor. Now this is good positioning, but he has to make those knives count. Doesn't quite happen for the time being. Pulls it out again, and RB just dishes him out. I thought Foxy and I might have gone with a bit of a flank, but nope. That's okay. We'll just rendezvous back on the site itself. Buzz on the shorty. They're playing with the smokes. This is how DRX takes site control. Gen G completely evacuates it just to try and hold it from other spots, whether it's Art, whether it's Water. You take a look at where King is. I don't know if it's going to work though because RB's sticking the defuse, and now here comes Sylvan. King fires the shots, whiffs, and Foxy again floating up on top like an angel.
That was chaotic to say the least. There was a moment there where I thought maybe Gen G was going to be able to get it done, but Goddead kind of over-peaked from the main side, and he lost his life for it, and that kind of crucially lost them another angle to break that cove. to break it down faster, to do some more damage. So he just got a little bit over-aggressive on that before the rest of his team was really ready to try to peek with him. And that cove lasted just long enough, and then the bullets ran out. That gave DRX just enough time to get that defuse through.
And that's how DRX plays this again. It's that Viper Harbor combo, and it works so well on this map. Gen.G needs to figure out a different way to approach it, especially with the retakes. It's so darn good. Mako just playing outside of Secret, outside of Dugout.
Still, you've got the ult cycling going really well right now for Gen.G. The way that these things are lining up. Oh, never mind. You just lost your Viper's pit. Forget it. I was like, okay, this is looking pretty good, you know.
And he's still hovering around Pillar. If you're Gen.G, I don't think you want to repeat that.
No.
What are your options? And whenever you try to go through mid, Buzz is there. You try to go through B long, Foxy's there. You try to head towards the A side, Mako is there.
Yeah, dude. Going up against DRX is certainly not fun for anyone.
You think I'm playing? You know that Terry Crews video?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're all over the map. And this is what map control is for DRX.
30 seconds left.
Gen.G needs the confidence to find that pick, but so far in this map, they haven't found that yet. Oh, tiny gap in the high tide. He's trying to walk through, but Poison, Cloud, and Snakebite just blocks him off. You don't have time anymore. You have to press through. You have to press forward.
Oh,
Buzz is just lying in with a shorty. TS is able to find him, and then Meteor, all of a sudden, prepared to take a shot on towards RB. The push now off of the Cascade, and DRX are trying to get the defuse in. Buzz! What a spray transfer again. They're both in the same spot, and all he's got to do is to left click and hold. A bit of a whiff from Foxy9, but Buzz is here. So is Mako. TS has the spray in the right spots. He gets a bit of it through, but not quite connecting. Gets Buzz instead. Buzz saves his life by throwing his body at TS. Mako gets the defuse and picks up the operation.
Oh, yeah, what an effort here from Buzz. I mean, he wins this round straight out for DRX. They have no business winning this. And TS, once again, coming through water, gets a huge pick on the backside of all of this. Buzz, though, finds 2 at 33 health. He's body blocking. He's buying time. Oh, Sylvan might have flashed himself a bit on that. TS, yes, he takes down Buzz, but Buzz had distracted TS long enough that Mako could just stick it inside of his Poison Cloud. Well done there by Buzz.
Have to admire TRX's plays. I mean, Buzz, wow. Foxy as well. And now they're getting a little bit courageous with the way that they're pushing out mid. TS is just waiting for this, though. Here is it. Oh! An uncharacteristic miss from Foxy. RB does take Meteor down, though, and that's the B side being contested. Buzz has the lockdown available to him as well, and up positioned by Screen, this could be a good place. It's that crossfire setup that we've seen before, so Gen.G, again, has to reassess their options.
Yeah, that was not looking so easy. Now, TS did grab this op from Foxy, so he's pretty good with it. I've definitely seen him hit a couple pretty nasty op shots. He's going to be watching while the rest of the team, maybe they're going to think about Art to A or Link to B, but I would suspect that Art to A is maybe the easier option for them in their minds. You know, you got Buzz over on the other side. You don't want to mess with that, but no, that's the op down. Mako finds the perfect timing.
30 seconds now. And Gen.G are afraid again, quaking in their
30
boots.
seconds
I mean,
left.
You know that Mako is up by A main, and they're completely avoiding him. Look at this. Look at how they're rotating on the map. Oh, no.
The Cove?
Just to push them off. RB's just checking. Oh, a peek! But Buzz is instantly able to reply. They continue to press forward, but Buzz is landing shots! Oh my god!
Oh, come on now,
Double
Buzz.
kill to end it off. 7-1 for DRX.
It's just not even fair. Buzz is 16-5 now. He's still sitting on his lockdown. Oh my god. I mean, just a great reaction here from Buzz. He gets a little bit of help again from Mako with the toxic screen, able to peek off of it, and then just lines him up and knocks him down.
Oh, he's fired up.
Fired up.
We are light years ahead of Gen.G right now. Gen.G, wake up. You guys need to do this. This is your one opportunity to maybe take down DRX, and they're calling their timeout again. It's the second timeout.
Yeah. Well,
both spent in the first half.
Yeah, dude. No, it's not good. I mean, and now you got to have the trust in the TS to lead this team. You know, but my concern here is that DRX is strictly playing like really far back, and there isn't much that Gen G has been able to do off of it. We've seen TS attempt the water, lurk 2 times. One time it worked, one time it didn't. But they're not really able to break, the way that DRX is set up. DRX is totally fine playing post plant. They're totally fine just defaulting around, playing retakes. No problem at all. And like you said, it's because everybody's so good at what they do. Buzz, you got Buzz on the other side. Well, Mako's on the other side. Well, that sucks. Like, either way you go, it's like trying to run through a stone wall.
It almost feels like that, but those are the times. You can't be afraid. You have to go in together as a team. Take off one player, and then you open up a little bit of space. DRX will have to rotate over just to cover that gap. If that works out, you might have a bit of space to push in. But right now, it's just this team play. Maybe a little bit of an execute onto the A side. Meteor already dashes in. Mako backs off for the time being, but here comes that reckoning. Here comes that cascade. Sylvan trying to go in for the plant stick, but Meteor continues to go in.
Planted.
I don't know if he can do it all the way through, though. Just
X needs to buy a little bit more time.
Oh, a shot from Goddead just because he jumped on top.
Stax was just trying
Foxy.
to. Yeah, he is. So Stax got aggressive there because, Foxy was just trying to get out with the op. Like, it's just more important to just kind of peace out of here. Now, this is a good execute. This is a fast hit here from Gen G, and they put the pressure on. And this is a way that you can kind of deal with what I was talking about. With
Hell yes.
The difficulties that DRX was showing you, which is just being prepared, covering a lot of their angles, keeping their information in check, kind of understanding the push and pull of the map, keeping Gen G corralled. And this is like one way you can just bust through it, just hammer down on a site. And even with that reckoning there, Meteor still doing the job that you need him to do.
You are so right. Meteor, MVP of the round. Even with a reckoning from RB, it did not matter. Because look at this replay. How he peeks out of that toxic screen. How God, what is that flick? We did not see
even
that.
The crowd just goes, oh.
Damn.
Jeez. That's nasty.
Good job. And for the first time in a while, perhaps. Foxy might have the operator, but the rest of his team, a bit of a half buy.
Well, and the
7-2.
Good news here for Gen G is that a lot of these rounds that they've been
Foxy.
Oh god, that they've been losing have been close.
Good flash, good flash. Surely can rush him down. There it is. Now you continue to push on through. There is that toxic screen in your face, but here comes Meteor. Clears out screen. What is that shot from Buzz? Where did that come from? And Stacks up inside of Halls. Goddead tries to fire back. They have to rally together. King will be the one to push in. Waiting for that code from RB. They find him. They have his number. Mako trying to play around this, and he's being careful. Looking for the shots with the stinger, but it's not a rifle. It's not the spray that he's looking for. King will be the one to bring some wins back for Gen G.
Yeah, I need to see DRX kind of pump the brakes a little bit here and, be a little bit more willing to bail sooner on these fast hits from Gen G. If this is going to be Gen G's, tempo that they want to set right now, then your reaction needs to be kind of what we saw from, like, the abilities of Buzz, to just GTFO and just
avoid it.
Yeah, just avoid it and set up for retakes, because that right there from Foxy is devastating. To lose that operator early in the round like that really hurts.
They're also really close to some ultimates right now, but wow, just fighting fire with fire. Foxy, not afraid, fearless. He pushes out an A and gets 2 picks to boot.
Well, forget what I just said. Foxy's just good enough. He can just punch right back.
Doesn't even need an operator. Gen G has to back off. They have to respect this, and that's why this is so tough. This is such a daunting task for Gen G. Every time you try to find a little bit of wind, but then DRX just throws something right back in your face.
Yeah, and now our RB Stacks can just buy some time here on A. Just doing a little bit of check. TS is still alive, so you got to make sure no one's coming water. Now, they're just going to start spraying in. They've got all the control in the world, does DRX right now. You still have the Astra, sure, but it's you need that for the execute for Gen G.
Presence with the Trailblazer as well, just to get a little bit more information. If TS can get this pick on the Mako, they might be able to rotate, but now position revealed
30
by
seconds
the
left.
Alarm bot. 30 seconds.
Not enough.
Clinton,
this has to be
Clinton,
beautiful.
we have a problem. There they go. Guiding light in hand. They're waiting for the execute just to contest against the spike plant. RB will be able to take Sylvan down. Got that fires back. Still hiding inside of the smoke though. It's Foxy 9. Oh! Jumping up. He has to get almost a plant. Mako arrived just in time. 8-3 now in favor of DRX.
I mean, damage done, and DRX's money is still kind of funky here, so I think they're going to be able to squeeze a buyout, but it's been close. I mean, all of these rounds have been knife's edge for Gen G that they've been losing for the most part. This is just, you know, Foxy has been aggressive, and finally it pays off. You know, a lot of rounds he's been pushing space early. Most of the time, Gen G's been doing a great job of dealing with it, and it's been why these rounds have been so close. But still, DRX is just so deep on the backside of this. Now, Meteor gonna pop that Blade Storm, and they are trying to push some space here in Art.
Oh, no! The duel between the Korean Jets and Foxy just stays still.
Still Sylvan, they're able to pick it up. I mean, a good repeat there.
It is a good exchange.
It's dangerous because he had the spike in his hand, but it worked. Oh my god.
Does force the Viper's Pit from Mako, and then all of a sudden they push in towards B-Link. They're looking to aggressively head down towards B, where Buzz is lying in wait. He strikes at the right time.
Got that lockdown.
Seeker still going forward. Oh my god, it's not even necessary. Timmy the turret strikes again! Paper Thin, what is this?
Unbelievable.
Stacks. Now off of the other side. Finds one for himself as well. Lockdown pushes them away. A bit of a Viper's Pit, and he stays inside it, but Buzz goes on through. You got 40 seconds. Let's hightail it to the A site.
Well, TS has been lurking over this way, dude. He's been waiting. He was on the outside of Mako's Viper's Pit, looking to see if maybe Mako would push out that way. Did not, and so now he has the information and he has the space
30 seconds
to call
left.
his teammates over.
Timing.
Yeah.
You have to go in quick. Come on, Vominos. Everybody, let's go. We're looking for the spike plant. Stacks, no swiping. Mako, no swiping.
Planted.
They're up inside a flower. And it's a good position for them to retake off of. See if Gen G can hold. Trying to get some wall banks through it. It just pays the attention off. Oh, and then Mako. Clean shots from this guy again. 9-3 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, phenomenal play here from DRX. I mean, every time that it felt like maybe Gen G could get their feet underneath them, they could pull something out. No, it was always DRX, almost always coming through with the miracles, coming through with those clutches, sticking those defuses, and every time having the utility to make sure that those defuses could be stuck. Punishing every time these movements from Gen G. I mean, hot on their heels often is DRX to make sure that they're able to strike right at the perfect moments to keep Gen G from being able to really accomplish what they want to. So just, again, it's one of those things that makes DRX so good is they're really active about finding information and keeping track of where the enemy is. They do a great job on Haven. They do a great job on Pearl here today. Haven's the map where I really think they excel better than most.
It's off of Stacks' utility of
Yeah,
these things.
Stacks' utility, and on Haven it's the Sova utility, but here absolutely it's Stacks constantly keeping track. Plus you have Buzz as well.
Oh, yes.
With the alarm bot and other things that he can keep track of what's going on in mid.
And the turret that has gotten the
Yeah,
kill.
the Timmy turrets, he's kicking butt today. I don't know if they secretly buffed the turret. No, I'm just kidding. They absolutely did not. They would never do that. That turret's already pretty good, so.
It is. Really pesky. But again, that is phenomenal defense from DRX. Can we see something similar from Gen G? Because if not, look, we are 9-3 at the end of the first half. And if Gen G wants to really take this win, if they really want to dethrone DRX as the leaders of VCT Pacific, this second half has to be it.
Yeah. No, it's got to be one of the best defensive sides that they've probably strung together you know, in the short history of this iteration of Gen G, it has to be amazing. You know,
talked about
Buzz. Oh, we got a marriage proposal for Buzz.
Oh, really?
And Foxy9.
Oh, that's sweet.
both of those fans were looking to try
Bring
to see
them
if
up.
they could. Yeah, I mean, hey, take your shot. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm curious to see what this is going to look like. A big pistol round. I'm almost, again, you hate to say it, but a must-win pistol round for Gen G. They've been pretty good today, but I think they've won. No, they've only won one pistol round so far. As Gen G.
I can't believe this. I didn't realize this before, but Buzz is 19 frags
Oh
up.
yeah, dude. He was like 15 and like 6 at one
And
point.
again,
Like,
it's just because of that little movement, the impeccable timing of when they peek out.
He's crushing.
Now they're attacking. Who wins this pistol? Come on, Gen G.
I mean, I guess the good news for Gen G is like Buzz can't just plop himself down on a site.
Yeah,
he's got to fight for space now.
Once he's set up, he's good. And again, the thing about DRX with this composition, Harbor, tiny little spaces, they take it, they take the alt orb, and they continue to just push Gen G. Gen G has no choice but to fall back, bound by bound. And with all of this, DRX gets control.
And there's not much utility for this retake for Gen G. They're lacking any flashes. They have a Trailblazer. And maybe an Astra smoke.
The spear, they found him. Oh, okay, maybe we take Foxy. Oh, he still got a dink.
Great value out of that Trailblazer. Oh, they gotta do something about this.
Wait, can we actually stick it? DRX, they can't
stick it.
They want to, but they can't. Oh, because of the shots, the pot shots being sounded off through because of the ghosts. Gen G. That is something we have not seen before.
I'm speechless. I mean, rarely do you see something like that happen with DRX. Usually they're pretty good about, you know, making sure that there's plans for this, but they just got in there and stuck it. I mean, props to Gen G for just 5-man deathballing it in there and getting the job done. That's really well handled. I mean, that Trailblazer, they made the most out of the utility they had. They shut Foxy9 down with it, and they eventually got the kill. It took a little bit longer than they probably would have liked, but still, that's huge. That's huge for Gen G.
Big buff now. Maybe we get another round, and then another round. This is how comebacks happen. You still have to be careful, though. Don't get careless now. DRX, they're looking for that mistake. They're betting that you will make that mistake. Will you make it happen, Gen G? They're being careful as well, and I like this positioning with the way that they're moving across the map. But maybe a little bit too much, Paper Thin. Do you think they can hear those footsteps? I don't think so.
No, they cannot. Certainly not. Buzz just kind of like just picked up his turret. I'm pretty sure Gen G saw that, so now they're starting to push space. Buzz is going to be trapped. I mean, if he can trade one here, that'd be phenomenal. That's 2 nanostones. Oh, the timing.
No!
Oh my God. Oh,
There's
that's
the
devastating.
mistake.
Oh, it's the Spectre too. That's devastating.
Oh God, heartbreaking indeed. Gen G now. How will you recover? It's still not impossible because DRX only has pistols, but you have to press in.
Look at Stax'
They're
position.
so careful on this. Okay, Stax is gone. Sylvan thankfully checks it, but instantly walled off. Oh, a choke point set up out of nowhere. DRX. Is this the thrifty win?
A nano
Is this
sword.
where we say goodnight?
Oh my God. And now you've got.
Oh wait, can he stick it?
No.
Can he?
Oh.
King? Oh, Mako gets a shot at the TS. Oh, King, you're low. Oh, he slacked. Oh no. No. A thrifty for DRX.
I can't even. I can't even right now. Yeah, every round.
I can't even.
Every round is like by the thinnest of margins. This is where my knee comes in. It's paper thin. Everything is paper. It takes the littlest things here, and it looks like they're just going to be able to stick it with the Mako at the last second.
Oh,
unbelievable! And then there's just not enough time.
Millimeters away. They almost had it, but it all turns around now. DRX. They buy up.
It's the thing that kills Gen G in that previous round is that they don't recognize that Buzz could still be in spawn. I thought they saw his turret get picked up. I don't know.
Oh no.
Just didn't occur to them. Those things happen when the pressure's on.
And that's, again, the pressure. It mounts up. Now DRX is taking full advantage of it. Spike instantly down, they back away. They set up the same choke point. In fact, it goes deeper. Look at this.
Yeah. Buzz can even like throw a nano and back off and pop it here. Buy more time. Then Flash gonna lead with the flash off the contact to set up for Buzz. Beautiful play.
Ridiculously perfect with this. King, he will fight back, but the best that you can hope for is just a couple of picks because it's so tough. It's insurmountable for you to push past this. Look at Stax' positioning. A bit of a peek, he's gone. King looks for the headshot, but he's running out of ammo. Has to back off to reload his chamber now. Oh, what?
You got the gun?
Oh! Okay.
This is so scrappy right now.
It really is.
That is just, I mean, what a thief. How did he grab that? That is unbelievable. The thief in the night.
Oh my goodness. This isn't an A.
This is
the
the wildest.
100 Thieves.
This is, like, you can tell how bad both teams still want this. I mean, there is no give up in Gen G. Credit where credit's due. They're playing as best as they can.
Yes.
But it's just not quite enough.
Maybe not yet, but you have to admire the perseverance. You have to respect these players on the stage playing their hearts out right now. DRX still looking so darn good, and this is just classic Viper Harbor combo. Reckoning. TS has to reposition, and all of a sudden, control over B.
Yeah, site's theirs. That should be a relatively easy plant. Meteor might peek towards Foxy, but no, Foxy is going to drop down into the hall. Now let's see if they can clear him out. The rest of DRX is very deep. There's that Trailblazer. Oh, he still gets one! What an adjustment.
Tracking aim! And that's now TS finding the trade. They got a little bit more space. Maybe they can stick the defuse again. But here's what it is. It's counter utility. Fragment, not quite hitting Mako. Mako's got snake bites on top of snake bites. It lands right on top of King. The timer is still ticking. Maybe 20 seconds remaining. Oh no. And RB still around the pillar. It's just too much. They have to back off. It's match point for DRX. How do you judge them? For they are justice itself.
Yeah, it is incredibly difficult for Gen G. I mean, they try their best here. It's a decent attempt. They have to play for retake based on the ultimates, you know, that are invested with that reckoning from RB. And this time around, Buzz is even deeper. You know, he's not giving up any space. He's in shop, sitting there planted. So if there is that flank that we've been seeing from Gen G, this time he's showing an even different look to Gen G. So if they come through, might catch them off surprise. They're not even able to get there. And if you can't displace DRX from near that pillar, from the backside towards that screen, then you're going to lose the round most of the time because the post-plant setups are so good for DRX. The mollies, the way they stagger them.
Which is why
they never make mistakes.
That matchup against Talon, where Talon actually contested that, kind of worked, but Gen G aren't really applying that in this scenario. And it's just so much pressure. It's match point. They're banking everything on this A main hold. 3 players together. Can we make it happen? The power of friendship. King will be able to make it a trade. They continue to push into this now. Sylvan makes it another trade. We're into a 2-on-3. Spike down. Gen G has control over it, but he's backing off. He's calling for backup. Backup is so far away, Clinton.
Yeah, and look at where Buzz has gotten to. That flash didn't confirm anything. Oh my god, just barely got the gun out in time.
And we just equalized this. 2-on-2, Buzz. MVP of this match so far. Just numbers off the charts. He's playing post-plant along with Mako. Mako sticks to plant. Gen G trying to push forward. Goddead's got the first frag. Buzz makes it a trade down to 30 HP. Meteor, you have a Guardian. You have the best aim on your team. You have to make it happen for Buzz! What is that peek out of nowhere? It's just in time. It's a Cloudburst lands.
The Guardian, that's a tough gun to have in that situation because of the turret. Takes a few extra shots and you have to kind of readjust. And Buzz finds the perfect timing to peek around that corner. Itzy Meteor was trying to set up a one-way at the very last moment, but couldn't quite get it in time. And Buzz, absolutely
what a monster!
Ridiculous. I don't know who to pick for MVP. I mean, overall for DRX, it was...
Yeah, we've had so many performances from all of them. Mako from that first map.
Yeah.
RB in the second one, maybe a little bit with the Neon, but also Stacks. Everyone has chipped into this win.
Yeah.
Buzz, if you could see the map summary right now, he's up by 24 kills. He's double any other player. The second closest is GodDead with 11 and 2 of his other teammates, but that's it. 13-4, DRX. They stay on top.
Unbelievable, dude. What a series. I mean, even though that map was 13-4, it was a heck of a lot closer than that scoreline indicates. I mean, so many of those rounds were literally, you know, 1 kill, or, you know, DRX sticks a defuse, or Gen G sticks a defuse, and there's still people alive at the end of all of it. So certainly that map score, you might look at it and kind of raise your eyebrows a little bit, but that was really damn close. I mean, Gen G played their hearts out. They never gave up. What a fracture they put together to push this to the third map, but still, it is going to be DRX who remains the Kings of Korea, and they are at least fallible. We have seen one map taken off of them now.
We've seen them bleed.
Yes, but they are still the top dogs, no doubt about it.
That cannot be denied. We see it in their procedures, we see it in their plays, their individual performances. Everything controlled. In the end, despite one map being taken away by Gen G, in the end, it doesn't even matter.
You've been on point with the lyrics, the music lyrics quotes today.
Thank you.
Yeah. You've had some good ones in there. I got to give you credit. I mean, look, this was... the good news here, I think, for everybody is that there is still a horse in this race to compete with DRX to win this year of VCT Pacific.
I could not agree more. This is VCT Pacific. This is what we are about. Both teams playing their hearts out. DRX might have come out on top, but that's right. We've seen them bleed. We see both sides playing their hearts out. And Gen G just slowly but surely improving.
And you see some hugs there, you know, with King and some of the, you know, these players know each other so well. They all get along generally very well. And, you know, these guys have been competing against each other or with each other for years now. But still, DRX, I mean, it's just everything. It's really, to me, it's always the protocols that I come back to. It's the way that they react to things, the way that they stagger utility, the way that they kind of have these plans for, you know, when things are going their way, that's when they're really kind of, they snowball rounds because they smother you with utility. They smother you with positioning, with crossfires. Makes it really difficult to deal with them.
And that's the thing about how tactical they are.
Yeah.
Every time they use these bits of utility, you can make sure that they are doing it from a safe spot. With the way that Buzz has been playing on this map even, it's not just the utility, the way that he actually ducks in and out of cover. It's always minimal exposure. And it's just fantastic. It's perfect. Valorant is so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, especially when DRX is playing it, right? And Gen G, yeah, man, what a fun day. We got the full 6 games today, 6 maps. So you can't ask for anything better. Great series, top to bottom. You know, still Paper Rex and DRX are, you know, the RX teams. The take your medicine, you know, because that's the, you know, the pharmacies, you know, they have RX.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, but still.
I know, I'm just happy my predictions today, so
congrats.
Get wrecked everybody else.
He's now on top, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
On top
get wrecked
of
Achilles.
Oh, he's going to have fun with that one when he goes back to the desk, but still, I mean, again, we're waiting for the interview to come up, but right now it's DRX versus Gen G. I mean, what a performance, but we always see this on DRX's Pearl. You have to think when it comes down to map picks, you really need to zoom in, zero in on those micro, just tiny mistakes. Whichever map it is that DRX seems weakest on, you have to hone in on that one.
Yeah, I like what you're saying, because that's what I was just thinking about, is eventually you suspect that it's going to be DRX and Gen G at some point in the playoffs, and very likely it'll be a best of 5 at some point that we get to see them. And what about maps like Split? What about some of these other maps that we don't get to see as often with these two teams? How are they going to square up when it comes down to that?
It really could happen again. I mean, that's what we're banking on for playoffs. But for now, this has been a great match. Congrats, DRX. We have our interviewee ready. That's going to be Mako. So Kyungmin, please tell us what happens.
Yes, it was definitely one of the intense matches so far. I'm here with Mako of DRX. Congratulations! 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, so you've got like 5 consecutive wins. Quite a tough match though. So what can you say about today's match? 오늘 이제 5연승을 거두셨어요. 근데 생각보다 조금 타이트한 매치였는데 오늘 경기 평가 어떻게 하시나요?
사실 경기하기 전에 이렇게 될 거라고 예상은 했었는데
그러셨나요?
살짝 더 힘들었던 것 같고 그래도 마지막 세트에서 저희가 잘 대처한 것 같아서 그나마 상대적으로 좀 쉽게 이겼던 것 같아요.
I mean, we kind of expected this match to be tougher than before, but at map 3, we were being really aggressive and we won throughout the game. So at map 2, Gen G like turned the tide. What conversation went through? I mean, your first map lap, I was shocked personally. So can you tell us about that? 이제 맵 2에서 젠지가 역전을 했잖아요. 개인적으로도 좀 놀랐는데 그때 약간 팀원들 간에 어떤 이야기가 오고 갔는지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 라운드 도중에 이제 저희가 이렇게 역전 당할 줄은 조금 몰랐는데 아마 그 계기가 약간 저희도 작전을 쓰고 젠지 쪽도 이제 작전을 쓰는데 서로 맞물려 가지고 아마 젠지 쪽이 더 기울어진 것 같고 저희가 대처도 그렇고 이제 스파이크 설치 이후에 홀드 포지션도 좀 잘못됐던 것 같아요. 그래서 진 것 같아요.
I mean, we didn't expect like we will like get kind of loose during the map, but while like planting the spike, our positions kind of like mixed up. So I think that was the reason for it. So again to the next question, you got Gen G out of the way finally. Is there any other team that can challenge you? 이제 2등 젠지를 이제 이겼습니다. 이제 다음 또 강적의 팀을 예상할 수 있다면 어떤 팀이 있을까요?
아마 T1이 될 것 같은데 이제 좀 상대적으로 그나마 살짝 쉬운 경기들만 나온 것 같아요. 좀 조심스러운 발언이긴 한데
네.
조금 네 그럴 것 같아요.
I guess T1. I mean, the previous games weren't that competitive, but I can expect them to be our next challenge. So again, to the last question, your next opponent, which player on RRQ is the biggest threat to you? 이제 RRQ 선수 중에서 가장 위협이 되는 선수는 누가 있을까요? 없어도 됩니다.
없을 것 같네요. 네.
He says there's no any players that threatens him. Yes, that is Mako of DRX. And then we got this HP Omen question finally. Can you share the most memorable moment you experienced? 이번에 HP Omen 질문을 해볼게요. 이 경기 중에서 가장 기억에 남는 순간이 있다면 어떤 부분일까요?
아마 당연하게도 헤이븐에서 이제 홀드 상황 때 제가 공을 타고 헤븐으로 가서
네.
2대4 상황을 이긴 것 같아요.
그때 이겼을 때 말씀이시죠?
네네.
I mean, definitely at Haven when we were at 4-2 and we won the game. That was the memorable moment. Okay, so congratulations once again. That was Mako of DRX. 네, 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Yes, and then best of luck to the players. We have Gen G and DRX signing event get ready, so definitely don't miss that. And now we'll toss it back to William. Bye.
Thank you very much, Youngman, for the interview. And of course, shout out to Mako as well. We've heard from him countless times.
What is this?
Are you bewildered?
He's just back to William. Never back to William and Tasteless and Achilles.
Not even William in the gang.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going on
or
here?
the desk.
Yeah.
Are we nothing?
Listen. There's a reason I sit in the middle, all right? And it's not because I get my predictions right.
We know that now.
Well, the hopes of Gen G potentially challenging DRX have been snuffed. Amounts to nothing. I mean, they take the first map off of DRX.
Challenging fulfilled.
Sure.
Beating, not so much.
Not yet, obviously. You know, we maybe the future will tell us a different story. But DRX swings back. I mean, DRX, I think, very hungry to prove that no one is quite at the level yet to really take them down in a full match.
No, I mean, DRX, it was cool to see them really pull back and be so strong in map number 3. But look, Gen.G had a really great showing against DRX in that one game. They definitely were on to something. Clearly, DRX is more of the complete picture. They're more robust. They're more versatile on the different maps. You know, we did have some rotations there as far as who was in the lineup for Gen.G. DRX just kept with the same format the whole time.
I mean, the thing that sticks out to me here is, you know, only one first kill separating both of these teams, but a big delta as far as the round wins go. So that just shows that DRX really great at converting their 4v5 disadvantages into some round victories. I mean...
Yeah, Buzz played a big role in that, huh?
yeah. I mean, he had 2 of those first kills, but boy, did he have plenty of clutch moments as well. Just went absolutely crazy. You could tell that he was ready to go home. They lived pretty far away. He was like, guys, it's going to take us about 45 minutes to get home at least, so let's get out of here, because otherwise we're going to be pushing midnight. So a major performance from him on that kill joint to close things out.
Yeah, and something else that stood out on the stat screen, and I think we'll be able to take a look at that as well, was in that first half, DRX actually able to win quite a few rounds simply by diffusing without having to actually go through the fights, right? I mean, Gen.G only run 3 out of their 9 post plants.
Yeah, we put together a fun little highlight package of DRX simply diffusing the spike, because there was so many rounds early on where it felt like Gen.G should have been able to at least push these to be a bit closer, but DRX just got onto the spike and then were not deterred. They were not pushed off of it. They just held on to it, and everything was completely and utterly fine from there. There was a couple whiffed like snake bites that we saw early on from the side of Gen.G, in particular King, and because of that, they couldn't really get into these post-plant positions. DRX just held it down.
Yeah, kind of a funny way to start this off. DRX really just so clutch in these moments. We had diffuse after diffuse after diffuse, which again, I mean, it's usually a kind of the most exciting moment of an entire map is when you have a moment like this that somebody pulls something off. But even in just the first half, we had this many already. It was wild.
I mean, DRX, and I think this just goes to show kind of the
keep going.
Yeah, the understanding of the map itself as well and the compositions, right? I mean, it's a combination of both. Of Gen.G, their post-plant positions were not quite ready against DRX's style of retakes, and the fact that they could try to force this defuse, especially with the likes of Harbor.
Yeah, it just rough around the edges. It feels like Gen.G just widely kind of, I don't know, ran out of steam is what I mean to say. I suppose, you know, gas was...
Fell out of gas.
Fell out of gas, ran out of steam, something.
It's been a long day. Anyway, yeah, it just feels like the tank ran dry here by the very end. They had a great pushback, fighting, you know, tooth and nail, back and forth, over and over again on Fracture, and then we got here, and DRX just kicked things off with a great beginning to this map, and they just couldn't get themselves into the driver's seat from then on.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned that as well, because we often talk about if it goes to a best of 3 or a best of 5, it is often this mental endurance that comes into play. And DRX, they had Buzz firing up. He actually wasn't shining that much in the first 2 maps, and then he comes in to map 3 as the player of the game and just firing on all cylinders here towards the end.
Buzz was out of control. It was so exciting to see him.
223 damage per round.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, he's doing, you know, basically almost 2 kills per round every time, depending on the armor status.
He was murdering, and he definitely delivered here in the twilight of our show, honestly, on map 3. Totally in control from the very start, and we all agreed, well, I think most of us agreed backstage, that, you know, he was easily the guy who was the MVP for that final map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can't really do any mental gymnastics to choose anybody else for Pearl in particular. I think if you're looking overall at this series, you could definitely make a case for him. You can make a case probably even for, you know, Stacks, Mako, etc. You know, RB in that mix as well.
Yeah.
But for Pearl alone, 100% it was RB.
Yeah,
or it was Buzz.
Yeah, Buzz.
Again,
it is getting
it's
late.
been a very long day.
I mean, we've had 6 maps today, so obviously, as the viewers, we were all blessed to watch these 6 maps between the 4 teams. But now that you mention it, the big curiosity is, you know, what did the votes look like for the overall MVP here for DRX? Because even though they lost Fracture, Mako was looking very good there to try to keep them in the fight. RB looked very strong in the first map of Haven. So let's find out how the tallies went through. And it is going to be Buzz coming out as the overall MVP. Personally, I put my vote in for him as well, and I think the biggest thing for me was, I mean, if you're the reason that you're able to close out this series, right, to come out swinging in map 3, I think he deserves that vote.
Yeah, I was super excited by RB myself, but Buzz, honestly, and Mako as well, but honestly, looking at Buzz, Yeah, I think you basically summed it up very well, William. The truth is that if he wasn't able to play the way that he did in that last game, we might be talking about a very different result. We'd either be in overtime or maybe we'd even have Gen G having taken it.
It could be. You never know, what the situation is going to look like. But this is the scary thing about DRX in general, because we're talking about that endurance.
Yes.
They have been through so many long series compared to pretty much every other team that's in this region, compared to most teams in the world.
Yeah.
You think about the closest that we've ever come to having reverse sweeps on the main VCT stage is DRX basically have both of those nearly pulled off. Most recently, against Loud over at Lock and taking that all the way into a map 5. So as far as endurance and perseverance goes, they have it in spades.
Yeah, I mean, you're either DRX or you've played against DRX to have that experience, right? Even on the international stage. So DRX, once again, just proving that their experience as this core squad who has been able to go to so many different tournaments is really starting to shine here in VCT Pacific. The question remains if any team can take them down eventually. So far, they remain undefeated in matches. They finally take their first map loss today against Gen G. Now let's take a look at the updated standings, because now we have a clear first place here in VCT Pacific. Until now, it was a couple away ties. Today, even, we started with Gen G and DRX tied at 4-0. DRX now 5-0 in first place.
Yep, just completely and utterly undefeated here at Gen G. I mean, this is obviously, for both of these teams, I think their most challenging matchup. Obviously, still a good shout out to Global when they played against DRX for really pushing them to the limit. But this is basically going to be the toughest series that you have out of the way up until you get into the playoffs. From here, though, it's about maintaining that performance. Gen G being able to bounce back, not putting any extra losses up on the board. And then as well for DRX, just trying to keep that perfectly polished record.
Yeah, and of course, Paper Rex able to kind of stay ahead as well with their win at a 3-2 record. And now the question is, moving forward, tomorrow's match is actually, we're looking at the standings right now. When we look at it, the 3 teams tied for 5th place at 2-2, they're all playing tomorrow, 2 of them obviously against each other.
It's going to be so fun to see these matches and find out where, who's going to inch a little bit up closer to the top and who's going to fall down to the bottom into an area where maybe you'll be pulled down even further and might not be able to get out. It might be the end of some of these team stories coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, for RQ and T1, a really important one. You both want to be in the playoffs. This one could very much determine, maybe not necessarily whether or not you make the playoffs, but what seed you're going to be. If you're in that 5th place position, and even in the 4th place position, this match could have a lot of echoing ramifications as we go deeper and deeper towards the playoffs. And then for the side of Team Secret, it's going to be about, bouncing back a little bit after some of their recent performances. And for Detonation, can they continue to improve? Can they get back on that path of having steady growth? Because we've seen them stumble. Now we've seen them change things up, bringing Soldan back into the roster, having to just once again be playing, like the initiator role and whatnot. What do they look like going up against Secret? Have they been prepped enough, and will they actually be able to get that upset?
Yeah, I mean, big questions and maybe kind of deciding matches for the teams that play tomorrow and whether or not they can have a shot at making it into playoffs, or will they start to lag behind here in this group of 10 as we continue VCT Pacific. That's it for today's show here on Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. Remember, we start 1 hour earlier, 5 p.m. KST for those 2 matches we just showed you on screen. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. You didn't have to wait too long as we get ready for our matches today. We're going to be kicking off Week 5 of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. And right now, we're going to get ready to kick off Week 5 of VCT Pacific. It's going to be Paper Rex going up against Global Esports.
Oh, the thrash gets one in the follow-up. SK Rossi's got the blades, but not quite going to find cuts with that. And that's going to be a second round win for Paper Rex. If they can continue to push on through, but at some point you walk straight into the blender. Oh, actually finds a second, maybe a third, but not quite. SK Rossi, he's trying to be a little bit more careful. Oh my god! A triple kill CGRS Forsaken that came out of nowhere! Here comes the flash from Botsy, trying the clutch, but not gonna happen against 4 players from Global. I'll tell you that much. All over the place, and he still managed to make it work. No way! Is this it? Oh, and Myfrick is the one to do it up from the top of heaven. Paper Rex!
Welcome back, everyone. We continue Week 5 of VCT Pacific 2023, and it's time to finally decide who's going to remain number 1. We are going to continue with our Week 5 matchups as we take a look at DRX versus Gen G to see who will remain in number 1 here in the Pacific region.
Actually stop them in their tracks, but whiffs will happen.
Really gonna have to get done on shooting, and yeah, DRX's crossfires are good as usual.
Paranoia out of garage, and Genji are trying to push out Meteor for it. They've gotten it halfway. That's a big win. But
the Timmy turret.
Hello. Goes closer, though. He's right behind him. Oh my god! What is that free transfer? A quadra! 11-1, Mako! King wants to peek. Sylvan is able to get a double. Wall bangs from Sylvan and King will not make it forward, DRX. You have a Guardian. You have the best aim on your team. You have to make it happen for Buzz! What is that peek out of nowhere? It's just in time. It's a Cloudburst land.